Amidst the ruins of the city, a voice narrates the story. Who would have thought that an archaeological dig at some mysterious ruins would accidentally trigger an ancient seal, unleashing a catastrophe for all of humanity? A creepy blood-red mist quickly engulfed every city. No human exposed to that blood mist could withstand it. They mutated, lost their minds, and died a gruesome death. Meanwhile, most animals turned into mutant beasts, with horrifying forms and twisted abilities. Standing alone amidst the wreckage was a solitary figure. His resilient back stood strong against the crumbling world. Wherever these mutant beasts went, cities were reduced to rubble. Fear spread like a plague, sowing terror everywhere. In response, the military was mobilized. A military jet screamed across the sky, dropping a missile right into the heart of the city. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion ripped through, kicking up a massive dust cloud. Through the thick smoke, a figure stumbled out, surrounded by mutant wolves, with glowing red eyes, growling at him. He screamed in desperation. Little Snow. The wolves bared their sharp fangs, roaring furiously. He spun around, his eyes glowing red too, screaming in pure rage. Little Snow, where are you? Swarmed by the monsters. He screamed in agony as his body began a violent transformation. His right arm morphed into a grotesque, blood-red demonic claw. He rose from the rubble, his steely gaze scanning the area. His face was shadowed, leaving only his burning red eyes visible. He whispered painfully, "Little Snow." He walked aimlessly through the dead city. Only one name remained in his mind: Snow. He suddenly froze when he spotted a rag doll lying on the ground. He dropped to his knees. Pain and despair were written all over his face as he called her name one last time. Little Snow. He reached out with his demonic arm, hesitated, then gently poked the doll. Instantly, the demonic claw vanished, reverting to a normal hand. He gently touched the doll. A single tear of blood rolled down his cheek. He whispered, "Snow." Amidst the vast devastation, he collapsed in grief. A desperate scream echoed everywhere. "Where are you?" Flashback to 3 days ago. Traffic was bustling on the streets as a radio broadcast played. A red mist, natural phenomenon, has appeared in multiple regions. Citizens, please do not panic. Please remain indoors and avoid unnecessary travel. Inside a car, a brother and his little sister sat together. The atmosphere was tense. Suddenly, a soldier in full body armor banged on the window. He shouted, Go get moving right now." The man in the driver's seat stammered in shock. The military." Meanwhile, the brother in the back seat muttered angrily, "You can't trust a single word those politicians say." The little sister huddled close to him. "Big brother, I'm scared." He held her hand and comforted her. "It's okay. We're right here with you." The father in the front seat was skeptical. "They mobilized the army and they still claim it's a natural disaster." The brother looked out the window, worried. He thought, with a commotion this big, outside, the soldiers were looking up at the sky, their faces filled with terror. Someone's like, "What the hell is that red mist?" Above them, a helicopter is getting swallowed whole by this massive cloud of red fog. Next second, the chopper loses control and plummets straight to the ground, causing a massive explosion. Dad's in the driver's seat, and the big brother turns around to look. Terrified, he gasps. What the his reflexes insane? Bro dives to cover his little sister's head, screaming, "Get down." She only has time to let out a panicked, "Ah," before bam. Debris from the chopper rains down, crushing the front of their car. Total chaos everywhere. The brothers frantic, asking, "Mom, Dad, are you guys okay?" He's holding his sister tight. She's completely freaking out. Then he hears Dad's voice from the front seat. "Full of pain, my leg, it's stuck." Little sister is coughing hard, shaking like a leaf. Cough, cough, what's happening? Suddenly, a savage roar rips through the air. The whole family freezes in terror. Brother whips his head around, eyes wide with shock. What is that? A giant mutant beast appears. Pure nightmare fuel. The crowd is screaming their heads off. What the hell is that thing? Run, run. It's a monster. There's a monster over there, realizing it's do or die. Dad yells, looking desperate. Get out of the car. Now bam. Brother kicks the door open with everything he's got. He drags his sister out of the wrecked car. Mom's stuck inside. She screams, take your sister, leave us, but he refuses. Trying to pry the door open. No way, I'm getting you guys out. Right then, the little sister screams in horror as she sees a mutant beast. Looks like a wolf attacking someone nearby. The screams for help are just hopeless. Seeing that, Mom panics even more. She grabs her son's hand tight, practically yelling, go, just go. Dad joins in. Voice stern as steel. Be responsible, like a man. You're her big brother. Mom looks at him, gives a bitter smile, and says, take good care of our beautiful little Snow. Suddenly, a massive blast of red energy slams down right in front of the siblings, blowing them back. A giant mutant wolf, ribs sticking out, stands tall in the smoke and dust. It lets out a savage roar, terrified. The brother and sister look back at the car and scream together. Dad, Mom. The monster bares its jagged teeth. Glowing red eyes lock onto its prey. Seeing the monster lunge, the brother has zero choice left. He grabs his sister's hand and yells, run. She's running but looking back, sobbing. Daddy, Mom, Dad, even the sky isn't safe. Twisted flying creatures are starting their slaughter too. Chaos everywhere. Animals, humans, everyone's going insane. Dragging his sister, running for their lives. The brother screams in desperate confusion. What the hell is happening right now? Mutant beasts are pouring out of every corner. They're even climbing up skyscrapers to hunt. The siblings find a temporary hiding spot. Brother quickly covers her mouth. Signals for silence. A hideous wolf head pokes through a gap nearby. He holds his breath. Face tight. Sweating bullets. Eyes glued to the monster. Thump. 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 Luckily, the beast doesn't spot them. It leaves. Seeing the coast is clear. Brother sighs in relief. Leaning against the wall. Phew, it's gone. But right then, his little sister grabs her head and screams in pain. Ahhh. He panicked and grabbed her tight. Little Snow, what's wrong? But glowing red cracks started spreading across her face. She whispered weakly. Big bro, I don't feel good. He froze, staring in horror at his own reflection. In a shard of broken glass, he saw the exact same red cracks fracturing his own face, just like his sister. He panicked. What the hell is happening? Surrounded by the thickening blood mist, his mind raced. Did we breathe in too much of this red fog? He frantically grabbed a water bottle and a rag. He soaked the cloth fast and gently pressed it over his sister's nose and mouth. His voice shook with urgency. Quick. Keep this over your face. Breathe through it. But suddenly, a massive wave of agony hit him too. Red veins popped out around his eyes, the sign of a terrifying mutation. He dropped to his knees, his whole body glowing with a burning red aura. He gritted his teeth, fighting the pain. It burns. Something's trying to burst out of me. Little Snow saw him collapse and rushed over, terrified. Big bro, what's happening to you? He tried to stay calm for her sake. Even while his body was fighting the transformation, he choked out. I'm fine. Big bro is fine. Stop it, just stop. He writhed on the floor in pure agony. He kept muttering. Stop. Little Snow started crying, terrified. Big bro, please. You're scaring me. Suddenly, that wolf monster from before found them. It blocked the aisle, towering over them. He froze. Oh no. We're cooked. It saw us. The beast roared and lunged. He shoved his sister away instantly. Is 12. They scrambled out of cover and dashed into an abandoned supermarket nearby. The second they stepped out, a winged beast dove from the sky. It was right on their tail. But inside the store, another wolf was already blocking the entrance. His heart sank. It's over. Another one. Little Snow trembled. Big bro, What do we do? Desperate. He pulled her into a tight hug. His voice shook. Don't be scared. Big Bro is right here. Outside. A massive dragon-like beast let out a roar that shook the earth. The ground quaked beneath them. Suddenly, a whole horde of monsters started swarming. He held his sister tight. He thought bitterly. Is this it? Are we really gonna die here? He made a split-second choice and shoved her deeper into the store. Get inside, go. She hesitated. But he grabbed a wooden plank from the floor. His eyes locked in with determination. Outside is worse. I have to try this. He charged at the monster, screaming a war cry. Rah! Clang! The wood hit the beast and snapped in half. It didn't even scratch it. Useless. The monster roared in rage. He knew it was over. Oh crap. It lunged, its massive jaws clamping around his whole body. Just then, a sharp arrow flew from nowhere, piercing its eye. Little Snow to the rescue. Big Bro, are you okay? I'm helping you. Shocked, he shouted. Little Snow, blinded and furious. The monster charged at Little Snow. He screamed. Desperate. Run, get away. As she scrambled away in panic, he roared. Little Snow, don't look back. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. The transformation pain spiked again violently. Asterisk cough cough times. He clutched his chest. Chaotic energy was exploding inside him. In agony, he thought. Why now of all times? The monster caught up to Tio Twit and tackled her to the floor. She just let out a terrified scream. Tio Twit, he roared, his rage absolutely exploding. He smashed right through the wall to save his sister. Zap, blood-red energy burst out of his body. He dove straight down, pinning the monster tight. His whole body was wrapped in a dark aura. Standing over the beast, he roared with pure killing intent. Die, just die already. He went feral, stabbing the corpse over and over again. Tio Twit slumped to the ground, watching the horror unfold, totally terrified. She mumbled, Big Brother, lost in a bloodlust. He just kept screaming. Kill, kill, kill. Kill, kill, die, die. Seeing her brother losing his mind, Tio Twit rushed in and hugged him from behind. What's wrong with you? Stop it. Please don't be like this. He tried to pry her hands off. His voice had completely transformed. Are you okay? Crying and begging, she said. I'm fine. Please just stop. Her words triggered a flood of memories. He saw his mom in that car, urging him, run, go now, and his dad's stern warning, take responsibility like a man. You're the big brother, and his mom's gentle smile. Take good care of Tio Twit. Happier memories came back. His dad hugging his mom proudly. You little brat, wherever your mom goes, I'll take care of her. His mom smiled warmly. Tio, how? You and Tio Twit have to live a good life. Okay. His sister's desperate cries echoed in his mind. Brother, big brother, what's wrong? Don't be like this. Slowly regaining his senses, he looked down at the girl in his arms. He gently called out, Tio Twit. She looked up, eyes full of tears. A worry and fear. She whispered, Brother, the killing intent around Manhwa vanished. His bloodshot eyes turned back to their natural blue. He gave a gentle smile and said, Sorry. I made you worry. But Tio Twit excitedly stammered, Brother, you're okay now, right? Manhwa was about to answer, I'm not, when suddenly, through the glass behind her, he was horrified to see the reflection of a giant mutant beast rising up. Smash. The monster shattered the glass wall and charged in. Manhwa shouted, Watch out. He grabbed his sister and rolled to the side to dodge. The winged beast let out a ferocious roar and swung its claws at the siblings. Quick as a flash, Manhwa grabbed that iron bar from before and screamed right in the monster's face. You ugly bird. Stay the hell away from my sister. Manhwa roared. He swung the iron bar hard at the beast to protect Tio Twit. Using every ounce of strength, he slashed a powerful arc and shouted, Get lost. After knocking the monster back, Niamhao rushed Teotuit to a hidden corner, somewhere safer, and said, Teotuit, hide here for a sec. I'm going to deal with those monsters. She grabbed his hand. Worried. Brother, by yourself. Niamhao looked out with determined eyes. That giant monster has already targeted us. I have to lure it away. Hearing that, Teotuit burst into tears and hugged him from behind. Brother, don't go. I'm scared you'll get like that again. Niamhao gently placed his hand on her head, his voice firm. Don't worry. I won't lose control this time. She still hesitated, but he turned around, looked deep into her eyes and gently comforted her. Just wait for me here. I'll come back for you right away. Okay. Teotuit clasped her hands over her chest. Her eyes were pleading as she made him promise to return safe and sound. Niamhao flashed a bright smile to reassure her. Of course. I promise I'll come back safe to pick you up. Saying that, Niamhao turned and walked away. His silhouette slowly faded into the darkness of the ruined supermarket. A dark aura started radiating from his body. Walking alone through the rubble, Niamhao calculated in his head. If I'm not wrong, hunting these mutant beasts and absorbing the blood energy from them can boost my power. He locked eyes on the biggest monster. You've probably got the most energy, don't you? Facing the giant beast. Niamhao gripped the iron bar tight, his voice full of determination. So if I just take you out, maybe I'll finally have enough power to protect my family. The monster roared back. Niamhao screamed a challenge right back at it. But the giant monster stood still. Instead, two mutant wolves lunged out from the sides. Niamhao smirked. Am I not even worth your time? Then I'll kill every single one of you, Niamhao shouted. Charging at the wolf on the left, he dodged and countered with style, chopping the beast's head off in a split second. Meanwhile, the other wolf attacked just in time, sinking its teeth into his arm. Niamhao gritted his teeth and roared, You bastards! Immediately, bright red energy burst from Niamhao's body, knocking the monsters away. His hands turned into demon claws. He roared in a frenzy. Die, all of you? Feeling the power surging through his body, a crazy smile appeared on Niamhao's face. Is this what power feels like? Incredible. At the same time in the sky, the giant mutant dragon sensed something. It looked up and saw a military bomber. It let out a sky-shaking roar, signaling its allies to retreat. Seeing the scene unfold, he snapped out of it a bit. Looking at his hands, he couldn't help but panic. What am I? What the hell happened? Suddenly, Niamhao looked up, terrified, seeing a giant missile from the falling plane dropping straight towards him. Just then, Teotuit ran anxiously towards her mutating brother, voice trembling. Brother, are you okay? Niamhao turned back, screaming in panic. Teotuit, don't come out. Right after, a second explosion erupted violently. Blinding white light swallowed everything. From above, a military helicopter hovered over the black smoke. The scout reported, There are survivors here. All right. Go down and check. The special forces team landed. They coldly observed the dying Niamhao and ordered, This guy's infected. Leave him. Take the girl, while Teotuit was taken away. Orders kept coming. Hurry up. The monsters will be back soon. The helicopter took off, disappearing from view. But from the ground, Niamhao could only desperately reach his demonic arm towards the sky. His weak call got lost in the wind. Teotuit. In a blurry hallucination, the burning image of Teotuit turned back to look at him, eyes full of pain and disappointment. Brother, why didn't you come save me? Her resentful scream was like a knife stabbing his heart, making Niamhao roar in his desperate dream. Teotuit. No. Waking with a start, Niamhao sat up in a dark room. Gasping for breath, cold sweat ran down his temples. He clutched his head, gritting his teeth in pain. Damn it. It's still that same dream. His gaze sank. The pain was written all over his face as he whispered, Teotuit. It's been half a year. Where the hell are you? Niamhao, now decked out in his uniform, stood up to check his weapon, and told himself, "Lucky I didn't get caught." Memories came flooding back. Recalling that nightmare from 6 months ago, when those guys took Tu yet away. I searched every single local refugee camp, but she was gone without a trace. He shook off the shock, his eyes locking in. To find my little sister. I joined the patrol squad. The lowest rank in the army. Basically a rookie. In this crazy, chaotic world, being in the military is the only way to get intel and move around freely. Right now, he's stationed in the middle of nowhere. Redstone City. At a border outpost, Neum Hao rushed to the assembly point, scratching his head with an awkward smile at the commander waiting there. "Captain. Sorry, I'm late for the shift change." That was the Redstone City Patrol captain. Jia Tuan. Whack. Jia Tuan kicked Neum Hao hard, cursing him out. "In Payach. It's this trash rookie again. You moron. Where did you sneak off to slack off now? Making me cover for you. Look how late you are." Neum Hao just bowed his head. "My bad." Jia Tuan pointed at a towering watchtower and barked. "Neum Hao. The big shots are coming soon. So we can finally clock out. If you mess this up, you are so dead." Neum Hao just replied, "Yes, sir." Standing on the watchtower, looking out at the ruined city, Neum Hao got lost in thought. 6 months ago, the red mist exploded, turning most of the city into rubble, becoming a nest for mutant beasts. But along with that red mist, came these mysterious red towers. Survivors can only scrape by, living on the borders far from the towers and the mist. His eyes stopped at a massive skeleton, looming in the distant fog. He thought, "Is that thing still there, down below?" Jia Tuan was chatting with another teammate. He took a drag of his cigarette and said, "The special ops team is out there. So border guards like us just need to do the bare minimum. If even they can't hold the line, what can low-level patrols like us do anyway?" His buddy laughed along. "That's the legendary special response team. No way they'd lose." "Right. Exactly, Captain. You joking." In their minds, the image of the special ops team looked totally majestic, with a female shooter standing tall on a monster's corpse, on their way here. They probably just wrecked beasts like it was nothing. Neum Hao sat alone on the wall's edge. "I feel that familiar discomfort. Even after all this time, I still hate the smell of blood mist. This mist triggers the primal bloodlust in living things, making them slaughter each other." Suddenly, he frowned at a strange shift on the horizon. The blood mist cleared, but immediately, his gut screamed that something was wrong. His gaze sharpened. "No, something is charging this way," he shouted down. "Alert, Captain. We've got a situation. Look. Quick." But Jia Tuan down below stayed chill. What situation could there be? You wusses always make a big deal out of nothing. Suddenly, a massive wave of red mist rolled in. The patrol members gasped in terror. "Blood mist. Why is it spilling over here?" From inside the fog, 2 figures in black armor dashed out for their lives. Neum Hao recognized them instantly. "Captain. It's the special ops team." The 2 elite soldiers sprinted past the outpost at breakneck speed. The soldier hurriedly asked, "Sir, what the hell just happened?" They just shouted back one thing. "Get back!" Right after that, a massive red tentacle shot out from the mist, snatching the soldier in the back and dragging him under. A blood-curdling scream. Jia Tuan's face went completely pale, yelling in pure panic, "Everyone, retreat, fall back." Now, before the order could even be passed down, a terrified scream rang out. "Guh! Ah!" A razor-sharp claw was already right at Jia Tuan's throat. The giant beast appeared right behind him, snatching him up. Jia Tuan only had time to gasp in despair. "It's over." From up on the watchtower, Neum Hao witnessed the whole mess down below. Panic screams echoed everywhere. Run, get out of here, they're here." Without a second of hesitation, Neum Hao dove straight down from the high tower, his body shot like an arrow right into the herd of beasts. Boom. He landed with a heavy impact. Dust flew everywhere, blocking right in front of a beast about to attack. Nguyen Hao's breathing grew heavy. His right arm had morphed into a demon claw. He pinned down the corpse of the beast he just wrecked. Muttering, "One." Roar. Another beast rushed in to attack. Nguyen Hao quickly dodged and countered, coldly counting. 2. The demonic arm shot out, stabbing into the beast's corpse. His voice sounded satisfied. Absorb red energy from the beast's body got sucked into his demon arm. Nguyen Hao felt the power surging up, a satisfied smirk appearing on his lips. Nice. Absorbing this one made me a bit stronger. Wonder what happens if I drain a few more. Immediately, countless other beasts got attracted by his power. They growled and rushed in from all sides. Nguyen Hao calmly counted. 3, 4, 5, 6. A blazing red aura flared up around him. Nguyen Hao smirked, full of defiance. Don't you guys disappoint me suddenly. A bolt of purple lightning struck down from out of nowhere, instantly obliterating a beast right in front of him. Nguyen Hao froze at the sudden interference. The smoke cleared, revealing a figure in the distance. He asked warily, "Who goes there?" A girl with platinum hair, holding a high-tech sniper rifle, looked at him coldly. Above her was the intro text, "Captain of the Crimson Expedition Squad." Tong In. She frowned slightly, him recognizing her uniform. Nguyen Hao flinched in panic, thinking, "Oh crap, she's with the Special Forces." He hurriedly pulled back his power, his demonic arms slowly returning to normal. Gotta switch back. Fast. Tong Ni didn't pay him any mind. She coldly ordered the troops appearing behind her. "Leave no survivors. Clean it all up," the soldiers responded in unison. "Roger that." Immediately, Nguyen Hao had 2 gun barrels from the Special Forces soldiers pointed straight at him, trapping him in the encirclement. Nguyen Hao panicked and raised his hands, hurriedly explaining, "Don't shoot. I'm a patrol officer. Private Nguyen Hao." But before he could finish, Tong Nai's voice rang out from afar. 12 o'clock. Fire now, bang. 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 The bullets didn't aim at him, but slammed straight into the giant beast that was about to sneak attack him from behind. The monster collapsed right as Nguyen Hao finished his sentence. 2 special ops soldiers stepped up, confirming the kill, then reported, "Target confirmed, eliminated." Nguyen Hao still stood frozen in place, still in shock. Tong Ni slowly walked toward him through the mist of blood. She stopped in front of Nguyen Hao, her sharp gaze scanning him from top to bottom. "Patrol officer, where's your weapon?" Nguyen Hao broke into a cold sweat, thinking, "I'm cooked." Without waiting for an answer, Song Rui turned on her heel and ordered everyone to pull out of the outpost and head back to the temporary defensive line. At the line, a sentry stood tall and barked. Without Commander Song's direct orders, nobody gets in. Inside, Song Rui was reviewing a tablet. Sector A, outpost. 37 casualties. Among them, the Crimson Squad from the Special Response Force lost 2 operatives. The patrol team lost 30 men. This concludes the casualty report regarding the sudden incident. Meanwhile, Nguyen Hao was tied to a chair, sweating bullets. He thought. So, he looked up and asked Song Rui, "Why am I being detained? Seriously. I'm a victim here too." "You know?" Song Rui looked up from her tablet, her eyes ice cold as she stared right through Nguyen Hao. 1723. "You went AWOL for 2 hours. Right after you came back, the blood mist went berserk. Why? Tell me why. Don't you think you owe me an explanation?" Nguyen Hao panicked, his mind racing for an excuse. Gotta lie my way out of this. He stammered. I just went to the ruins nearby to catch some Z's. I swear. I reported it to our captain." Just then, another patrol soldier pointed at Nguyen Hao and shouted at Song Rui, "Commander, this brat is late for every single mission, and the captain covers for him every single time." Nguyen Hao glared back at him, cursing internally. Asterisk, this snitch times, but the soldier didn't back down and kept going. Don't you dare drag the captain into this, Yan Hao gritted his teeth, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Asterisk, keep yapping and I'll end you times. Song Rui rested her chin on her hand, a knowing look in her eyes. Seems like your patrol team has quite a few issues, doesn't it? The scene cut to the infirmary, where Captain Jia Jun was, wrapped up like a mummy, screaming his head off. Ga, a teammate, asked, "Captain? You good?" The doctor replied, "Relax. He won't die. His vitals are actually pretty normal." The teammate looked confused. "Doc, look at him. How is this times normal?" Back in the interrogation room, Song Rui held up her tablet. It displayed Yan Hao's file. "According to your file, you only finished basic training 3 months ago. In that last battle, even my special forces team lost 2 operatives. Yet somehow, you survived." Yan Hao lowered his head, feigning terror. I'm just scared of dying. I used to be a track athlete in school, so I'm a bit faster on my feet than most people. The second I saw the blood mist, I booked it." Song Rui crossed her arms, scanning him suspiciously. "If you're so scared of death, why did you join the military? Or do you have some other agenda?" An image flashed in Yan Hao's mind, a red tower and the silhouette of his little sister. He thought, Asterisk, for the last 6 months looking for Xiao Shui, I've been wrecking and absorbing low-rank beasts non-stop. Asterisk, I can finally control the beast transformation and turn back into a human. Memories of his wandering days flooded back. Asterisk, for half a year, I've been a lone wolf, avoiding crowds. Asterisk, using the dumbest methods to search every ruin, checking every human settlement. Song Rui stepped forward coldly, her heels clicking with authority. She listed his offenses, her voice devoid of emotion. "A soldier who cowers in the face of death, abandoning your post without permission, withholding critical intel." She placed a hand on her hip, looking down at Yan Hao bound to the chair. "You know exactly what the penalty is for that, don't you?" Yan Hao looked up, completely chill. "You gonna execute me or something?" But then, Song Rui suddenly leaned in close, whispering right into his ear, her voice dripping with danger. "What's the deal with those hands of yours?" Yan Hao flinched, his mind reeling. Crap. She actually saw it. Asterisk. She continued the interrogation, breath hitting his ear. "Why the clumsy lies? What are you really after?" Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly the whole room started shaking violently. Crashing sounds erupted from outside. Tong Rui straightened up, looking around on guard. Earthquake. Yan Hao was the opposite. Panic on his face as he realized something was wrong. Asterisk. This familiar feeling times crash. Without hesitation, Yan Hao smashed the chair to pieces, roaring, "Move! A massive swarm of beasts is coming." Tong Rui frowned, purple lightning flashing in her eyes, voice dripping with annoyance. "Trying to run right in front of me. Times whoosh." Asterisk. She appeared right behind Yan Hao, kneeing him hard into the ground. Purple electricity wrapped around them both. "You think I'm invisible or something?" Yan Hao could only grunt in pain. The ground beneath them cracked from the impact. The 2 soldiers nearby screamed in panic. "Commander, the floor's cracking. Please go easy." Rumble. Before they could finish, the floor completely collapsed, tossing everyone into the darkness below. "It's collapsing. Help save me." Falling into a dark underground cave, a soldier asked frantically. "Where's this?" Yan Hao pushed himself up, looking around while still handcuffed. "Underground." "Did we fall all the way down?" Tong Rui ordered a soldier. "Too dark. Lights up." The soldier obeyed immediately. "Yes, ma'am." The soldier who picked a fight with Yan Hao earlier now started blaming him. "You kid, you're a walking curse. Everywhere you go, bad stuff happens." But Yan Hao coldly replied, "Survive first, complain later." The soldier asked in despair, "Boo-hoo. Are we stuck here forever?" Yan Hao replied, "Not necessarily. Click. The other soldier popped a flare. Blue-white light instantly spreading out. The light revealed a massive cavern space, with countless twisting paths. He gasped in horror. Damn it. This is a maze dug by those beasts. Tong Rui stayed calm. She picked her sniper rifle up from the ground and ordered, "Everyone stay calm. Check your weapons." She crouched down to check her gun, adding a reminder. "Hold formation. Watch your backs." Suddenly, a cold wind blew through the cave. Yan Hao turned his head slightly. The patrol soldier felt it too and asked, "What is it?" Yan Hao replied, "Wind coming from over there." The soldier lit up. "Wind? Then there's definitely a way out, I'll check it." As the soldier ran toward the draft, he didn't forget to mock Yan Hao. "You got no skills, kid. But you're number one at running away." He felt the breeze and said, "There's really wind." He turned back happily and shouted, "Commander, wind over here. Definitely a path ahead." But right then, a giant mantis-like beast emerged from the darkness right behind him. Yan Hao shouted a warning. "Get down!" Bang! A green energy beam shot out from behind, piercing the mantis's head just as it was about to strike. The mantis corpse fell, green fluid leaking from its body, sizzling and smoking on the ground. Yan Hao warned, "That mantis fluid is corrosive. Don't let it touch you." The soldier slumped to the ground in fear, his leg almost melted by the liquid. Tong Rui stepped up, coldly telling Yan Hao, "Also, without my orders, do not act on your own." "Patrol? Yeah." He mumbled back, barely audible. "Yeah." Tong Yu glanced at Niam Hao, her eyes full of hidden meaning. "Seems you're pretty good at dodging danger." "Huh? Niam Hao. Wait until we get out. You've got some explaining to do." Niam Hao stayed silent, but his mind was racing. If she knows my secret but won't say it straight up, what's her angle? Skitter skitter? Asterisk. Suddenly, strange sounds echoed from deep inside the cave. A soldier asked warily, "What's that noise?" Niam Hao tensed up, saying, "Something's coming from the deep dark." The skittering got louder as three mantis-shaped mutant beasts, with fierce glowing red eyes crawled out. Right after that, a whole swarm of monsters poured out from every corner, surrounding the squad. A panicked soldier screamed, "Holy crap, why are there so many bugs?" Niam Hao frowned, muttering, "This is gonna be a pain." Without warning, the whole swarm rushed them like a black tide. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out piercingly as the soldiers fired back, trying to break out of the encirclement. They ran for their lives deeper into the cave. Bullets flew backward, barely slowing the monsters down for a second. While running, Niam Hao suddenly stopped, looking confused. Tong Nui sprinted past, barking orders. "Don't stop, keep running." But Niam Hao didn't move, he said. The bugs seemed to have stopped. Everyone turned back and saw the monsters really had stopped behind them, not daring to come closer. They entered a massive cavern. The space suddenly felt empty and eerily quiet. A soldier pointed ahead. "Look over there." Below them was a giant mutant beast with pitch-black armor, growling as it absorbed the surrounding blood mist. A soldier realized in horror, "That thing is absorbing the blood mist." Tong Nui also realized the danger level. This is an overlord rank. The monster threw its head back, sucking all the blood mist into its mouth, condensing it into a blazing red energy ball. Not good. It converted the blood mist into energy. Niam Hao immediately shouted a warning. "Watch out, that stuff is dangerous." Instantly, Tong Yu leaped into the air, the gun in her hand, charging up a destructive purple lightning beam and firing straight at the monster. In response, the Overlord rank monster also fired a blazing red energy beam from its mouth. The two energy beams collided, causing a terrifying explosion. But Tong Nui's purple lightning could only hold out for a moment before being completely overwhelmed by the red energy. Seeing her attack broken, Tong Nui was stunned. Dodge it. In that life-or-death moment, Niam Hao rushed in, shoving Tong Nui out of the beam's path and taking the full hit with his hand. Tong Nui fell to the ground, staring in shock at Niem Hao, standing in front of her. His demonic arm was absorbing the red energy. She stammered, "Niem Hao." Niem Hao turned back. His hands transformed into demon claws. Voice steady. "Wait till we survive this, and I'll explain everything to you." Tong Nai froze, filled with doubt. Even my attack was useless. Does Niem Hao really have a way? But she couldn't help calling out, "Be careful." Niem Hao turned his head slightly, a confident smile on his lips. "Yeah." Then, he charged straight at the roaring giant monster. "Bring it on." His eyes flashed red as he thought, "Overlord rank." Just like that guy. Below was a monster power ranking chart. From Scout rank to Hound rank, Overlord rank, Behemoth rank, and the top dog Calamity rank. Niem Hao charged straight in. Only one thought in his head. If I absorb you, just how broken will I get? He unleashed a full power slash right on the monster's armor. Clang! The impact made a screeching noise. Niem Hao got pushed back, muttering, "Damn. That's tough." Any average mutant beast would have been wrecked into pieces by now. Niem Hao stared at the monster in front of him. This giant body, it's basically a massive armored tank. You must have devoured a ton of your own kind. Huh. The monster swung its giant claw to attack, but Niem Hao dodged it easily. He landed like a feather. Too slow. He quickly analyzed. Did it dump all its stat points into defense? Niem Hao's eyes flashed red. Dark aura exploded from his demon arm. He smirked. "What a joke. You're nothing but a moving target." From behind, the patrol soldier watched Niem Hao 1vs1 that giant monster. His attacks were sending sparks flying off that solid armor shell. He couldn't believe his eyes. Am I dreaming right now? Niem Hao was moving at crazy speeds, leaving blurry after images. The soldier kept thinking in shock. The guy who runs faster than anyone. The cowardly Niem Hao. He stuttered. Who the hell is he? Tong Nui didn't turn back, explaining coldly. He is an anti-mutant combat experiment, secretly developed by the SXU United Government. The soldier was still shook. The guy who took 3 months just to pass basic training, who ran away faster than anyone. That's an anti-mutant combat experiment. Tong Nui confirmed while staying focused on the fight. Yes, exactly, the soldier asked. Then, Commander, did you know this whole time? No, Tong Nui replied. No, when he blocked that mutant's attack for me just now. That's when I confirmed his identity. Another man, the squad's vice captain, also looked suspicious. He thought to himself, does SXU really have an experiment like that? Or is Captain Tong Nui hiding something? Tong Nui said. He escaped from the lab. I didn't expect him to sneak into the border patrol squad, he replied. Then the blood mist outbreak last time was related to Niem Hao. Tong Nui cut him off. Can't rule that out. That's why I had to investigate him. Tong Nui turned, her eyes piercing the soldier like daggers. This is top secret SXU intel. What you see, what you hear here. Do not breathe a word of it to anyone. Understood, the patrol soldier stammered in fear. Yes, yes. Commander, back to the battle. The monster roared in fury. It started charging energy in its mouth. Rumble. A massive energy ball fired out, spinning like a tornado, wiping out everything in its path. Niem Hao sensed the destructive energy. His face changed. Not good. He immediately shouted back. Dodge it. The energy ball hit the ground, causing an earth-shattering explosion. After the dust settled, Tong Nui landed safely, purple lightning still crackling around her body. The patrol soldier from before slowly woke up amidst the rubble. Am I still alive? He saw Vice Captain Lam Dung Tri helping another Special Forces soldier up. Commander. When he got closer, he was horrified to see the Special Forces soldier's leg was completely crushed. Sir, your leg. That Special Forces soldier calmly replied. Relax. It won't kill me. The patrol soldier felt guilty. You're from the Special Operations Squad. Just for a lowly patrol grunt like me, the Special Forces soldier interrupts. Trading a leg for a life, totally worth it. He struggles to force himself up. The patrol guard continues. But isn't your squad's mission to hunt the mutants? Losing your precious combat ability for me, the elite soldier replies firmly. I didn't become a soldier just to kill those damn beasts. He looks at the patrol guard, eyes burning with resolve. I exist to protect, as humanity's last shield. I will never leave anyone behind. The patrol guard is stunned to silence. Meanwhile, Neem Hao is getting absolutely wrecked by the monster. Its pincer swings have him struggling hard. Dodge. Bam. He gets knocked way back, sprawling on the ground. Damn it. Blood mist energy is tapped out. His demonic arm starts degenerating. Can't even maintain a single arm morph. The monster approaches, looking menacing. Intro Overlord rank. Spiked steel armor beetle. Neem Hao grits his teeth. So this is Overlord rank kinda tough. To roar. The monster bellows in victory. It raises a pincer, ready to finish Neem Hao off. But suddenly, a streak of purple lightning hits its head, making it freeze. Exhausted, Neem Hao turns around in surprise. Tong Yui, when did she get into sniping position? Her gun is still crackling with electricity. Neem Hao, you are not dying here. You've still got a ton of stuff to explain to me. Suddenly, the monster makes a weird noise. Ha ha ha. Tong Yu narrows her eyes, sensing something off. Is it laughing? No way. Sure enough, blood mist starts gushing out from the surrounding caves, enveloping the monster. Just as predicted, the mist floods out. These interconnected caves let it easily funnel mist from elsewhere. The wound on the monster's head starts healing at visible speed. It's using the mist to recharge itself. The wound's already closing. Tong Nui's expression turns serious. At this rate, it'll be back to peak condition. Looks like that sudden mist surge at the outpost earlier? Yeah, that was its doing. She rushes to Neem Hao's side, who is also slowly recovering thanks to the mist. Neem Hao? We can't kill it. We need to retreat now. But Neem Hao refuses firmly. Hell no. Today, it dies right here. His eyes flash red. Killing, intent raging. It summoned the blood mist. But joke's on him, it recharges me too. But now it can't move around freely. This is our perfect chance to strike. Tong Nu warns anxiously. If we fail, you could die here. Neem Hao stands up, facing the beast. I've walked through the gates of hell countless times. One more time won't matter. Tong Nui sees the fire in his eyes. She finally agrees. Fine. She cocks her gun. Click. We only get one shot. She raises her rifle to aim. All energy focuses into the barrel. I'll unleash everything I've got to shatter that armor on its head. You take the opening and destroy its brain directly. Through the scope, the crosshair locks onto the monster's head. This is the only way to beat it. Just as Tong Nu prepares to pull the trigger, Neem Hao also gets into a charging stance. She screams. Now, boom, a massive energy shot fires out, obliterating the sturdy armor on the monster's head. Tong Nui screamed. Yes, its head armor is cracked the moment it shattered. Neem Hao didn't waste a single second. His monstrous arm morphed into a razor-sharp blade, stinging straight into that monster's brain. Inside the beast, acid sprayed everywhere. But he just roared. Finishing move, die. A blast of green energy exploded from the inside. That Overlord rank monster's head completely shredded. Tong Yui held her breath watching from afar, asking nervously, did he do it? Boom. A terrifying explosion of green energy erupted from the corpse, sending Neem Hao flying. He was covered in blood. Neem Hao's body crashed down right next to Tong Yu. She screamed in panic. Neem Hao and rushed to his side. He was lying motionless in the dust. Are you okay? She noticed something in his clenched fist. Is this getting closer? Tong Yui saw a dark purple crystal in Neem Hao's hand. Looks like the monster's core. At the same time, she picked up a photo that fell out of his pocket. This photo is suddenly. The crystal in Neem Hao's hand glowed up, Then it started melting, fusing right into his palm. Niam Hao's consciousness drifted into a weird space, surrounded by massive gene chains. Where am I? Who is that? He saw a familiar silhouette. Ah, is that me? Weird. Why can't I control my body? He watched his body in the conscious space slowly transforming. It was becoming more feral. Yeah, so that's it. Have I gone full beast mode? Then what is this situation? Is this hell? Or just my life flashing before my eyes? Suddenly, a gene chain in front of him lit up. This DNA-looking thing is glowing. What the? The purple crystal suddenly appeared on his chest. A wave of power spread out. I can move. He looked down at his chest, where the crystal was emitting a faint light. There's something on my chest. He realized immediately. Isn't this the thing from inside? That behemoth rank beast earlier. It looks like some kind of energy form. It was just in my hand. Why did it move to my chest? Immediately, the crystal started sucking up the blood mist in his conscious space. What? It's absorbing the blood mist. Niam Hao snapped to attention, realizing what the crystal did. It's not just absorbing it. It's storing it. Like this. Even if I absorb way more blood mist than before, to get a stronger beast form, I won't have to worry about losing control anymore. It's like a safety switch. When I lose it, it'll recall the blood mist from my body, so I can regain my sanity. A smile appeared on his lips. So, I can absorb mutant beasts to evolve without worrying about a thing, and get even stronger. But his joy didn't last long. No more counting every time I kill a beast. Damn it. This new crystal has a storage limit. If this keeps up, I'm gonna explode. That's right. He remembered the monster's attack. That armor beetle's move can burn through a massive amount of blood mist. If I can absorb the blood mist, then I'll just make it all gather in one spot. In the real world, inside a hospital room, Niam Hao suddenly opened his eyes on the bed. Blood mist started pouring out of his body. His eyes turned glowing red, completely dominated by power. He shot up and held his hand out in front, roaring. Jather. Just then, Tung Nui opened the door and walked in. She was shocked to see the blood mist condensing into an energy ball in Niam Hao's hand. Hey, Yan Hao, she asked in a panic. What are you gonna do? Yan Hao whipped around, hurling the energy orb toward the window, shouting, Get down! Boom. A terrifying explosion ripped through the hospital wall, blasting a massive hole. Flashback to 5 minutes ago, outside Tianrun Hospital. A soldier reported to Song Rui, who was standing in front of the operating room. Captain Song. Vice Adjutant Lin's leg. Song Rui calmly replied. As a soldier, he made peace with this long ago. You don't need to blame yourself. Inside Vice Adjutant Lin's ward, he was sitting on the bed, questioning Song Rui. Captain Song. What is the deal with Yan Hao? I've never heard of SXU having a test subject. Song Rui crossed her arms and replied coldly. Yan Hao's case is top secret. Just focus on healing up. Don't worry about anything else. Then she turned and walked away. By the way, I asked HQ to transfer you to logistics. From now on, you can rest easy. Vice Adjutant Lin shouted after her, unwilling to accept it. I'm going to report the truth about this to your father. Chief of Staff Song Lian. Song Rui paused slightly. I trust he'll make his own judgment. She suddenly turned back, her eyes sharp. Vice Adjutant Lin. Who exactly is your superior here? Your comms are frozen, effective immediately. Stay put. Don't go anywhere. Leaving the ward. Song Rui asked the patrol soldier walking with her. Where's Yan Hao? The soldier replied. He's in ward 314. Song Rui ordered. Take me to Yan Hao. They stopped before a door marked 314. We're here. Song Rui ordered the soldier. Guard the door. Without my order, no one is allowed in. The soldier saluted. Yes, ma'am. The moment Song Rui opened the door, a shocking scene hit her. Yan Hao was sitting on the bed, a blood mist energy sphere condensing in his hand. Shocked, she called his name. Yan Hao, she asked in a panic. What are you doing? Yan Hao whipped around, hurling the energy sphere toward the window, screaming. Get back! Boom! Song Rui just managed to hit the deck to dodge the destructive energy beam. The sphere smashed through the hospital wall, flew out, and kept going. The door guard got blown away by the shockwave too. Arj, from outside, a bright red streak could be clearly seen piercing the hospital building and another abandoned building in the distance. From his ward, Vice Adjutant Lin watched it all through the window, stunned. That abandoned building just got pierced. Is that Yan Hao, Captain Song Rui? How long do you plan to hide this? The patrol soldier caught in the blast was crawling in the hallway, crying miserably. Why am I always the unlucky one? Help. That was terrifying. I don't want to die. Song Rui stood up from the rubble, staring at the massive hole in the wall, thinking in shock. This is that armored beetle's move. Why? Can Yan Hao use a beast ability directly without beast armament? She turned back to the ward, her gaze complex. Yan Hao? Looks like you owe me a lot of explanations. The scene shifts to the hospital rooftop. Yan Hao and Song Rui were standing face to face. Song Rui crossed her arms, summing it up. So basically, you can not only absorb the beast cores of mutants, but also learn their abilities. Yan Hao explained. Not just that, it can absorb and store way more blood mist. That crystal shard, it seems like it can actually regenerate on its own. Song Rui smirks, resting her chin on her hand. Guess your skill set is pretty stacked then. Yan Hao lowers his head. His right arm shifts slightly. I really did inherit their raw power and abilities, but there's a chance I'll slowly turn into one of them too. He looks up, his eyes full of conflict. Can something like me even be called a human anymore? Captain Song. What exactly am I to you? Song Rui looks him dead in the eye. Her voice is firm. You are you. A one-of-a-kind existence. Human or monster. That depends entirely on how you use this power. She turns to walk away. But your power, it is a curse. And it is a weapon. She stops, holding up 2 fingers. Right now, you have 2 paths. Path 1, join Scarlet. Become a reserve soldier in my squad. Her gaze turns ice cold. Path 2, you get classified as a threat. Just like the mutant beasts. You will be completely wiped out. Yan Hao whispers back. Wiped out. He looks at the gaping hole in the building opposite them and asks, you think with the current forces in this city, they actually have the firepower to do that? Song Rui admits it. With my current strength? Yeah. I cannot stop you. Song Rui looks at the hole in the building and continues. But for you right now, trying to solo the SXU is a bit too cocky. Joining my squad will not hurt you. Status. Intel. Resources. I will handle all the headaches for you. Yan Hao crosses his arms, resting his chin on one hand. His eyes are full of doubt. I am a dangerous element you just met. My power is unstable. Yet you are willing to take on a burden like me. The price has got to be steep. Right. You would not go this hard just to recruit a rookie. You have got an ulterior motive. Do not you? Song Rui does not deny it. You are sharp. For a certain reason. I really do need you. But you have to trust that we are not enemies. She narrows her eyes, speaking with a hidden meaning. Maybe you can just think of this as a transaction. Song Rui holds out the photo she picked up earlier. Yan Hao gasps in shock. What the? It is the photo of him and his sister. Xiao Chue, he asks. Stunned. This? Why do you have this photo? Song Rui replies calmly. Don't underestimate me. If I want to, digging up your past is a piece of cake. Just join Scarlet. And I will use the highest level intel network to help you find your sister with everything we have got. Yan Hao turns his back. Torn inside. Searching blindly on my own has its limits. Like she said, in the military, with higher status and rank, my investigation range expands. Moving around is easier too. He reaches out and takes the photo. Deal, but hey, Captain, since you need me that badly, Yan Hao suddenly leans in close, flashing a mischievous grin. A little salary bump should not be a problem. Right. I mean, all my previous wages went into looking for my sister anyway. Song Rui blushes slightly at his sudden move, but quickly regains her cool. Private Yan Hao. As the captain of Scarlet, I approve you as a reserve soldier of the squad. Salary and benefits will be top tier. Now, immediately, get lost and go do your paperwork. Yan Hao gives a military salute. He grinned. Roger that. Captain Tong. Heading to Patrol HQ right now to sort out the paperwork. He'd barely taken a few steps when he froze. Oh. Wait, Tong Ni crossed her arms, calling out. I covered the damages for wrecking the hospital for you. No rush. But I'll be docking it from your future paychecks. Niam Hao just stood there, stunned. Huh. Once he was out of sight, Tong Ni stared into the distance. The image of a man surfacing in her mind. Her gaze hardened. Uncle, I swear I'll find a way to save you. Niam Hao scratched his head as he walked, grumbling. Knew it? Still gotta pay up? Huh. Back there. Tong Ni was still watching him go. She thought, my gut tells me he holds the key to turning beasts back into humans. The scene shifts to the main HQ of the Redstone City Patrol. A military vehicle pulled in. The patrolman Tong Ni chewed out earlier ran over to greet Niam Hao. So, you gunning for special ops too? He asked confidently. Captain Tong and Vice Captain Lin think highly of me. I might be in logistics. But hey, bro, we can look out for each other. GM Hao thought. What's this dude's name again? Don't think I ever paid attention. Suddenly, the soldier pointed ahead, cheering. It's Captain Jia. Wait, what happened to him? Niam Hao looked over and saw his old captain, Jia Tuan, on crutches, bandaged up and surrounded. A buff guy sneered at Jia Tuan. Old man Jia. Back then, you slapped me over that mute woman? He kicked the leg. Jia Tuan was nursing. Introduction captain of the Redstone City Defense Force. Trong Tue. Look at you now. Like a stray dog. Begging us Defense Force guys for a handout. For your squad members, Jia Tuan cried out in pain. The patrolman with Ngim Hao rushed forward furiously. You scumbags. But two guards immediately held him back. Trung Tui scoffed. You seriously? The soldier yelled. Damn you. Let Captain Jia go. True. Tui grabbed Jia Tuan by the collar and spat. Kneel? Lick the mud off my boots. Or else. He pointed at the pinned soldier, grinning maliciously. I'll snap this kid's arm so you can use it as a cane. Jia Tuan gritted his teeth, his face twisted with rage and humiliation. He slowly bent his knees. Don't kneel. A hand gripped Jia Tuan's shoulder, stopping him. It was Niam Hao. Niam Hao smiled. You've saved my skin plenty of times. Now, let me return the favor. He stepped in front of Jia Tuan, facing down Trong Tui's entire gang. As long as I'm standing, nobody touches a single hair on Captain Jia's head. I'll use his bones for firewood. Truong Tui's goons raged. They charged with batons. You want to die? Niam Hao stood stone cold, eyes razor sharp. Whoosh. A sweep kick dropped one instantly. One, followed by a brutal uppercut to the next guy's face. Two more swung their batons. But Niam Hao ducked, weaving under the strike, and kicked out at their legs. 3-4. He smashed a straight punch into the last guy's face. The four of them went flying, crashing hard onto the ground. In the blink of an eye, Truong Thui's whole squad was wrecked. Bodies scattered everywhere. Truong Tui froze, totally in disbelief. 44.5 seconds. How is this kid so fast? Suddenly, a soldier still standing tried to act tough and threaten him. Our squad leader is an E-rank fighter. You dare mess with us? You're cooked. Truong Tui pulled his gun and pointed it straight at Niam Hao. You trash from the patrol squad, daring to go against the city defense force. Do you believe I? Before he could finish, Niam Hao smirked, provocatively. He replied simply, bet. At the same time, bullets grazed past him. He dashed forward with terrifying speed, one hand snatching Truong Tui's gun, but your fire rate is too slow. Snap. The gun in Truong Tui's hand was crushed, effortlessly. Fragments rained down on the ground. Not even 1/10,000th of Tong Yui's speed. Truong Tu panicked. He pulled a dagger and attacked wildly, screaming. But Ningim Hao just reached out and stopped the blade cold. He grabbed Truong Tu by the neck, lifted him off the ground. Voice ice cold. You said you wanted Captain Jia to kneel? Truong Tui was terrified. Stuttering. What are you doing? I'm warning you. Don't. Niem Hao leaned close to his face. Now it's your turn. Boom. He slammed Truong Tu's face straight into the dirt. Truong Tui was out cold, lying sprawled in a small crater made by that slam. The rest of the defense soldiers looked at each other in fear. Couldn't believe what just happened. He dodged bullets. Crushed a standard-issue pistol with bare hands. Nagim Hao looked at his own hand, feeling the power surging. Thinking. Physical strength enhanced by the beast core. Way beyond expectations. Fear took over. One guy screamed. Monster. Run, run. The whole group scattered. The patrol soldier from before ran up, face full of admiration. Bro, Nigiem. You were literally HIM just now, God mode. Niem Hao turned back. Oh. You okay? He replied happily. I'm good. I'm built tanky. Jia Tuan walked over on crutches. Voice full of gratitude. Niem Hao. Thank you. Niem Hao smiled. No need for thanks. Captain Jia. You always looked out for me. Now, I step up for you. Isn't that how it should be? Jia Tuan was still worried. But what if the defense force comes for you? Niem Hao reassured him. Captain Jia. Don't worry. I'm with the special task force now. The defense force wouldn't dare touch us. The scene shifts to a modern high-rise. Hitchthak City. Temporary base of the special task force. Tong Nui asked. Is the transfer paperwork done? Inside the office? Tong Nui spoke. I've sent your application to HQ. Niem Hao replied. Cool. She handed him a tablet showing the text assessment approved. HQ approved it. Niem Hao looked it over. Not bad efficiency, he asked happily. So I'm an official member now. Tong Nui cut him off. No. Hold your horses. Niem Hao. The real challenge starts now. Her eyes turned serious. You must head to HQ in Ho City immediately. Take the entrance exam for the Bloodshade Combat Unit of the Special Task Force. She added, but I believe with your strength, passing won't be an issue. Niem Hao smirked confidently. Got it. Just wait for me to set a new record. The military convoy moved forward. Crossing the big bridge leading into Ho City, an armored convoy tears down the highway. Engines roaring like beasts. Inside, Tong Rui drops the lore. This is Ho Than capital. Sector S. Crimson HQ is based here too. Niem Hao gets curious, asking, heard official Crimson members are at least D-rank fighters. Right. How do they even rank that? He asks, side-eyeing the patrol dude. The new guy? Thinking. Bro is weak as hell. Can he really handle the Crimson exam? Patrol guy felt exposed. Laughing awkwardly. Haha. I'm actually pretty durable. You know. Tong Rui cuts in cold. He joined logistics. Not combat. No combat tests needed. Logistics bro drapes an arm around a Niem Hao. All friendly. Logistics fights alongside you guys anyway. You'll be begging for my help later. Seeing that, Tong Rui switches lanes. Niem Hao. Wow, we've got a sec. Let's sync up. She starts breaking it down over the comms. People who trigger abilities like me are called fighters. Combat power is ranked S, A, B, C, W, D, and E. Spec Ops HQ has its own system. Basically comes down to body strength and stamina. For mutants, from trash to boss scout grade, hound grade, and overlord grade. Then you got behemoth and calamity. 5 levels total. Usually, an E-rank fighter claps a scout. D-rank handles a hound. B and C ranks take on overlords. An A rank goes toe-to-toe with a behemoth, and an S rank faces a calamity. Plus, Beast Core compatibility affects your rank too. Tong Rui adds. Neem Hao thinks. Core compatibility. Tong Rui continues. Yeah. In this apocalypse, only beasts mutated by the red mist have abilities. For fighters, humans rely on core armaments to sync with beast cores, to trigger an ability, physical stats, and luck, whatever, it all affects compatibility. The higher the sync, the better and stronger the abilities you unlock. If you can't sync with a core, you're capped at E-rank trash. Max. The armored car screeches to a halt. Roadblock ahead. A guard signals. Sorry. The road's closed. Traffic control. Please detour. A squad member steps out. Frowning. You dare block Spec Ops. The guard shoots back. Just doing my job. Bro. Literally no choice. Just then, a luxury car glides past the checkpoint like it owns the place. Tong Rui narrows her eyes. Just a crimson entrance exam. Why is a big shot from Luke Dang group here? Something sus. Inside the crimson exam zone, the candidates are packed. A voice booms with authority. Crimson is humanity's strongest shield and the sharpest blade of Spec Ops. A man in a sharp uniform steps out. That's Lam Dung Tin, Crimson's chief examiner. An A-rank fighter. He declares loud and clear. I don't care about your background. You're here. You follow my rules. No backdoors allowed on my watch. I don't care who you are. If you ain't got real skill, don't even dream of staying in blood red. He held out his hand. His gaze was sharp as a knife. Round 1. Physical assessment. Start. Neem Hao took off like a literal bolt of lightning in the 100-meter sprint while carrying 50 kilograms. He clocked in at 5.1 seconds. Insane. Next up, the electronic gravity kettlebell. Bro casually lifted 500 kilograms with one hand, leaving everyone's jaws on the floor. Finally, the punching force test. Neem Hao unleashed a god-tier punch right into the machine. Sparks flew everywhere. The screen just said error. The supervisor screamed in terror. The machine's wrecked. It can't even calculate the score. 10 minutes later, Neem Hao stood before the examiner, barely breaking a sweat. Reporting to the examiner. All tasks completed. Examiner Lam Dung Tin stared at the results board, face full of disbelief. Then he announced, completion confirmed. Total score 198 points. The other candidates immediately started yapping. 198. The highest rookie record was only 140. Before, one hater shouted out, is this kid hacking or something? He's cheating for sure. Bro is cooked. An assistant rushed over to report to the examiner, confirming the details. Coach Lam. The highest record for a new recruit really is 140 points. Another guy in the crowd. Trong Tan, little brother of the captain of the Shich Thach City Defense Squad, looked suspicious. His score beat the record by that much. He clenched his fist, muttering, I don't buy it. Examiner Lam Dung Tin turned to the assistant. Voice stern. I supervise this myself, and there's video surveillance. You think I'm letting him cheat? Truong Tan switched up real quick, laughing fake as hell. No way. No way. I wouldn't dare. Just curious. That's all. Then he walked right up to Neem Hao. So you're Neem Hao from the Shich Thach City Patrol Squad? Neem Hao replied coldly. What do you want? Truong Tan smirked, a hidden meaning in his eyes. Nothing much. Just wanted to say hi. We're from the same hometown. After all. But in his head, he was cursing. You little brat. Just you wait. A memory flashed in his mind, his older brother getting wrecked by Neem Hao. The humiliation my brother suffered, I'm gonna make you pay it back tenfold. Neem Hao watched him walk away. Eyes, dead, calm, same hometown. Huh. Examiner Lam Dung Tin walked over. That's Truong Tan. Rich kid from the Shich Thach City Defense Squad. You two know each other. Neem Hao answered instantly. Nope. But he thought to himself, Sichthoch City Defense Squad. So that's how it is. Those defense squad guys are rotten to the core. The examiner started announcing the official results. Here are the physical test results. Rank 30. Truong Tam. 89 points. Rank 29. Rank 3. Truong Tan. 123 points. Rank 2. Kim 1. 135 points. And rank 1. He stared straight at Niem Hao. He declared loud and clear. Niem Hao. 198 points. Kim O-Wan. A blonde girl with pigtails. A senior researcher from the Tech Intel Bureau. Squealed with excitement. I only came here for fun. But I didn't expect a rookie this OP this year. Oh. This is getting spicy. I've gotta research him real good. At the same time, the examiner announced. Top 15 on the list. Stay here. Next round. Beast Core Compatibility Test. Meanwhile, in a single dorm room, Truong Tan sat alone, looking absolutely furious. I should have bagged first place, he muttered. Who expected 2 total monsters to show up? TSK. A voice echoed in his head. If your brother wasn't playing lapdog for Luke Dang, you think you'd even qualify for this exam? The voice warned him. Mate, you've got one shot. Don't mess it up. Truong Tan clenched his fist tight. His eyes flashed with determination. For my brother? I have times to get into blood red. The scene shifts to the Beast Core testing stage. The top 15 candidates, all present, Examiner Lam Dung Tin explained. This test is simple. Just put on this gauntlet. He held up a metal arm guard and placed the Beast Core on it to run the test. He sternly announced the rules. Beast Core compatibility under 40% is an instant fail. Just so we're clear, I'll break down what a Beast Core actually is. A diagram popped up. First off, only beasts from Hound rank and up can generate a Beast Core. The stronger the beast, the higher the quality of the core. Once you slot a core into beast gear, you can use abilities just like the monster. Everyone has different compatibility based on that sync rate and your own talent. You'll awaken different attribute powers, like elemental, strength, support, or control. The examiner continued. This gauntlet is the lowest tier of beast gear. It just checks compatibility. You won't actually gain an ability. Once you officially join the Blood Red Spec Ops unit, you'll get way better cores and gear. He ordered the compatibility test to start. Let's begin. The first candidate stepped up. The screen showed rank D. Compatibility 39%. He collapsed to the floor, screaming in despair. My physical stats were ranked 5th. Why is this test harder than killing monsters? Next candidate. Another person successfully passed with 56% and shouted in joy. I passed. I actually passed. I'm getting into blood red. An assistant called out. Truong Tan. You're up. Truong Tan stepped up. Looking cold as ice, his eyes flashed with a blood red light as he slammed the gauntlet on. Asterisk clang times. The gear locked tight. He gritted his teeth, forcing his body to submit. Obey me. The big screen immediately flashed rank D. Compatibility, 60%. The crowd went wild. The strongest rookie last year only hit 56%. He's definitely the top dog this year. Truong Tan smirked, glancing at the others. Bunch of trash. I'm the strongest one here. While everyone was yapping, Niem Hao stood there, watching in silence. Suddenly, Kim O-Wan popped up from behind, asking curiously, You from Sichthoch City? How come I've never heard of a powerhouse like you before? She added playfully. I mean, I am the know-it-all of the Technical Intel Bureau, but you somehow flew under my radar. You're not simple, are you? She leaned in close to his ear and whispered, That weird spike in the red mist levels in Sichthoch City a few days back, that has something to do with you. Doesn't it? Niem Hao played dumb? Playing dumb. What are you talking about? I don't understand a single word. Kim Owen stepped back with a cute smile. It's fine if you won't admit it. Anyway, all you need to know is, I'm mad interested in you. Kai. She skipped away happily after dropping that bomb. Niam Hao cracked a smile and called out to her. Yo, Miss Know-It-All. Mind if I ask you for some info? Kim Oan turned back with a cheeky wink. Sure thing. But there's a catch. You just gotta score higher than me on the test. Do that. And I'll tell you times anything, times you wanna know. She stressed every word. Looking totally sus. And I mean times anything times just then. The proctor called her name. Next up. Kim On. She bounced up the stage. Coming. Coming. Standing on the platform. She shouted. Watch closely. Everyone. I'm gonna wreck Truong Tan's record right now, Niam Hao thought. Is she actually that cracked? But in the corner. Truong Tan scoffed. What a clown. Kim Oan confidently slotted the beast core into her gauntlet. Click. Locked in. She clenched her fist. Eyes glowing with confidence. Check this out. The results popped up. Leaving everyone shook. Fighter rank D. Compatibility 78%. No way. We've never seen stats like this before. Is the machine glitched? Kim Oan turned around. She gave a thumbs up and grinned. Then she ran right up to Truong Tan's face. Arms crossed. Looking smug. See, that told ya I'd wreck your record. Truong Tan was so triggered he just stuttered. He turned away. Eyes burning with rage. First, Niam Hao. Now this witch, I'm coming for both of them. Just then, the proctor's voice boomed. Last one. Niam Hao. Niam Hao stepped up. He thought. She's actually strong. Maybe she wasn't lying. She really does know a lot. Kim Oan giggled beside him. So, feeling the pressure, yet Niam Hao pointed right at her. Eyes, dead serious. For little Snow's leads, I have times to win this bet. Just you wait. He calmly placed the beast core onto his gauntlet, thinking. According to Tong Nui, my rank should be at least C, but this beast core feels just like the one I absorbed. They're both black. So what's the compatibility gonna be? He wondered as the gauntlet lit up. He clenched his fist. Hyped. Let's go. Let's see what I'm really made of. The screen instantly hit C rank. Everyone gasped. Straight to C rank, that's squad leader level. Suddenly, the screen glitched out with red text. Error, system failure. Calculating compatibility. Huh, where's the percentage? What's going on? Everyone held their breath. Finally, the number dropped. 0%. How? Niam Hao froze. Huh. Truong Tan burst out laughing, pointing right at him. Wahahaha. Useless trash. All that big talk for this, I'm dying. He kept roasting him. Even the beast core rejects you. Niam Hao stayed silent, staring at the gauntlet, acting weird. Suddenly, the beast core erupted with red light, wrapping around his arm. Crap, Niam Hao felt a crazy surge of power. He gritted his teeth. My body, it's forcibly devouring the core. Kim Oan rushed to the console, gasping. 0% compatibility. That's weird. This never happens. Even the trashiest score is at least 1%. The girl immediately tapped away on the control panel, her eyes glowing with pure hype. I gotta record this. The old man is gonna love this. Meanwhile, Chief Examiner Lam Dung Tin narrowed his eyes. He looked deep in thought. Oh, that kid's beast core. Truong Tan suddenly pointed a finger at Niam Hao, screaming like a snitch. Instructor Lam. Niam Hao stole the beast core. It just vanished from his hand. Lam Dung Tin frowned, barking in order. Niam Hao. Hands in the air. Let me see the gauntlet and the core. Niam Hao raised his hand, but the slot on his gauntlet was empty. The examiner growled. Where's your beast core? Niam Hao started sweating bullets, looking totally confused. Niam Hao spoke up immediately. He thought, this is bad. Then he quickly explained. I seriously don't know what happened. In a pinch, he bowed his head, calculating his next move at lightning speed. Gotta make up a lie right now, or I'm definitely ending up as a lab rat, deciding in a split second. He told himself. Time to gamble. I'll disguise the beast form as an ability, triggered by the core. Instantly, a burst of red energy exploded outward. His right arm mutated into a razor-sharp monster claw. It looked powerful. Truong Tan's jaw dropped. Eyes popping out. Sweating from fear. Holy crap. What the hell is that? Lam Dung Tin instantly drew his energy sword, shouting at the crowd. Everyone on high alert. Get back. Contrary to everyone's fear. Kim Owen's eyes sparkled like stars as she cheered. Whoa. Whoa. Is this beastification? Truong Tan stepped back in doubt. Beastification. That guy's infected. Meanwhile, Lam Dung Tin aimed his gun at Nguyen Hao, shouting. Everyone stand back. The chief examiner's gaze turned razor-sharp. Killer intent radiated from him as he thought. I have to put him down right here. Suddenly, Kim Oan rushed forward, waving her hand. Hey. Nguyen Hao, can you hear me? The monster arm started shrinking. Nguyen Hao turned to her, looking totally chill. What's up? Lam Dung Tin froze. He lowered the gun barrel but stayed on guard, asking, You didn't lose your mind? He raised his arm, which was returning to normal, and explained. Seems like it's the Beast Core's ability. It burrowed into me on its own. And then this happened. Kim Oan grabbed his arm, squealing with joy. No rampage state. This is a transformation ability. No way. This is a first-time discovery. The crowd of candidates behind them started buzzing. Lam Dung Tin holstered his weapon, chuckling. Kid, you hit the jackpot. Beastification with voluntary recovery. Never heard of it. That is definitely a rare ability. Nguyen Hao narrowed his eyes at the blonde girl beside him, full of suspicion. Who are you? Anyway, how do you know so much? Kim Owen just smiled, humming. Hey. She winked playfully, striking a cute pose. I told you. People call me the know-it-all. Lam Dung Tin placed his hand on her head, introducing her. This is Kim Owen, a blood camp candidate for this session. She's also a senior researcher at the Technical Intelligence Bureau. Her father, Major General Kim Thon, manages the entire technical research division. Kim Owen screamed. Instructor Lam, you leaked the secret. My mysterious vibe is totally ruined. He turned serious again, holding out his hand. All right. Show's over. Nguyen Hao. Hand over the beast core. Nguyen Hao scratched his head, looking awkward. He said, Ooh. Instructor Lam. It's not that I don't want to give it back. He pointed to the metal band on his wrist. It's that thing. It's literally camping out inside my body and refuses to leave. Watching from afar, Truong Tan grit his teeth, shocked. He thought the beast core actually crawled inside him, but then his expression shifted. Can't hide that wicked grin. Gotta alert Luke Deng's crew. Ass up. This dude is the perfect lab rat. Right after, Nguyen Hao gets dragged to a room with big radiation danger signs. He's just lying there inside this high-tech scanner. Blue light scans his whole body. The docs are glued to the analysis screen, completely shook. They're like, unheard of. How does a beast core grow inside a human? And get this. It looks like it's already fused with his body. There's no easy way to rip that thing out. A blonde guy with glasses steps up. The doctor asks hurriedly, Director Kim, what do you think? That's Kim and Thon, Deputy Director of Tech Intel. He rubs his chin, totally intrigued. Worth researching. This kid's definitely hiding more secrets. A researcher gets curious. Director Kim, what's the status? But inside, he's thinking, who is this kid? Really? What is blood color really sticking to the rule where compatibility under 40% gets rejected? Suddenly, Song Lim, Lieutenant General and Chief of Staff, shows up. He barks. Stop beating around the bush, old Kim. Spit it out. What's going on? He stares into the lab. I led the team that built that scanner with Luke Deng. I know better than anyone. That result isn't 0%. Kim Won shakes her dad's arm. Impatient. Dad. Come on, I'm dying of curiosity here. What's the deal with him, Kim? And Fan finally turns around. eyes wide with shock. The meter broke. His compatibility is unprecedented. It crashed past the theoretical max of 100%. He's broken the scale. Song Liam immediately orders his subordinate. Dong Tin? With me. Lam Dong Tin snaps to attention. Sir? Meanwhile, inside the scanner, Ngiem Hao feels the shift. His core is turning from black to red. Is it because I absorbed that small core? He closes his eyes. Thinking. Absorbing that overlord rank bug's core let me steal its ability, and awakened my own core. This time, absorbing a low rank one didn't give me a skill, but it buffed the core itself. A system window pops up in his mind. Core purity increased. Color dark black mixed with rust red. Red mist reserve increased. Red mist absorption rate increased. He realizes it's like old rusty iron. Dark red spotted with black gunk. In other words, the stronger the beast, the stronger I get. As long as I keep farming beasts, I can evolve infinitely. The scene cuts to a massive skyscraper. Blood Color Special Forces HQ. In the hallway, Song Air is in a heated argument. I brought Niem Hao here, so he joins my squad. What's the issue? A guy with glasses shoots back coldly. Captain Song watch your tone and remember your rank. And another thing, that C-rank rookie, aren't you a little too obsessed with him? Song Air turns to Song Liam, begging. Dad, I promised I'd get him on my team. You can't let me break my word as a soldier. Song Liam walks away cold, dropping a harsh truth. A soldier's honor belongs to the nation, not to an individual. Niem Hao is in Dung Tin's squad. That is final. The glasses guy side-eyes Song smirking. We're both squad leaders in Blood Color. You seriously trying to steal people from him? Get back to your post. That's an order. Song Rui clenched her fists. Totally unwilling but forced to obey. Roger that. She thought to herself, gotta find another way. Meanwhile, at the Scarlet Camp rest area, a loud shout rang out. Yun Hao. Big news. Jin Ying ran in, holding a paper and announcing with pure hype. New beast nest found between Lake City and Redstone City. They're sending Scarlet rookies to scout it. Yes. I already asked Instructor Lin to let us team up. Yan Hao is now C rank in the Scarlet Special Ops Squad. Squad member Lin Yongzin turned around, totally confused. The whole group prepared to head out. Lin Yongzin instructed. Mission goal is reconnaissance and assessing the threat level. 1. Stay alert. Even if it's a low-rank nest, things could still go wrong because of the red mist. Jin Ying, D rank, senior researcher at the Tech Intel Bureau, and also a member of Lin Yongxin's squad, said cheerfully, data collection is my specialty. Don't worry about it. I'll cover you. The armored convoy moved into the rugged mountains. Beast nest threat levels are split into 4 ranks: low, medium, high, and extreme. There are tons of different types too. Sitting in the car, the driver explained. The low-rank nest we're heading to is a hive type. Main feature is a simple structure, but the paths inside are complex. The deadliest part is the swarm of poison stinger bees, made up of a massive number of worker bees and a small number of soldier bees. Yan Hao pondered. A hornet's nest. One person could handle that. Right. Do we really need 3 cars? Suddenly, the driver gasped. Yan Hao looked ahead. Iron bees aren't just little honeybees. There's something up ahead. He looked out the window and froze. The sky outside turned pitch black. Little dots rushing in. A whole swarm of giant creatures came into clear view. Wait. These honeybees are that huge, someone screamed. Jin Yang corrected. I told you they're scout-class iron bees, not honeybees. The soldier driving, a former patrol corporal and current special ops orderly, shouted, everyone hold on tight. The vehicle swerved violently. As the swarm attacked relentlessly from the air, Jin Ying panicked. Not good. That's the Iron Bee Stinger attack. Our armored car can't tank this. Yan Hao acted immediately, his hand glowing a bright red. Leave the bees outside to me. Perfect time to test this new move. He placed his hand on the car door and shouted. Fusion boom. He kicked the mutated door straight into the swarm and leaped out at the same time. You guys find cover and defend first. I'll be back in a sec. Yanhao swung the car door, which had now turned into a giant weapon, shredding the iron bees in the blink of an eye. The driver stared at him, eyes wide. What kind of ability is that? Using a door as a weapon, Jin Ying explained. It's a transformation ability. He absorbed a beast core during the exam, she recalled. Back then, I thought he could only transform himself. I didn't expect he could coat objects with his transformation ability too. Jin Ying was insanely hyped, her eyes glowing. That means he can turn anything into a weapon. This is actually peak. I gotta record his combat data. Definitely studying this closely when we get back. Suddenly, a green beam shot out of nowhere, piercing through the swarm of iron bees, with terrifying destructive power coming at him. Yanhao instinctively threw up his mutated car door to tank the hit. He shouted in shock. Green, what the hell is this thing? Seeing his armor smoking like crazy, he gritted his teeth, plotting his next move. This stuff hits harder than those iron bee stingers. It could actually wreck my defense. Gotta figure out where that shot came from. If I don't, I'm definitely getting cooked eventually. Yanhao whipped his head around and screamed a warning to the squad. We got another enemy. Attack source unknown Kim Owen-ha. Everyone, watch out. Get to cover now following orders. The soldiers scrambled through the hail of gunfire. Get behind that rock. One soldier, with a flamethrower, tried to push forward. Iron bees are weak to fire. But Kim Owen yelled to stop him. Don't go out there. Before she could even finish, a streak of green light shot forward. It pierced right through the soldier mid-jump. Ah! His agonized scream cut off instantly as he vanished in a massive fiery explosion. Watching that happen, Yanhao kept his guard up and yelled at Kim Owen. What the hell is that green spike? Kim Owen-ha frantically checked her tablet. Her face went pale. It's a hound rank queen bee. Its stinger has venom that corrodes anything under C rank armor. A hound rank here. The intel was totally wrong. This isn't a low-level nest at all. Yanhao swung his shield, smashing the drone bees aside, making a split-second decision. He shouted, handle these small scout bees for me. I'm gonna go wreck that queen. Kim Owen nodded, her aura starting to flare up. Got it, she screamed. Ability activated. Kim 1. D rank. Elemental class. Basic ability wind force. Storm. Winds sharp as razors swirled violently, blasting the surrounding iron bees into the air. The storm ripped through the enemy lines, carving a path straight to the nest, right where the queen was hiding. Yanhao sprinted down the path she cleared. His eyes burned as he locked onto the target. Gotcha. The queen bee hissed in rage. It fired blazing red energy beams from its tail to counter. Yanhao dodged while morphing his weapon. Asterisk clank clank times. The sound of metal shifting echoed from his hands. That bulky car door had twisted into a jagged spiral spear. Sharp enough. This form works. He channeled all his power into his legs. He stomped the ground for momentum. Asterisk boom times energy started gathering around his entire body. Yanhao hurled the giant spear forward, shouting, "Go!" The spear tore through the air, heading straight for the queen as she tried to attack. A direct hit. The spear tip plunged deep into the monster's abdomen. But what happened next stunned everyone. Wait, no way. It got stabbed right through a vital point. But it's still standing. Kim Oaha stared at the stats, totally panicked. How does a hound rank have this much power? Is it because Yanhao hit the ground? Stumbling from exhaustion, Kim Oan rushed over, screaming, "Yanhao, don't let it get away." The wounded queen was flapping frantically, trying to flee. It's about to evolve into an overlord rank. Yanhao collapsed on his back, giving up. Let it run. I'm tapped out. Without that red mist to recharge me, my energy drained in a flash. If I'd known, I would have saved some stamina. Kim Oan stood over him with hands on her hips, teasing with a smirk. Hey, look at you. Acting like a dead fish. You trying to milk this for pity points? Do you need this young lady to give you CPR or something? Yan Hao scoffed coldly. I'm not interested in kids. Kim Won looked down at Nim Hao and pouted. Like. Who's the kid now? Huh. Then she pulled out an energy chocolate bar. She smiled and handed it to him. Here. Eat this first. Take a breather. Nim Hao turned away. All shy. And scratched his head. Actually, I'm out of stamina. But not, 'cause I'm hungry. A soldier ran up to check on Nim Hao. You guys okay? Nim Hao stood up and replied. We're good. Meanwhile, Kim On was checking her tablet and started barking orders. Clean up the battlefield a bit and set up a temporary camp while you're at it. We need to report this to HQ. ASAP. The soldier replied. Already done. Ma'am. After regrouping, the squad started moving toward that giant honeycomb structure. It was leaking dark red gas. Sitting right in the middle of the wasteland, Kim On checked the scanner on her wrist. Beep beep. Asterisk. She announced. Red mist levels in the beast nest are still low. We can go in if we suit up. Seeing Nim Hao hesitate, she said. You want to wait for backup. That queen bee is injured. It's the perfect chance to collect data and take it down. Plus, the threat level of this nest has spiked to mid-high rank. If we pull this off, it counts as completing a quest above our rank. We could get insane rewards. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the majestic headquarters building of the Special Task Force. Specifically, outside the Chief of Staff's office. Inside, a silver-haired general was arguing heatedly with the person across from him. The higher-ups are completely divided right now. We aren't the only ones hoping he becomes a high-tier combatant. There's also a bunch of mad scientists who want to turn him into a lab rat for research. He turned around solemnly, eyes sharp behind his glasses. Nim Hao is special. Keep a close eye on him. Suddenly, Lam Dung Tin's comms device started beeping. He startled. Emergency contact. The silver-haired general urged. Answer it. Now. Dong Tin replied instantly. Sir. After hearing the report, Lam Dung Tin panicked and shouted into the phone. What did you just say? The beast nest that Nim Hao and his team are scouting just jumped from low threat to high rank. Nim Hao and Kim On already went inside. The silver-haired general froze and muttered. Isn't that reckless? That girl Kim On might look like she messes around, but she's actually very careful. She wouldn't take a risk like that. Something's fishy. He immediately raised his hand and gave a decisive order. Deploy the nearest blood squad for backup. Tung Nui's team. Move out immediately. Primary objective. Ensure the safety of Kim Won and Nim Hao. Secondary objective. Destroy the beast nest. At the same time, a man walked in. Report. Lam Dung Tin was surprised to see a familiar face. Zong Qi, shouldn't you be in the hospital? The silver-haired general turned his back and asked. Zong Tin? I'm letting your younger brother continue to follow Tung Nui. You don't have a problem with that, do you? Dung Tin replied briefly. No. Sir. The general turned to order the newcomer. Lam Dung Qi. Report to Lieutenant Tung Nui immediately. You'll serve as her adjutant. That is an order. Lam Dung Qi bowed. Yes. Sir. Dung Tin secretly understood what was happening. Turns out, he was the one who arranged for him to be by Tung Nui's side all along. When everyone had left, the general stood alone in the room, waving his hand slightly. Go on. Then he thought to himself, Nui. My dear, I don't know why you're interested in Nim Hao, but this is the best your father can do for you. Back to the danger zone. Nim Hao and Kim On were suited up in tight combat gear, heading deeper into the cave. It's just me and Kim On who have the red mist combat suits. Hope this goes smooth. We walked a good distance inside, and didn't see anything weird. Kim Wen said. Energy readings haven't changed much. Actually, she was analyzing the situation, looking worried. But that queen bee from earlier, once it evolves to overlord rank, clearing this nest is gonna get way harder. Suddenly, Nim Hao shouted. Stop! Kim Owen flinched. Totally confused. Boom! A giant monster smashed through the rock wall and lunged at us. We both jumped sideways, barely dodging it. Niam Hao got a good look at the enemy and gasped. We're cooked. It's a mutated iron-armored stinger queen. Look at that size and the stinger on its tail, its overlord rank. Cold sweat ran down Kim Oan's face. She couldn't believe her eyes. It actually evolved? No way. How is that even possible? The red mist concentration is so low here. It's definitely not enough for it to rank up that fast. Things got worse as its minions started swarming in, surrounding us. And it wasn't just that the other scout stingers had been buffed too. Kim Oan stared at the glitching device on her wrist and screamed in rage. The red mist levels here went past the warning limit ages ago. Why didn't the analyzer alert us? As soon as she said it, she collapsed, coughing violently. Cough, cough. Niam Hao spun around, worried. Blood was trickling from the corner of Kim Oan's mouth. Kim Oan gritted her teeth, realizing the horrifying truth. The protective suits, they've been tampered with. The resistance against the red mist is failing. There's a mole in crimson. Niam Hao immediately stepped in front of Kim Oan to shield her. In that split second of life or death, Niam Hao grabbed her hand and yanked her along, shouting, "Run!" As he ran, he glanced at the thick red fog around them, calculating in his head. I was worried I didn't have enough red mist energy. But now it's being served on a silver platter. But I gotta get Kim Oange safe first. I can't fight properly in this kind of terrain. Spotting a cracked cliff face, Niam Hao unleashed a massive kick. Ha! He smashed the rock, creating a small opening. He pointed inside the crevice, signaling for Kim Oan to hide. It's hidden and has airflow here. She should be able to hold on for a bit. Niam Hao turned back to face the cave entrance and told her, "Contact HQ. Get reinforcements and fresh protective gear. I'll hold them off." Kim Oan instantly snapped back to reality, giving a confident salute. "Leave it to me. I'll update them on the data and everything happening inside the nest right now." Watching Niam Hao walk away, she suddenly called out, "Hey, Niam Hao." She pointed right at his face, her eyes fierce but worried. "If you don't come back, I'll drag you back from hell myself." Niam Hao turned his head, flashing a confident, manly smile to reassure her. "Don't worry. I'm definitely coming back." As soon as he left, the ground shook violently. The monster revealed its true form, a gigantic queen bee, covered in rugged armor. Niam Hao clenched his fists tight. He told himself, "I've finally got enough power to protect the people who matter." So this time, just like my promise to Tuet, I won't fail. Enemy data popped up on his scanner. Variant iron-armored poison stinger queen. Rank Overlord Plus. He raised his hand, blazing with red energy, eyes burning with battle spirit. "Bring it on. I absolutely will not lose." The swarm of worker bees covered the sky like dark clouds, diving down in a frenzy to attack him on the queen's command. Niam Hao focused all his energy into his palm, creating a blazing red orb. "Overlord rank carapace bug, eat this energy cannon." My remaining red mist energy is only enough for one shot. I can't miss. He braced himself, compressing his power to the absolute limit. Focus mind. Condense the critical strike right here. Crimson condensation, burst. Niam Hao screams, launching a beam of pure destruction straight at the bee swarm. A terrifying crimson explosion erupts, tearing through the cave's space. The energy beam hits its mark, causing a massive shockwave, wiping out everything in its path. Thick dust and smoke engulf the monster. Niam Hao squints, trying to see. Did it work suddenly? He notices a strange gas creeping around his feet. A red mist. Inside the thick fog, rows of glowing red eyes light up. That creepy buzzing sound starts up again. Niam Hao breaks into a cold sweat and gasps. No freaking way. Meanwhile, inside the crevice, time rewinds 3 minutes. Kim Owen is checking the gear. The analyzer was definitely tampered with. She uses a special tool to fix the circuit board. Done. This should be able to measure the red mist concentration properly now. But when the numbers pop up on the screen, her face goes pale with horror. Danger. Danger, red mist concentration is off the charts. But why are the readings so high? It's already double the danger limit. Suddenly, a strong blast of wind from the explosion outside hits, knocking Kim Owen over. She looks up at the crack and sees a blinding flash. A massive explosion outside. Kim Owen instantly realizes how bad this is. Crap. The explosion just stirred up the red mist even more. She checks the monster analysis data on her tablet. Because they're absorbing high concentrations of red mist, these bee swarms are evolving at high speed. Even the lowest scout rank has evolved into a hunter rank. Outside, Neem Hao's situation is getting critical. A giant bee lunges at him. Neem Hao punches one away, but two more rush in. Damn it. Why do they keep multiplying and getting stronger the more I fight? He blocks hit after hit. He feels his stamina draining fast. Even with the red mist all around, my recharge rate still can't keep up with the consumption. His mutated arm starts to crack under these constant impacts. If this keeps up, I'm cooked. Kim Owen hides in the cave watching the fight, anxious as hell. Can Neem Hao hold out? Suddenly, she sees strange red marks spreading on his neck. From his neck, that's red mist corruption. His protective gear must have been tampered with too. The scanner on her wrist starts beeping like crazy. Beep, beep. Kim Owen stares at the numbers going haywire. Still climbing. He's about to break. I can't just sit here and do nothing. She decides to act. First, I gotta blow away the red mist around Neem Hao. She raises her hand, gathering wind energy. Wind blast, Kim Owen yells, launching a powerful whirlwind straight at Neem Hao. The vortex engulfs him, blowing away the toxic red mist around him, creating a temporary safe zone amidst the monster siege. From her hiding spot, Kim Owen sees her chance. She gives a thumbs up and shouts. Now she slams the activation button on her wrist, screaming. Detonate instantly. A blue energy tornado explodes violently in the center of the cave, sweeping everything away. Neem Hao stands in the eye of the storm, stunned as the massive wind rips through everything. He blurts out, "Holy crap!" He looks around in panic as the red mist disappears. He screams in despair. Who the hell blew away the red mist? My energy recharge just got cut off. As the mist clears, the giant bees are fully revealed. They hiss furiously and rush into attack all at once. The needles launched, flying straight at Neem Hao. He scrambled to block the hit. Clang clang, metal clashed against metal. Looking at his arm, which was smoking heavily, Neem Hao gritted his teeth, realizing he was cooked. The poison on these needles caused paralysis. Before he could even react, a barrage of poison needles from the bee swarm ripped through the air again. Neem Hao's pupils shrank. Sweat poured down as he realized he was cornered with no way out. It's over. Can't dodge this. Right at that moment, a figure in armor slammed down like a meteor, shielding him from the front. That person turned their back, tanking the poison needles. Neem Hao stared in shock at the sturdy back that just saved him, and gasped. Vice Captain Lam Lam Dung Tree appeared with his C-rank stats on full display. Strength type, Beast Core. Pangolin Overlord. He roared. Battle's not over. Lock in. The bee swarm surged, like an endless tide, continuing to swarm in overwhelming numbers. Suddenly, purple lightning struck from the sky, piercing through mobs of monsters in a blink. Tung Ni pulled up looking absolutely badass with a heavy assault rifle, current crackling around her. C rank, Elemental type, Beast Core. Savage tier giant beast. She touched down lightly. Neem Hao lit up. Captain Tung, why are you guys here? Tung Ni replied coldly, eyes still scanning the area for threats. Received orders from HQ to back you up. She raised her hand, giving a sharp order to the squad. All units, raid, clear out this trash. The fully kitted soldiers shouted in unison. Roger, and charged forward fearlessly. Flamethrowers kicked into max gear. Team A. Suppress the front passage with high heat. Team B. Cover fire at mid-range. Amidst the chaotic sea of fire, a soldier yelled. Vice Captain Lam, you and Neem Hao fall back and rest. Lam Doom Tree replied. Copy that. Suddenly, a massive tail with sharp stingers lashed out from the shadows, aiming straight for them. A blazing red energy beam shot out at terrifying speed. Someone screamed a warning. What the hell? It's too fast. Vice Captain Lem. Watch out. Tung Ni fired back while shouting. Don't look back, keep running. Another Overlord rank. I can only use that move once. She focused all her energy into the gun, activating her ultimate skill, creating a massive electromagnetic field. Electromagnetic annihilation. A beam of destructive energy launched. The high-voltage field generated by this move would wreck and paralyze every object in range. The attack slammed into the target, triggering an earth-shattering explosion, grinding everything to dust. A massive thunderclap engulfed the boss monster, making the squad down below cheer. Look, Captain Tung's attack totally hit, but Kim On immediately warned. Hold up. That body shape, it's the Overlord rank Queen Bee, mentioned in researcher Kim's intel. Even though it tanked the hit, the monster still screeched and rocketed upwards. Dong Yi shouted. It's fleeing up top. I paralyzed it. It won't get far. Wipe out the surrounding bees. Prioritize the rescue. The whole team shouted. Roger, witnessing Tung Ni's power. The squad members couldn't help but gasp. Is Captain Tung actually this cracked? Well, last time in Redstone City, she didn't bring her main loadout, and didn't even wear combat gear, so she couldn't use her full power. After pushing back the wave, Tung Ni turned and asked, Where's Kim One? Yim Hao pointed at a rock. She's over there. Just then, a voice rang out. Ice Block Tong. Kim On stepped out, pouting but looking full of life. 10 minutes late and you'd be collecting this young lady's corpse. Tung Yi smirked back. Princess, big shot Kim. Remember to treat us. You still owe me for saving you last time. 2. The situation stabilized for now. Captain Tong calls the next shot. Captain Tong. Priority, objective complete. We secured the wounded. What's the move now? She didn't hesitate. Wipe out the swarm. We're clearing this dungeon. Meanwhile, Neem Hao was scheming. Perfect chance to sneak a refill on some red mist energy. Neem Hao stood apart from the group, clenching his fist. Red auras swirled around him, absorbing into his body. He was deep in thought. That red mist blast earlier didn't even scratch the Queen Bee. Gotta run it back. Feeling the power surge back, he let out a breath. Phew, almost topped up. Suddenly, Neem Hao whipped his head around. He sensed a massive threat incoming. From above, a giant spike slammed into the ground. The impact shook everything, terrifying the squad. Is that a crimson tornado instantly formed, sucking every bit of mist into its core? Someone screamed. It's draining all the red mist in the dungeon. The Queen Bee emerged in a new form, looking absolutely terrifying. Everyone froze. That stance. Is it ranking up again? No way. Didn't it just hit Overlord rank? Kim On stared at her scanner. It was blaring red alarms. She screamed in panic. Danger, danger, red mist levels are breaking past tier 4. Where is all this energy coming from? Is this actually a high-rank dungeon? The monster let out an earth-shattering roar, sending shockwaves through the entire cave. Behind it, a massive swarm of giant bees emerged. A soldier reported. Captain Tong, huge swarm of hound-rank bees at 6 o'clock. Neem Hao charged forward, yelling back at the team. You guys handle the minions. I've got a way to deal with the Queen. Tong Ni called out to him. Without hesitation, Tong Ni ordered the squad to back him up. Listen up, attack the swarm, cover Neem Hao. The team shouted in unison. Roger. The Queen Bee started blasting death rays at the ground. Neem Hao thought while running. Gotta end this now, or we're all dead meat. He kept moving at breakneck speed, slashing at it relentlessly. Neem Hao leaped into the air. He dodged a horizontal sweep. Just using claws won't cut it. He flipped mid-air, gathering blazing red energy in his hand. He unleashed his finisher. Crimson burst. A massive crimson explosion detonated right on the monster. Smoke and dust covered everything. Niam Hao watched the aftermath. A confident smirk on his face. Did I get her? But before the smile could fade, a sharp, pitch-black spike shot out of the smoke at insane speed. Niam Hao barely twisted his body to dodge. The spike slammed into the ground. He realized, pure energy blasts aren't enough to crit this thing. I need a weapon. His eyes locked onto the object stuck in the ground next to him. Huh. The Queen Stinger. Niam Hao immediately grabbed the giant spike. He coated it in red mist energy. Morph. Adapt. Bind. He gripped his new weapon. Niam Hao shot into the air, aiming straight for the hovering queen. Below him, the soldiers were still struggling against the swarm. He poured all his strength into his arm. The spike sword glowed blood red. I'm dumping every last drop of red mist into this. He faced the giant monster head-on. Niam Hao swings his weapon high, shouting with pure pride. Since you gave me a weapon, then I've got a massive present to pay you back. Niam Hao pours all his strength into the glowing red spear. In his hand, his eyes flash with a lethal glint. Red mist. The spear effect rips through the air, slashing a critical hit right through the mutated queen bee's massive body. A ground-shaking explosion erupts, blowing everything away in a sea of fire and smoke. From the center of the blast, a bright red object shoots up high, radiating pure energy. Niam Hao looks up, pupils shrinking in total shock. That's an Overlord rank beast core. He doesn't hesitate, reaching out to snatch it. I'll take that, Pop. The beast core touches his hand and instantly melts, diving right into his chest, leaving Niam Hao shook. This energy is insane. Instantly maxed out my internal core. The massive power overloads his body. Red lightning shoots out everywhere. Arg, I can't hold it. At the same time, the lightning clears out every single worker bee left nearby. From afar, a soldier cheers. Captain, the whole swarm got wiped. Feels like they suddenly got nerfed. Tang Ni immediately orders. Go back up Niam Hao. Right now. But right then, Niam Hao's body sways and collapses. Thud. Tong Ni gasps. Huh. Huh, she shouts, rushing towards him. Niam Hao, the whole team runs over. Beside Niam Hao's unconscious body, Kim Oan checks her computer and reports in panic. Heart rate is spiking. 3 neural signals are going haywire. Terrifying veins bulge all over Niam Hao's body. He groans in pain. Kim Oan concludes. He was exposed to too much red mist. He might lose his sanity. Tang Ni turns and orders decisively. Adjutant Lim. Use the mobile medical pod. Block neural transmission. Lam Dung Tree replies briefly. Roger. At the temporary camp outside the beast nest, the armored vehicle carrying Niam Hao has arrived safely. Outside the vehicle, a soldier asks worriedly. Adjutant Lim. Hao's brother Ingyam is he okay? Lam Dung Tree reassures. Stable for now. He turns to Kim Oan. Kim Wan, you started as a technical officer. Adjust the medical pod parameters and monitor it. I'm leaving it to you. She replies. You got it. The modern medical pod closes. A robotic voice sounds. Medical pod initializing. Starting anesthetic injection. Inside the pod, Dong Yi looks at Niam Hao through the glass. Speaking seriously. This can only hold it back for now. We have to get back to HQ fast for treatment. Kim Oan nods. I know. At this moment, in his chaotic subconscious, Niam Hao faces a dark version of himself. It taunts. Give me your body. Let the beast take over. Memories rush back like a movie. Flickering images of his father and little sister appear. I don't want to die, Dad, little twit. Little Twit's crying echoes in his head. Sorry, Dad, little twit. Niam Hao's consciousness sinks deeper into darkness. It's all over. But the image of a happy family appears clearly again. His father's voice rings in his ears. Take good care of your sister. Big brother. Survive, son. You have to survive. And the promise to little Twit. I promise you, I'll definitely come back safe. Little Tuit is still waiting for me. The voices of teammates, of Kim Won, of Tong Ni ring out, waking up his fighting spirit. Nim Hao, you're a soldier. The fight isn't over. Focus, brother Nim. If you can do this, I am not letting you give up like this. Nim Hao. Wake up. Wake up. Now. Nim Hao's eyes snap open in his mind space. Everyone is waiting for me. No, it's not over. I want to live. He struggles free from the dark chains binding him, shouting, I have to find Little Tuit. I gotta protect everyone I care about. No way I'm going down here. Guillaume Hao stares at his hand, eyes locked in. This isn't just on me. It's on you times two. He reaches out to the dark avatar, chained up in midair. Come back. Everyone's waiting for us. The two avatars merge into one. Guillaume Hao gasps, feeling that power surge. It's wild, but dangerous. Pant. Is this the price I gotta pay for getting cracked? Every breakthrough feels like dancing on the edge of a cliff. Wait. Why can't I open my eyes? Can't even move my body. Meanwhile, outside in the real world, the convoy is struggling through a massive sandstorm. Asterisk. Whoosh. Whoosh. Asterisk. The wind is screaming. The driver squints at the road, panic in his voice. Sandstorm's too heavy. I can't see a thing ahead. It's too risky. He turns back. Captain Tong, there's some city ruins 3 kilometers up. Should we take cover there? Tong Nui thinks for a sec, then asks, Kim Won, what's Nim Hao's status? Kim Owen-hae keeps her eyes glued to the screen. Vitals are stable for now, but he hasn't regained consciousness. Tong Nui makes the call. Vice Captain Lam, head for the ruins. Tell the rear vehicle to follow. The armored convoy steers into Duna, a massive abandoned dome structure hidden in the blinding sand. The vehicles stop in the huge hall, and the order drops. Everyone dismount and rest, but the second she steps out, Tong Nu gets a bad vibe. She turns to Kim Oan. Kim Wen. Something's off. Scan the area immediately. Check structural stability, red mist levels, and heat signatures. Kim Won nods. On it. Next to the medical pod holding Nim Hao, Tong Nui orders the soldiers. Guard him with your lives. This is a top priority mission from HQ. They all shout. Roger, but in the shadows, masked figures with crossbows have already surrounded them. A rain of poison arrows flies down from above. One soldier gets hit and drops in agony. Lam Dung Tri screams. Ambush, take cover. Now, he activates his hardening ability to tank the hits. Arrows slam into the armored car. Thud thud thud. Kim Owen realizes in horror. Those arrows are coated with poison stinger bee venom. Suddenly, a massive boulder crashes down from the ceiling. Tong Nu shouts. Scatter. She activates her ability instantly. Purple lightning blasts out, shattering the boulder into pieces times boom asterisk. Tong Nui lands safely, but sharp debris is flying everywhere. Lam Dung Tri rushes to shield Kim Owen, bracing himself against the jagged rocks. Little Ein. Watch out for the debris, Kim Owen-hae screams. Ah, from above. A mocking voice echoes. Don't let him run. Rob him blind. A bunch of glass bottles filled with green liquid get tossed down. Have a taste of this. The bottles shatter on the ground, releasing a weird green smoke. Tong Nu squints. What is that? She covers her mouth and yells. Not good. That's fluid from an overlord rank beast. The gas causes paralysis. The masked bandits jump down and rush in. Get 'em, wreck them all. One bandit swings a giant axe at Tong Nui, laughing maniacally. Ha 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 ha. Little girl. Hand over the loot. Tong Nai dodges and snaps. Get lost. She lands a lightning-charged kick on him. Asterisk. Bam times. The bandit goes flying into the wall. But right then, an iron chain comes flying out of nowhere, wrapped tight around the medical pod. Tong turned back, but it was too late. She gritted her teeth as her body started going numb. Damn it. Paralyzed. The bandits cheered like they just won the lottery. Got him, hooked it. Pull, hurry up. Those guys defended this metal box with their lives. There's definitely god-tier loot inside. Seeing them about to drag the pod away, Kim Oh-won screamed out, "Don't you dare touch him." She rushed in to stop them. But bam! An arrow shot right through her leg. She collapsed to the ground. Writhing in pain, Kim Oh-won slumped over, barely able to gasp out his name. Neem Hao. Inside the dark medical pod silence. Suddenly, Neem Hao's body started glowing with a blinding red light. His breathing got heavy, panting hard. Tong Er rushed over to help Kim Oh-won up, voice shaking with worry. "Hang in there. Don't talk." But inside, she was fuming. Regret and rage were eating her alive. Not only did she let Neem Hao get snatched, but she also let Kim Oh-won get hurt. How could she fail this badly? It's a total disaster. Kim Oh-won gasped for air, struggling to speak. "We have to save Neem Hao." Snap. Tong Er ruthlessly broke the arrow shaft in Kim Oh-won's leg. She said with a deadly serious face, "That'll hold for now. Don't move around." Then she analyzed the situation. Those bandits, they set this ambush way before we even got here. It's weird. How the hell did they know our route? Lam Dung Tri ran up to report. "Captain Tong, the area is secured. Most of those trash bandits escaped while we were dealing with the poison." Tong Er replied. "There's a massive sandstorm outside. No way they can move Neem Hao on land. They must have gone underground." Another soldier sprinted over. "We found an abandoned elevator shaft. Preliminary scans show it's gotta be the entrance to their hideout." Tong Er barked the order. "Assemble immediately." She stood before the pitch-black elevator doors. She gave the final directive. Next phase. Rescue operation. Objective: retrieve Neem Hao. Team A. Lock down the exit. Protect Kim Oh-won at all costs. Vice Captain Lam and Team B. You're with me. We rappelled down, standing before Team B as they geared up. Tong Er commanded loud and clear. "Success is the only option. Failure is not allowed." The whole squad responded in unison. "Yes, ma'am." Just then, a frantic young man stepped forward. "Captain Tong, please let me go with you." But she shut him down instantly. "No, you're not combat personnel. Besides, it's unknown territory down there. You and Kim Oh-won stay with Team A. Guard the rear." He kept pushing, face full of worry. "Neem Hao is my best friend. He saved my life once. Now he's the one in danger. How can I just stand here doing nothing?" Seeing his resolve, Tong Er finally softened up. "Fine. Stick to me like glue. Do not get separated." He lit up immediately. "Yes, ma'am." Scene cuts to the bandit lair underground. One guy was struggling with the heavy metal box. "This thing weighs a ton. What the hell is inside anyway?" Another one roared. "Forget about that. If it was hidden in an armored truck, it's definitely a treasure. Now everyone back off." A buff bandit swung a giant weapon and smashed it down on the medical pod. Sparks flew everywhere. Clang. The sound of metal on metal was ear-piercing. As the axe blade slammed into the pod's hard steel shell, the bandit leader panted, totally pissed off. "What the hell? This thing is tougher than a bank vault. We broke a bunch of crowbars and sledgehammers, and it hasn't even got a scratch." While they were stuck, a blonde kid in the gang raised his hand to speak up. "I can open it, but we have to go deeper underground." The leader growled, skeptical. "What kind of nonsense is that? Down there is a death trap. Last time, 3 guys went in, still haven't seen him come back." The bandits started yapping among themselves. "Yo kid, you daydreaming. Not even rats can survive down there." But he stayed confident. "I saw it. The key to open it is right there. You wanna bet?" The leader grabbed the kid by the collar. "Huh, who do you think you are? If it opens, we let you walk. If not, I'm killing you and your whole crew." Inside the pod, Neem Hao was wide awake, listening to the threats outside. "Try anything funny, and you're dead." He calmly analyzed the situation. "Don't know what happened after I lost control, but looks like I'm in the enemy's base." As they carried the pod deeper underground, Neem Hao noticed something different about himself. "After the core leveled up, my sensory perception got a massive buff. I can feel the immediate surroundings and deep underground. A status board popped up in his mind. He could feel his body's condition too. 1 core rank rust red. 2 red bone reserves, 67%. 3 evolution ability beast form. Claw. And bind. 4 rogue ability, red bone bullet, and poison gland. Must have snatched that poison gland from that bee. The group stopped in front of a massive beast skeleton. The bandit shouted, "This is it, kid. Don't you try anything funny?" The leader pointed at the skeleton. Hyped. "This right here is the key. Bring the iron box here." Suddenly, a blinding light exploded outwards, followed by a violent boom. "Kid, this better work. If not," a deafening crash cut him off. Dust filled the air after the blast. A lackey panicked and yelled, "Boss!" The box had opened itself. The medical pod's lid flew off in the haze. From the shadows, Neem Hao coldly activated his new ability, Poison Gland. Deadly green gas started leaking from his fingertips. The bandits couldn't react in time, just screaming in agony. "Arga! Poison! It's poison!" The toxin seeped into their skin, causing excruciating pain. Neem Hao stepped out of the smoke, standing tall over the fallen bandits. "Not bad. Crowd control skills are actually pretty useful." The leader stared at him, his face full of horror. Damn it, there was a living person inside. "Don't tell me," he screamed like a madman. "You guys let me steal this on purpose, just to infiltrate my hideout." Neem Hao just replied indifferently, "What the hell are you yapping about?" The leader's rage hit its peak. The leader flexed, his muscles bulging. "I used to be a D-rank warrior. Crushing trash like you is as easy as squashing an ant." He swung his blade, charging with killing intent. "You dare play me, die." But Neem Hao just smirked. D-rank. In an instant, a notification popped up, Poison Gland activated. He threw a massive punch right into the leader's face, mocking him. "Is that it?" He couldn't even react. The impact sent out a massive shockwave. Explosions echoed, shattering the rock walls around them. Neem Hao stood calmly in the rubble, turning his head. Neem Hao looked down coldly at the trembling kid. "You want some of this too?" As soon as he spoke, the kid was so terrified his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. Thud. He passed out. Neem Hao turned around, looking at the giant skeletons in shock. "How are there so many beast remains down here?" He walked closer. He closely examined the cracks on the bones, realizing the damage wasn't natural. It was inflicted. "Looks like these mutant beasts didn't die of old age. Someone trapped them here for a deathmatch, like a beast arena." Suddenly, immense pressure slammed down from above. You could hear Song Rui's scream from 10 floors away. He smirked, crushing the debris in his hand. "That woman has zero chill." Meanwhile, upstairs, the soldiers were unloading their clips to suppress the remaining bandits. Lin Yangzi braced himself against the bullet rain, his body turning into shiny black steel. Hardening activated. Clang clang, damn it. "What the hell? That guy is bulletproof." Seizing the opening, he threw a thunderous kick, sending the enemy flying. Bam! Once things cooled down, a soldier ran over to report. "Captain Song, this area is secured. No sign of Sister Kim yet. Or Yan Hao." Song Rui didn't hesitate. "Keep looking." She frowned at the deep scratches on the cliff walls. Beast claw marks were everywhere. "Seems like they're hiding a secret here." Right then, the comms beeped urgently. "Captain Song, Sister Kim's tracker detected Yan Hao right below us." What's up?" "Signal just died." Song Rui's face went pale. She shouted anxiously, "No, the medical pod might be wrecked. Yan Hao's in trouble." Right at the peak of tension, Yan Hao casually walked out of the rubble, carrying that teenager on his shoulder like it was nothing. "Everyone good, Yan Hao?" Song Rui breathed a sigh of relief but still had doubts. "Yan Hao, are you okay?" "I'm fine now." "What the hell was down there anyway?" Yan Hao looked into the dark pit, voice low. "Probably an abandoned beast arena." "Captain Song, wanna investigate?" Song Rui thought for a moment, then made the call. "Priority is retreat. We'll come back to check it later." Yan Hao. Who's the kid? He set him down. Suddenly, the teenager on his shoulder woke up, struggling to break free. Trying to run. His eyes were glowing red. He pulled a knife like a maniac and rushed Yan Hao. Die slash. The sharp blade stabbed right into Yan Hao's left chest. Instantly, tough red scales popped out, blocking the blade. Partial beast transformation scale armor. Crack. Yan Hao leaked killing intent, grabbing the kid by the neck. You really got a death wish. You soldiers are all scumbags. The kid twisted in pain, blood pouring from his mouth and eyes. Die. Just kill me. Yan Hao narrowed his eyes, spotting the bad signs. This is a symptom of red bone infection. He instantly knocked him out. A red card dropped from the kid's pocket. Lin Yongji bent down and picked it up. Surprised. He stared at the card. Stunned. Red Stone Patrol. 7th Squad. Ashua. This is my buddy's ID. Song Rui took the card, checking the face, then looking at the kid. Photos way older, but the eyebrows match. Probably brothers. She barked an order. This kid's in bad shape. Get him to therapy and investigate. Infection still early stage. Yan Hao put his hand on the kid's back, using his special power, draining the red bone energy from his body. Might still be able to save him. After a long ride, the convoy finally made it back. Arrived at Hothon Base. Special Response Team Command. Guards scrambled, shouting, "They're back. Go tell young Master Zhang." As soon as possible, Song Rui hopped off the truck, barking orders at Adjutant Lin. Get Kim Oan to the infirmary. Move, Lin Yangji replied. On it, but a squad of guards blocked their path. What's the deal? Sorry. Per the latest quarantine protocols, the guard put his hand up, looking arrogant. Everyone back from the high-risk red mist zone needs immediate quarantine. Lin Yangji was pissed. Since when is that a thing? The guard stood his ground. Orders from above. Strip down for decontamination. Now, and a full inspection. Song Rui shouted coldly. Who gave these so-called orders? I'm their commander. Song Rui demanded. Tell your boss to get his face out here. Now. From a distance, a guy in a fancy vest walked up with an armed squad. Asterisk click-clack. Asterisk who's refusing inspection. He smirked when he saw Song Rui. Oh. Captain Song, my bad. Misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. He thought to himself. Why is Song Rui back with Yan Hao? Song Rui stared him down. Did you order these grunts to do this? He shrugged calmly. I'm in charge of rookie quarantine. Captain Song and researcher Kim are veterans. Obviously. You guys don't need checking. Then he turned to Yan Hao with a scheming look. Yan Hao, this is for the base's safety. Just cooperate. Yeah, Song Rui cut him off. No need. Her voice turned menacing. Who the hell do you think you are? You don't run things here. Song Rui led her team and walked away. Cold, she didn't even look back. Ignore him. But Zhang Jin shouted. Hold it, he pointed aggressively at the boy on. Lin Young's is back. His voice full of disgust. You bringing that filthy thing inside? Lin Yongji snapped back. He's not filthy. He's my comrade's little brother. Zhang Jin smirked viciously at the kid's background. Oh. He's from the patrol squad. Trash belongs in the garbage. Seize him. The guards aimed their guns at Lin Yongzi. He ground his teeth in rage. Yu Zhangjin gloated. What, gonna disobey orders? Song Rui spun around, furious. Zhangjin. You dare? But a hand stopped her. Asterisk, swish, asterisk. Yan Hao stepped up, eyes flashing with murderous intent. Venom gland activated. I got this. He tapped Zhang Jin's shoulder. His voice was low, threatening. Zhang Jin. Stop. Zhang Jin flinched and turned. You want to fight suddenly? Zhang Jin's pupils shrank, his face pale with horror. Is this poison? When did you? Yan Hao looked at him with a mix of pity and contempt. I know you hate my guts. But your tricks are cheap. Stop now while you can. The poison hit instantly. Zhang Jin dropped to his knees. Yan Hao looked down, mocking him. Look at you. 2 words, and you're already on the floor. He turned to the stunned guards. Yan Hao smirked. Hey, your new squad leader looks tired. Take him to rest. The guards trembled. Yes, yes, sir. As he was dragged away, Zhang Jin glared back at Yan Hao. Leader, what's wrong? Yan Hao, well played. You just wait. Song looked at Yan Hao. Totally sus. What did you do to him? He just smiled calmly. Relax. Just put him out of commission for 2 days. The scene shifts to the medical bay, where high-tech gear is running at full capacity. My protective gear was sabotaged with a slow-acting corrosive. After hitting the red mist, at high concentrations, the protection failed instantly. There's a mole who didn't want Jinying making it back alive. The chief of staff gave Yan Hao a knowing look. Yan Hao, you're a target too, but he replied calmly. Chief, I'd say I was their main target all along. Jinying just got caught in the crossfire. He adjusted his glasses, deep in thought. Is that so? Until we clear this up, you two are grounded. No field missions. Jinying's dad, looking haggard and worried, told the chief. Old song. Looks like HQ has some rats we need to exterminate. I hope you send someone you trust to protect my daughter and Yan Hao. But if this slips up again, neither of us can handle the fallout. The chief nodded, eyes flashing with determination. I know. He turned to his daughter, ordering her like a superior officer. Error. For now, your top priority quest is guaranteeing their absolute safety. She stood at attention. Understood. Father, time flew by. A title pops up. A few days later, Yan Hao sat deep in thought, on a stone bench in the base courtyard. He looked up at the sky, mindful of unsolved puzzles. Field quests are paused. The army has a mole. Zhang Jin from City Defense. Ah Shuo from Patrol Team. What's my next move? While he was lost in thought, Lin Yongzhi's urgent voice rang out from afar. Brother Yan. Brother Yan, he quickly asked. What's up? Something happened. Lin Yongzhi ran over, panting, and whispered a secret in Yan Hao's ear. When I checked that kid, I accidentally found a photo. The girl in it looks exactly like your little sister. Hearing sister, Yan Hao froze, then excitedly gripped his friend's shoulder tight. Are you for real? Lin Yongzhi yelped in pain. Brother Yan, it's gonna break. My arm's gonna break. They both rushed to the hospital room. The sliding door swooshed open. Doctor. What's his status? The doctor checked the electronic chart and explained. He's stable for now but needs more monitoring. However, there's something weird. When he arrived, the infection was critical. Why did it suddenly drop these past few days? Yan Hao walked up to the hospital bed, giving the doctor a cold stare. What are you doing? He replied firmly. Sorry. Doc, command internal investigation coming up. Please step out for a bit. The doctor hesitated before leaving. I know he's a bandit, but his symptom reduction is very unique. I hope you don't. Yan Hao cut him off. I know, because the red mist infecting him was all purified by me. Holding the photo in his hand, Yan Hao's pupils constricted. He gasped in total shock. Chao Chu. Just then, the teen on the bed woke up, saw Yan Hao holding the photo and screamed in panic. What are you doing? That belongs to my brother Yan. Hao held up the photo, his impatient gaze overwhelming the kid. This girl? Where did you meet her? A boy lying on the hospital bed, shaking. He recalled the painful memories from 6 months ago before reaching the refugee camp. Niam Hao gripped the photo tighter, his voice low and urgent. Where is she right now? The kid turned away in despair. I don't know. Then the fear just exploded. The boy screamed, hysterical. I don't know, they all disappeared. Yeah. My brother too. He clearly told me to wait in the city for him. Said he'd be right back. Watching the boy's reaction, Niam Hao froze, remembering his own promise from years ago. I'll definitely come back for you. Okay, you have to come back. I promise I'll come get you. Lam Dung Tri stepped up, looking deep in thought to report the situation. Niem. Bro. A Thak was sent to move refugees, but got pulled for another quest halfway through. Then he went MIA. I don't really know the details. We probably need to check the mission logs for specifics. Niem Hao went silent. Suddenly, he placed a hand on the boy's chest and activated his power. Lam Dung Tri freaked out. Bro, what are you doing? He put a finger to his lips, signaling with sharp, cold eyes. Shh. Keep this on the down low. After using his purification ability, Jim Hao spoke calmly. So that's it. No wonder his infection suddenly cleared up. All right. I'll help you find your brother. But you gotta tell me all the intel about you and that girl in the photo 6 months ago. The boy looked at Niem Hao with full hope. He held out the photo like a pact. If I talk about that girl, you'll really help me find my brother. You can try trusting me. Still shook by that weird feeling just now, the kid asked. Did you just do something to me? Niem Hao replied. Think of it as good for both of us. Finally, the boy closed his eyes and started the story. Okay. 6 months ago, scene shifts to the base cafeteria. The soldiers were eating loudly. Lam Dung Tri ate while whispering anxiously. Nengyem. Bro, you really want to go back? Niem Hao's eyes were locked in. No hesitation. Of course, little Tuyet has been missing for over 6 months. I can't wait any longer. Lam Dung Tri looked at his friend. Totally torn. What about Team Tong? She said there's a mole in the army. Someone's out to get you. That's why she told me to stick with you and report any intel to her. Niem Hao let out a cold, killer aura. He said firmly. I came here for little Tuyet. Nobody gets in my way. Suddenly, a shadow loomed behind him, followed by Tong Nu's cool voice. Who wants to stop you? Kim Owain walked up, happily showing off her recovery. Lam Dung Tri was shocked. Sis Kim, your leg injury is healed. Yep. The high-level medical care from Chi Huet is totally cracked. Tong Nu Wai got serious. Let's move. Can't talk here. In the small meeting room, Niem Hao frowned at the girls. How did you guys find out? Kim Owain flashed a knowing smile and held up a tablet. It showed the surveillance feed of the infirmary. Lam Dung Tri jumped up. Says Kim. Turns out you've been watching us the whole time, Kim Owain teased. Why you making it sound so sus? She winked playfully. I'm just protecting everyone. You know. Look. Internal affairs are messy right now. What if you guys suddenly got kidnapped? Totally possible. Tong Nu explained to reassure Niem Hao. I told Kim Owen to pull that footage. After that, doctor left. He came straight to me to report. Ah. Tong Nu looked straight into Niem Hao's eyes with sincerity. Niem Hao. I'm not gonna stop you. I told you. I've got your back. Just hope you can try trusting me too. Niem Hao actually looked shook by the support. Suddenly, Tong Kim Oan leaned in close, looking super hyped. Me too. Okay, give me a little trust here. Didn't you say you wanted to investigate something? I've got some exclusive tricks for that. Lam Dung Tri jumped up too, pledging loyalty. Brother Niem. Yeah. Count me in too. I'll always support you. Tong Ni tapped the table, getting straight to the point. So, Niem Hao. What's the plan? Can you break it down for the squad? Niem Hao smirked with confidence, eyes burning with determination. You got it. Meanwhile, under a gloomy sky, their next destination appeared, the outskirts of Redstone City ruins. Standing in front of a secret tunnel, a guard's voice boomed from the shadows, demanding the password. A stranger replied. Omnipresent. Nowhere and everywhere. Immediately, the door opened with a grunt. Get in. Deep inside the lair, a red-haired guy rushed in, panting. I need to see Boss Hong. It's urgent, but he got blocked. Boss Hong ain't got time for you. He hurriedly stressed. It's about Niem Hao. He's leaving Lake City right now, heading to Redstone City. Hearing that familiar name, the underling picked up the phone with a nasty grin. Boss Hong? We got intel on Niam Hao. The red-haired guy stood there, looking smug as hell, with eyes full of bloodlust. He thought, Niam Hao he. You are absolutely cooked. A few days later, at the Redstone City outskirts checkpoint, the scene was total chaos, as soldiers blocked all the convoys, ignoring the people complaining, "What the hell are you doing?" The soldiers coldly barked orders. City Defense Squad orders. Every vehicle entering the city gets searched. Roll down the window. Let me see your face. Name what's your business here. Sitting inside an orange supercar, stuck in traffic. Niam Hao frowned, watching them. What is the City Defense Squad even doing? Order is completely wrecked. This is sketchy. Never seen them this active about city defense before. Tong Ni glanced at the luxury interior and smirked. Sweet ride. Didn't know you were into this stuff. Jim Hao calmly explained. This isn't a military mission, so we can't use a military vehicle. Taking my personal car is more low-key. Worried about the one left behind. Tong Ni asked quietly. Is it okay to leave Sis Kim at HQ, all by herself? I asked Deputy Lam to look out for her. There shouldn't be any issues. He went back to explaining the plan. Kim Oan said she has her own ways to help me with the investigation. Since only HQ can access what she needs, I left her there. Plus, she can use military channels to support us remotely. Their chat was cut off by a sharp bang on the window from the security guard. Suddenly, a warning siren screamed from above. Beast attack. 1 kilometer out. The guard checking their car went pale instantly. On the horizon, a pack of savage wolves with fur as hard as steel came rushing in like a storm. Iron-back wolves. Seeing the horror unfold, the guards immediately turned and ran for their lives. They ditched the checkpoint. Damn it. Fall back. Move. Watching the chaos from the car, Tong Ni shouted in rage. Are these scumbags serious? Blocking the civilians here and now leaving them to die? Hell no. I can't just sit here and watch innocent people get wrecked. Niam Hao kicks the door open and steps out, his eyes burning with pure determination. I got this. A pack of savage iron-back wolves is swarming the checkpoint. Ear-piercing roars echo through the chaos. A man is running for his life in total panic. With death literally breathing down his neck, he screams in despair. Help, save me suddenly. Niam Hao interferes. His arm transforms into a razor-sharp demon claw, slicing the air with a loud times-clang asterisk, making the victim gasp in shock. A human. After clearing the danger, Niam Hao stands tall like a boss amidst the monster corpses. He coldly warns the stunned civilians. If you want to live, run now. But the scout rank ironback wolves just keep coming out of the woodwork. A pair of red eyes growls with murderous intent. Asterisker, time standing before the monster encirclement. Dark memories from the past suddenly flood back, making Niam Hao clench his fists tight. This scene is way too familiar. Blood-stained fragments of memory flash before his eyes, along with the agonizing cries of the people. Run, save us. Niam Hao unleashes his power. He lands a brutal finishing blow on the wolf's head, swearing an iron oath. I won't let that happen again. The soldiers at the guard post are terrified by that insane strength. Where the hell did that monster come from? He wiped out the beasts in a blink. Quick, notify Captain Trung. That guy has arrived in Redstone City. Copy that. Niam Hao calmly retracts his hand and turns back to his squad. Handled it gently. Lam Doon Tree is excited. Brother Niam. You're actually him. That was peak. Truly worthy of the Bloodstop warrior. Dong Ni steps in. Leave the rest to me. She marches straight toward the city defense soldiers who are looking around nervously. She shouts, Hey, you city defense soldiers over there. Tong Ni holds up her military ID with authority, commanding them. I am Dong Ni, captain of the Bloodstop squad. Special response team. I order you to stop the inspection immediately. Let the civilians into the city. Do I make myself clear? The yellow supercar tears through the wind, speeding into the city. Tong Ni is deep in thought. I get the feeling that checkpoint inspection earlier had a hidden agenda. Niam Hao keeps his hand steady on the wheel and asks, What do you think it is? Then he answers his own question. Feels like they're hunting for someone. His eyes narrow, showing clear impatience. But the priority right now is to immediately investigate ATHAC's mission file. The group quickly arrives at the main headquarters of the Redstone City Defense Force. They enter the dusty archives. Lum Dung Tree points at the shelves. The patrol team's mission files are all here. Neem Hao frantically flips through them, but his expression turns dark. This isn't it either. Why can't I find ATHAC's file? Tung Ni sits at the computer. The sound of typing suddenly stops when she spots something weird. She drops the bombshell on the group. ATHAC. 7th branch. Li Min. Vung Gung. None of them are here. Even the basic roster has been pulled. No way. What? Tung Ni clenches her fist in helplessness. The local database has been destroyed too. There are 0 records regarding ATHAC inside. Was it a dead end from the start? Neem Hao stares silently at the screen. Then decides. Is there really no other way? Wait a sec. Tung Nid immediately picks up the phone to call for backup. Kim Wan? Can you trace this? Okay. Give me a moment. The group waits in silence. Lum Dung 3 is secretly impressed. Kim Oan actually has a way to dig up data from the database. But she needs time. Is Sister Kim really that OP? Does she call herself the know-it-all or something? Lam Dung Tri suddenly remembered a major clue. That's right, Captain Jia is an OG veteran from the old regime. Back when the patrol squad was just formed, he was the one who mentored Brother ATHAC. He definitely knows about that mission we went on that year. But when they arrived at the location, Captain Jia's house was completely wrecked. What the hell is this? There were signs of a struggle. These marks are fresh. This battle definitely just ended not too long ago. Niem Hao picked up a shard from the ground. Voice ice cold. 80% chance the city defense team did this. Tong Nui asked in surprise. Why would the city defense team go after Jia Tuan? Lam Dung Tri explained. Remember when Brother Niem stepped up to help Captain Jia before? He beat Captain Truong Thang's face into a pulp. They're definitely here for revenge. Niem Hao crushed the shard. Killing intent exploding. Looks like they're targeting me. That inspection was just to confirm I entered the city. If that's how they want it, let's face them head on. Beep beep. Immediately, a squad of armed soldiers popped out from behind the armored vehicles. Chief Tong. We finally found you guys. You, who are you? Facing Niem Hao's squad. A guy with glasses flashed a fake smile. I am Vice Captain Li Bon of the city defense team. I just got intel that you arrived in Redstone City. Tong Nui gave him a cold stare. The guy went straight to the point. Captain Jia Tuan from the patrol squad under my command went missing while on a mission outside the city. I want to request your assistance in the search. This is your military's business. Why are you asking us for help? Li Bon put on a worried act. Sweat dripping down his face. You don't understand. Lately, the mutated beasts around the city have been acting crazy. Our regular troops stand 0 chance against them. Seeing Tong Nui stay silent, Niem Hao whispered. Captain Tong. She replied calmly. I know. Tong Nui stared right into Li Bon's soul, laying down the condition. I agree to help with the search, but you have to come with us. Li Bon's face went pale, stuttering excuses. I don't think that's a good idea. I'm afraid I'll just be dead weight to you guys. Tong Nui's gaze turned sharp as a blade. She stepped close, threatening. Are you trying to refuse? What I said wasn't a request. It was an order. If you say no, I can shoot you dead right here for disobeying a superior officer. I wouldn't dare. Get him in the car. The yellow supercar tore through the wind, speeding toward the suburbs. Tong Nui drove while grilling Vice Captain Luai. You said the beasts were acting abnormal lately, so why did you still let Captain Jia go on a mission? Niem Hao sat in the back, glaring at the guy with suspicion. Did you people send Captain Jia to his death on purpose? How is that possible? Captain Jia requested it himself. The group stopped amidst the desolate ruins. Li Bon pointed ahead. It's right over there. Niem Hao sensed the atmosphere and frowned. Something's off. He said beasts are active here. But I don't smell a trace of the red mist. Right then, Li Bon's phone started beeping rapidly. He screamed in panic. We need to leave right now. Lam Dung Tri grabbed his shoulder tight. Vice Captain Ly. What the hell are you doing? I brought you to the scene. I'm sure I'm not needed anymore. He broke free and ran for his life back the way they came, yelling as he ran. Please pass my regards to Chief Tong. Sorry to trouble her with the search. I'm out stomp. But Tong Nui was fast as lightning, cutting him off with a high kick to the head. You're not going anywhere. Hey, she grabbed him by the collar, eyes full of killing intent. Talk. What are you guys even after? Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion rips through the air. Kaboom! Massive purple lightning bolts tear the sky apart. Li Bon collapses, screaming like he's doomed. That thing is coming. A beam of lightning energy crashes down like it wants to delete everything. No way. I don't want to die. Tong Nui stands her ground right in the middle of the shockwave. She realizes something. No wonder there isn't a single low-level beast around. It's because of that times thing. Out of the smoke and dust, a gigantic monster covered in electricity pulls up. A thunder beast. The system window pops up. Thunder beast. Overlord rank. The monster growls. Purple spikes on its back glowing with voltage. Sizzle sizzle. Lam Dung Tri gasps in terror. Overlord rank. Tong Nui analyzes the situation while getting into a stance. Why did it just spawn here all of a sudden? 3 beasts acting weird. The patrol squad going missing during the quest. Looks like none of this is a coincidence. Taking advantage of the chaos, Li Bon tries to bail. Tong Hu shouts, ordering her teammate. Grab him, don't let him get away. Roger. Lam Dung Tri chases him down hard. Li Bon screams like a maniac. Stop chasing me. I'm not dying a stupid death here. Behind them, the Thunder Beast starts charging up energy. Max power. Crackle, it's winding up. The breath attack is coming. A tsunami of blue electricity blasts from its mouth, swallowing everything in its path. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tong Nu launches herself into the air, dodging the line of fire. She dodged it by a hair. The impact shakes the earth, causing a sky-shattering explosion. Boom, smoke, dust, and rubble go flying all over the battlefield. Tong Nui stands firm on the ruins, assessing the intense situation. Looks like leaving won't be easy. Niem Hao. You hold it off. I'm grabbing the weapon, he replies instantly. No problem. In front of them, the giant beast screeches, ear-piercing crackling sounds. The voltage from its body is literally warping the space around it. From high above, the redhead guy watches the battle with a sinister grin. Hey, Niem Hao. Let's see you act tough this time. The minion beside him asks doubtfully, Boss, can this tiny device really control an overlord rank beast? The redhead guy sneers. That's not all. The tech from the people backing us is something you can't even imagine. He's drowning in arrogance, recalling what he saw. They even built a base to breed these beasts. I saw it with my own eyes. The things growing in there aren't your average monsters. He spreads his arms with ambition, looking down at the rampaging monster. Just need to catch Nigam Hao and hand him over, and Sich Thach City will be all mine. Back to the fight. Niem Hao focuses on the enemy and comes to a conclusion. Elemental beasts mainly rely on energy to fight. He suddenly dashes forward, activating the special poison gland ability he looted from the queen bee. Should work on an overlord rank 2. The beast roars powerfully as he closes the distance. But right then, bright red electricity suddenly wraps around Niem Hao, pushing him to his limit. He looks at his hand in horror as his strength fades away. My beast transformation, it got force cancelled. Then he remembers. That ability, is it like Tong Yui's electronic destroyer bullet? The thunder beast opens its mouth wide, gathering a massive energy ball right in front of Niem Hao, leaving him stunned. In a split second, he launches himself into the air to dodge the monster's devastating lightning punch, sticking the superhero landing. Niem Hao braced himself as electricity crackled around him. Gritting his teeth, sweat dripped down his face. Can't get cocky. Realizing this enemy was cracked, he analyzed the situation. There's a massive gap between a normal mutant and an overlord rank. With that lightning armor wrapping it, no way I can get close. He thought, if I can just strip that lightning armor, will that work? Just then, Tung Nuti returned carrying heavy weaponry. He shouted, Captain Tung, can you handle it? She replied instantly. You bet. My core ability originates from the Thunder Beast. The Thunder Beast's electric energy can annihilate surrounding particles, nullifying other abilities. She narrowed her eyes at the target. I'll fire a suppression round with everything I've got. It should strip that lightning armor, but the window is short, it'll regen fast. Nim Hao channeled his red bone power, his eyes glowing. That's enough. 1 second is all I need. Leave the rest to me. The monster roared madly. Sensing the pressure, Thong Nui screamed. Now, a purple beam tore through the night from her muzzle. Electronic suppression round. Direct hit. The defensive armor shattered. Nim Hao dashed forward. Lightning armor nullified. He swung his glowing red claws, burying them deep into the beast. Beast form poison claws. Nim Hao looked at the monster, screaming in agony with cold eyes. How's that queen bee poison taste? The toxin worked instantly, paralyzing the beast's body. Perfect. It's working. The poison slowed it down, seeing the enemy's speed drop. He scoffed. Too slow. He delivered a massive finishing blow with a cold verdict. Day, staring at the corpse. Nim Hao pondered. Its attack power was higher than the last overlord rank, but without that lightning, its base durability was trash compared to the other one. Still, without Tong Nudi's suppression round, I wouldn't have even gotten close. I need to get stronger. The monster writhed on the ground. Nim Hao mocked. Yo, leaving so soon, since you're here. Shouldn't you leave a souvenir? Up high? A minion trembled in panic. Boss, what do we do? That beast is cooked. Tong Nui held her gun, watching Nim Hao with admiration. Nim Hao has grown so much, I need to step up too. She gripped her weapon tight, her eyes locked onto the ruined building. Suddenly, the red-haired guy grinned viciously. Who said I only brought ×1 overlord rank to deal with these brats? The minion gasped. Wait, no way. Tong Nui suddenly felt a terrifying killing intent from behind. From the shadows, another massive reptilian monster lunged down. Another one. Nim Hao whipped around in shock. There's still one more. The moss-green beast opened its maw, revealing razor-sharp teeth, aiming right for Tong Nui. In a split second, Nim Hao launched himself to save her. Shoving her aside, he screamed, "Move!" The impact sent Tong Nui flying. She groaned in pain as she hit the ground hard. That's when the moss-green stealth beast lunged, snapping its jaws at Nim Hao. Seeing the danger, Tong Nui screamed in terror. In Ghim Hao, the beast let out a menacing roar, but suddenly, its body started to tremble. Close up on those jagged, drooling jaws. Kick. Nim Hao's eyes glow red with bloodlust. He declares coldly, "You think a piece of trash like you can swallow ×me asterisk." The monster can't take the pressure and spits him out, triggering a massive shockwave. He steps back, eyes narrowing, calculating. 2 overlord ranks. They really rolled out the red carpet for us. As the monster reveals its true form, a system tag pops up. Overlord rank stealth beast. Tong Nui rushes over, panicked. "You okay?" he answers briefly. "I'm good." Suddenly, the beast vanishes again, scanning the surrounding mist. He analyzes. Didn't expect a beast that can turn invisible. It's a variant with buffed stealth stats. Then it launches a surprise attack. He continues assessing as the enemy goes into stealth mode again. Without a teammate with high sensory stats, this thing would be a nightmare to deal with. Suddenly, the Thunder Beast in the distance spits out a terrifying blast of lightning firepower right at them, leaving them both horrified as they watch their defenses get wrecked. Tong Nui grits her teeth, shocked. That Thunder Beast's lightning ability recovered that fast. Amidst the thick dust, the silhouette of the stealth beast glitches into view right behind them. Nim Hao feels a cold killing intent breathing down his neck. Nim Hao shouts in alarm. Not good. A direct swipe slams right into him. The monster's strength is insane. It sends Nim Hao flying, making Tong Nui scream out. Nim Hao, furious at the enemy's savagery. Tong Nui bursts with lightning energy, covering her whole body. You filthy animal. She charges straight at the moss-green beast, triggering her ult electromagnetic burst. Brilliant purple lightning surrounds the stealth beast, making it writhe in pain inside the energy trap. But that cunning bastard goes invisible again to escape. Disappeared again. Tong Nui stands on guard. Sweat drips down. That thing's stealth stat is too high. With my sensory perception, it's hard to lock onto it. Nim Hao stands up, reassuring her. It got hit by your EMP. You can track its movements through the magnetic field. A positioning map pops up in his mind. Nim Hao says firmly, give me the coordinates. I'm done playing around. One shot. One kill. Tong Nui replies. Got it. It's currently behind you. To your left. You sure about this? Of course. Suddenly, Tong Hui points and screams a warning. It's coming from your back right. As the beast lunges out from the void, Nim Hao grabs its lower jaw with lightning speed. He growls. You like eating? Huh. He focuses all the red mist into his palm, forming a blazing orb. Then taste this. An energy explosion detonates violently right inside the monster's mouth, blasting everything away. The monster collapses in agony. Gray smoke rises from its fading body. The stealth beast's massive frame crashes down, standing by the corpse. Nim Hao declares coldly. First off, one down. His eyes harden, shifting to the other monster growling in the distance. Now for the other one. Facing the thunder beast that's crackling with electricity, Nim Hao asks urgently. Tong Nui, can you use that move one more time? Exhausted, she replies. I'm out of beast cores. Not enough energy to cast it again. Tong Nui suppresses the pain to find a final solution. There's one way to break its lightning armor. Nim Hao asks quickly. What way? She quickly explains the risky plan. I'll transfer my remaining energy to you to create an ionized layer. But it'll only last about 10 seconds. Heads up. This shield can only tank exactly one hit from the Thunder Beast. Nim Hao feels the purple electricity wrapping around his body and nods. Decisive. That's enough. He gathers momentum and shoots forward with crazy speed, straight at the target. One shot. That's all he's got. The monster rages, blasting destructive lightning at the ground to stop the enemy. But Nim Hao moves like water, weaving through the net of lightning, telling himself as he closes in, can't get hit. Absolutely not. He pours every ounce of power into his right arm to trigger the ultimate skill, focusing it all into that right hand. Beast form Thunder Claw. A massive, powerful strike, piercing the beast's defense, blinding the whole area with light. The leader watches in pure horror as the monster gets wrecked. Lost, they lost. Those are two Overlord rank monsters. Even B rank warriors would struggle. So how are these C ranks doing it? He panics, barking orders while trying to flee. Quick, tell Team 2 to fire the anti-tank missiles. Pin them down. Do not let them leave this place. I need to go get the people from Luke Dang. Nim Hao stands amidst the ruined battlefield, panting slightly, looking at the fallen enemy. It's over. He collects the beast cores dropped from the corpses. This electric one is from the Thunder Beast, and this glowing one is from the Stealth Beast. Captain Tong really carried this fight. I'll give her half the loot later. Nim Hao turns to give the update. Captain Tong, I'm here. He freezes in shock, seeing her collapsed on the ground. He screams. Tong Nui Lam Jung Tri, dragging the traitor vice captain back, asking in panic. Captain Tong, I caught Vice Captain Lid. Brother Nim. What's wrong with her? Meanwhile, Lai Bon begs pathetically. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. Nim Hao quickly checks her condition, then reassures his teammate. She overused her ability. Her body's just exhausted. Lucky she just drained her stamina. She didn't get red bone corruption. Truong Tui orders fire from afar, ignoring his subordinate's life. Team 2. Aim fire the missiles right there. Forget about that idiot. I told him to lure them here. If he walks into his own death, that's on him. The underling stammers. Boss. Vice Captain Lai is still over there. Missiles tear through the air, putting Niam Hao on high alert. Military weapons. What the hell is this? Li Bon screams in betrayal. Trong Thu, you bastard. You're abandoning me. Then, I'm taking you down with me. He frantically spills everything. Trong Thu made me do it, he said. If I caught Niam Hao, I'd be rich. He's hiding close by. He's the one who told me to bring you guys here. Trong Thu punches the ground in rage. Damn it, why didn't a single one hit? The soldier explains. That Thunder Beast attack caused massive magnetic interference, so we can't lock on properly. Niam Hao notices the fire stopping and immediately gives orders. The attack stopped. Take Captain Tong and contact Kim Oan right now. Tell her Trong Thui's city defense team has gone rogue and attacked us. Take this traitor back for interrogation too. Lam Dung Tri obeys. Roger. Niam Hao adds. Make sure Kim Oan reports this to Chief of Staff Tong Liam. Lam Dung Tri revs the engine, shouting, Brother Niam, get in. What are you standing there for? He yells to snap his teammate out of it. Are you stupid? If we all pile into the car, we're just sitting ducks for them to blast. He stands tall, shielding the car with his own body. Go, get out of here, Roger. That I'm staying behind to cover you. Lam Dung Tri is still hesitating. But then boom, Niam Hao unleashes a massive kick. He literally kicks the incoming missile out of the air. You don't trust me or something? Lam Dung Tri is shook by that raw power. Holy, he just punted a missile. All right. Stay safe. Man, I'm getting Captain Tong out first. I'll be right back for you. Smoke and dust rise up, blinding everyone after the explosions. Trong Thu's goons are panicking. Boss, he blocked every single missile. He's charging straight at us. Truong Tui is shaking, yelling at his squad. Rush him. Go. Stop him. The Luke Dang reinforcements are almost here. The minions are terrified as they see Niam Hao closing the distance. What the hell? Trong Tui turns tail and runs, terrified of that insane power. How is this kid so strong? He soloed 2 Overlord tier beasts, and he's still got stamina. In a split second, Niam Hao dashes in and grabs him by the collar. Cold stare. Pure pressure. He swings his arm for a brutal finisher. Time to end this. Beast Claw. Niam Hao has Trong Tui pinned. He lowers his voice, mocking him. Captain Truong, long time no see. The guy starts begging in a panic. Brother Niam, no. No. Master Hao, please. Go easy on me, I swear. I was forced into this. I had no choice. This goes way deeper than you think, but he just cuts him off cold. You messed with the wrong person, and you know it. Suddenly, bam. A massive punch comes out of nowhere. It smashes right into Niam Hao's face, followed by an arrogant taunt. Huh. The impact creates a massive shockwave. Niam Hao gets blown back, disappearing into the dust. A stranger in bright red gear steps forward, looking cocky. Two? Since when do little rats talk so big? It's La Fong, a B-rank warrior from the Luke Dang group. Trong Tui lights up instantly. You're finally here. Thank you. My lord? Thank you. Niam Hao stands up, getting into a stance. He glares at the new guy. Who are you? The guy just shrugs it off. None of your business. Then, without warning, La Fong launches an attack, tearing through the air straight at Niam Hao. They clash. The energy collision is insane, shaking the ruins. Blow after blow. The ground is getting absolutely torn apart. With 2 powerhouses going at it, the battle is intense, but the new guy is on a whole different level. La Fong throws a punch glowing with blinding light. The space around it warps. He easily overpowers Niam Hao, sneering. Too weak. Destructive energy beams shoot from La Fong's hands, non-stop. Niam Hao can't even fight back. A blinding explosion swallows him whole. Huge boulders go flying. Niam Hao collapses, blood leaking from his wounds. La Fong looks down coldly. The higher-ups made such a big deal out of you. I thought you were someone special. Turns out, you're just a filthy sewer rat. He turns and yells at Truong Tui, who's shaking in his boots. I gave you 2 Overlord-tier beasts and you still lost to this trash. The deputy bows his head, apologizing profusely. I'm so sorry. Sir La Fong turns his back, walking away with a sneer. You handle the rest. I'm out. Truong Tui bows quickly. Yes, sir. I won't let you down this time. As soon as the heavy hitter leaves, Zhang Shuai finally showed his true colors. Total trash. He kicked Yan Hao right in the face. Damn it. Yan Hao struggled for so long. But look at him now, lying there like a dead dog. Pathetic. He whipped out his phone with a nasty grin. Bro is definitely cooking up something evil. Yo. Video call Jia Jun. Scene switches to a dark dungeon. Guards are roughing up a prisoner. Get up. Move it. Look here. Boss wants you to see someone. Zhang Shui flashed the screen at Jia Jun. It's Yan Hao, and he looks beat. Yo. Captain Jia. Recognize this guy? Jia Jun froze. He saw his close friend Yan Hao trapped behind bars. Jia Jun screamed in pure rage. Zhang Shui, you lunatic. Why are you doing this? If you want smoke, come at me. But the guy just laughed like a psycho. Yan Hao, that bastard. I'm gonna make sure he dies without a grave. He barked orders at his goons. Move the prisoner, Team 2. Omi, take Yan Hao to the cultivation base. Even though he was down, Yan Hao was already plotting his comeback. Found Captain Jia. In the darkness of his cell, Yan Hao clutched a rare item tight. First, I gotta absorb this rusty red beast core. Scene shift. We're going deep 300 meters underground at a secret location. Green Vine Base. Red Rock City. Yan Hao is chained up inside a massive test tube. The whole thing was glowing with this deadly green light. Suddenly, his eyes flashed purple. That main character energy the system pinged? Overlord rank Stealth Beast Core absorbed. A new skill panel popped up in his mind. Plundered skill Shadow Stealth. Enter stealth mode. Duration 3 minutes. Movement speed buffed while in stealth. First attack, breaking stealth, is a guaranteed crit. A new power exploded out of him. The chain started cracking under the sheer pressure of his aura. Cracks spread everywhere. Green smoke flooded the lab. Equipment started overloading. And there he was, Yan Hao, standing tall in the smoke like a boss. He looked around calmly. Based on their route, we can't be far from those ruins. Can't believe a place like this was hiding right outside the city. In the control room, the scientists were losing it as alarms went off. It's over. Test subject 0907 has escaped. Alert security now. The surveillance screens went total static. The last message read test subject A19-7. Signal lost. Armed guards swarmed the area. Higher-ups want him alive. Prep the high-dose tranks and the beast capture nets. The heavy lab doors slid open. But Yan Hao was gone. Vanished in the smoke. Doors are open. The guards froze. The room was empty. No test subject anywhere. What the hell is this? The commander screamed. Ordering a manhunt. Find him. Meanwhile, Yan Hao had already triggered his skill, Shadow Stealth. He was standing right behind them. Invisible. Just listening to them panic. Cold? It took so much effort to catch that subject. If we don't find him, we're all dead, Yan Hao thought. Looks like this skill is broken, but I don't have much time. Yan Hao made his move. He dashed through the dark hallway. Locked in. Gotta find Captain Jia. Fast. In the holding area, 2 guards start sweating bullets. They hear weird noises coming from the darkness. One whispers, "Yo, what's happening out there? Did the test subject break out?" The other guy stays chill. Not our problem. Bro, we just bag him. If security sucks, that's on them. Famous last words. Before he can finish, Yim Hao blitzes them. Drops both guards in a split second. They hit the floor hard. He rushes the cell and flexes his power. Snap. He breaks the iron bars like twigs. Captain Jia is shook but hyped to see the kid is actually safe. Not bad. Kid, I knew it. You don't go down that easy. Niam Hao grins. All thanks to your training. Old captain. He hands the old man some water. Voice getting serious. My bad. Cap, I came to ask about Athak disappearing. Didn't mean to get you dragged into this mess. Locked up in here, Captain Jia sighs, looking broken at the mention of his old friend. Athak, I've been looking for him too. You find any clues? Spider silk footprints, anything, but this rabbit hole goes deep. He starts spilling the tea on the city defense team. The patrol squad was barely set up when city defense started pulling guys away. Special missions. Transfers, every excuse in the book. They all ghosted. Gone. Higher-ups swear they went MIA on duty. I tried digging deeper, but Trung Thu kept shutting me down. Nim Hao goes quiet. His eyes turn cold. He realizes how big this conspiracy actually is. This is deeper than I thought. City defense doesn't have the brains for this. There's a mastermind behind it. We grab Trung Tui. We get the truth. Suddenly, armed goons crash the party. Target spotted, he's here. Captain Gaius shoves Nim Hao away. He screams, "Run, get out of here. Don't let them trap you." But the enemy commander just coldly gives the order, "Kill the patrol captain. I want the test subject alive." Nim Hao, he doesn't even blink. He launches himself into the air. Dodged. Countered. Boom. Soldiers are dropping like flies around him. He powers up. If I just ran away now, then getting caught on purpose was for nothing. Right. He looks at Captain Jia. Trusting him. You still got some fight in you. Cap, the old man stands tall. Who do you think I am? I'm immortal, still got plenty of juice. Meanwhile, in the control room, Trung Tui is losing it. He screams at the scientists. Release the beasts, all of them. It's the only way to stop him. But one guy tries to argue. You don't have the authority, Trung Tui snaps. Completely unhinged. Look around you, the commander isn't here. So you listen to ME. If he gets past this door, we're all cooked. Back in the fight, Nim Hao stands his ground. He feels the bloodlust. Suddenly, the gates open. A horde of mutant beasts floods in. They rush him. He yells to the captain. Old man, find cover now. Watch your back. Nim Hao. The kid activates his beast transformation. His arm morphs, glowing with energy. Breeding mutants. That's a crime against humanity. So those overlord ranks came from here too, Beast Claw. It's a slaughter. Nim Hao moves like a ghost through the monsters. He's tearing them apart. Pure rage fueling every hit. You think these pets can stop me? Meanwhile, on the other side, Truong too, and that mob of doctors are scrambling to get out of Dodge. If I hadn't pulled that move, you losers wouldn't have had a single second to destroy the data. He glances back at the battlefield, grinning like a total snake. Murpha. That swarm of beasts, yeah. That should be enough to make Nim Hao suffer big time. Out of nowhere, a ranged attack slams straight into Truong Tui's back, launching him face first into the dirt. As the smoke starts to clear, and there he is. Nim Hao steps out looking absolutely terrifying, making Truong Thui collapse in pure horror. He screams in despair as the getaway car speeds off. Damn it, I'm not in the car yet. Wait for me. The guy inside just stares back coldly, leaving Truong Thui behind. You've outlived your usefulness. The others in the car look at him with cruel expressions. Rest in pieces. Buddy. Boom. A massive explosion swallows the whole area. Truong Tui screams. You scumbags. You seriously treated me like a throwaway pawn. Nim Hao walks up to the defeated loser, who's barely hanging on. Nim Hao. Stay back. Don't come any closer. I've still got the old man. He grabs the guy by the collar, lifts him off the ground effortlessly, and roars. Who's the one pulling your strings, and what the hell is this place? Truong Tu forces a painful laugh. Still trying to act tough. Nim Hao. Don't you care if Jia Jun dies? From a hidden corner in the rubble, Jia Jun watches in shock as the MC dominates the enemy. Take a look. Who's that right there, huh? The old man? How are you even here? As Nim Hao tightens his grip, Trong Tui panics. Okay, I'll talk. It was a guy named Mr. Hong. He gave the orders. But I don't know anything real about him. I swear, he just said if I handed you over to him, I'd be set for life with endless riches. This place is just one of their outposts. They use it to breed mutant beasts and handle quest communications. Niem Hao frowns, his gaze sharp as a knife, staring right through the guy's soul. You people have been secretly tracking my every move, even when I went to investigate the files. The patrol team knew about it way too early, so they made their move first. Trong Tui stammers, denying everything. Checking files, I don't know, it could just be a coincidence. He squeezes tighter, choking the air out of him. Trong Tui frantically begs. Wait, however, I know where they took the missing patrol team member. Mr. Hong might be there too, Master Hao. Please spare my life. I'll lead the way. The three of them head over to a damaged metal door, Trong Tui explains. Even though those jerks blew up the main tunnel and caused this side to collapse too. There's something down here. He points to a small manhole cover on the floor. There's a small secret passage underneath. We should be able to get through, climbing down the damp iron ladder. Nim Hao wonders. How was this tunnel even made? And what is that weird smell it reeks? Meanwhile, Trong Tui brings up the rear with a nasty look in his eyes. I need to find a chance to ditch them. But if I can't, I'll lead them straight to the high-level fighters. I'll let the green vine do my dirty work. Suddenly, Niem Hao freezes. He senses a crazy aura. This pressure. Right in front of their eyes. A massive, bottomless cavern opens up underground. What is this place? From the deep darkness, a pair of glowing red eyes snap open, staring right at them. What the hell is that thing? Scene shifts to the Green Vine Red Bone Storage Facility, outskirts of Redstone City. The silence is absolutely creeping everyone out. Song Err walks out of a hallway, looking super disappointed as she reports. Aside from a pile of mutant beast corpses, I didn't find a single thing. Jin Ying and Lin Yongji meet up with her. Jin Ying shakes her head. Totally fed up. Have you analyzed any results yet? The clues are just too scattered. I can't piece them together into anything that makes sense. Lin Yongzi asks. What about you? Ice Block Song. How did we lose Nim Hao? Just by investigating a file. After the drama with the Jia Squad and City Defense, tensions were high. But I never thought he'd actually dare to attack Special Ops. Kim Owan recalled thoughtfully. I reported this to Uncle Tong last night. He seemed furious, glaring at the hog-tied prisoner. Lam Dung Tri asked for orders. Captain Tong, how do we handle this trash? Wait. Gotta pry some intel first. Tong Nui got in Libon's face. Voice ice cold. The hideout you gave us was empty. That mastermind you mentioned. You got any other news? Libon shook with fear. I honestly don't know. Truong Tuai kept me in the dark. Kim Owan gave a dangerous smile. Lifting her tablet. I dug up your dirt with Lu Teng Corp. Confess now and I'll count it as surrender. Otherwise, wait for your head to pop. Libon panicked. Huh, wait. I think I remember. He suddenly screamed. Truong Thui sneaks out a lot. To the Red Bone Storage System, owned by Lu Teng Corp. Tong Nui caught the key point. Red Bone Storage. Yeah. Right. That place is definitely sus. Lam Dung tried to stop her. Hold on. Captain Tong, the Chief of Staff ordered me to take the main army to Redstone City. To crush the rebellion. It's gonna take some time. Wait for backup. No way. We move now. Checking it personally. Tong Huai shut him down. She walked off. Our main quest isn't crushing rebels. It's keeping Niem Hao alive. Patrol. Escort Libon to Redstone for backup. Instructor Lam. The rest follow me. Sir, at the Red Bone Storage System. Giant tank stood, looming in the freezing space. A squad of guards blocked them. Halt. This is a restricted zone. No permit. No entry even for special ops. Bloodstop didn't waste her breath. Tong Nui threw a thunderous kick, sending the guard flying. Scram! He crashed into his squad, screaming, "Tell Lord Lu! Quick!" From above, Lu Fong watched the scene with amusement. "Lord Lu, Bloodstop is here. I see him." Tong Nui led the team in. "Stay sharp. This might be a key base." Kim Awan stopped, looking up at the ceiling with a bad feeling. A black shadow dove down at insane speed, aiming straight for Kim Awan. Luckily, she dodged, knocked back. Kim Awan flipped in the air and landed rough, crashing onto the metal floor. The villain Lu Fong stood tall, smirking arrogantly at the small girl who dodged. "Fast reflexes. You're fun, little girl." Seeing her teammate threatened, Tong Nui stepped in front, eyes cold. "Who the hell are you?" Lu Fong didn't answer. He shot forward like an arrow, arm glowing with deadly energy, aiming right for Kim Owen. No need for orders. Lam Dung Tri saw the danger and rushed to shield Kim Owen. Crossing his arms to tank the hit, he instantly dashes out to shield Kim Owen, crossing his arms to block. Defensive skill activated hardened armament. A massive explosion rings out as Lu Fong's attack clashes against Lam Dung Tri's defense. Blinding light floods the entire area. The overwhelming power sends Lam Dung Tri flying, dragging a terrified Kim Owen with him. Tong Nui sees an opening. She dives down from above, slashing her blade hard across his back. "You bastard!" Lam Dung Tri clutches his chest, coughing, trying to warn his teammate through the pain. "Captain Tung, watch out. This guy is at least B rank." Cough. Cough. Tong Nui unleashes a barrage of attacks, but Lu Fong dodges them effortlessly. He spins and lands a brutal uppercut before she can even react. A clean hit makes Tong Nui groan in pain. Her whole body is knocked backward. She slides across the floor, trying to break with her hands. But the shock from the blow is too heavy. She collapses. Lu Fong gives her zero time to breathe. He leaps high and brings down a devastating stomp. HMH. He kicks Tong Nui flying, slamming her into the wall like a rag doll. Kim Oan panics seeing Tong Nui in danger. "Tong Nui, this is bad. The captain isn't built for close combat. Without her beast armament and gun, she can't use her full power." Lu Fong grabs Tong Nui by her hair, lifting her high. He stares at her with pure contempt. "Is this the best Tri Hoye can do? You're even more trash than that rat from yesterday. You're not that strong either." Blood streaks down her beautiful face as Tong Nui grits her teeth, glaring at him with defiance. "How could Nim Hao ever lose to someone like you?" Lu Fong sneers, raising his sharp arm high, ready to finish her off. "Mpa. Still running your mouth? Die, just in the nick of time." Nim Hao bursts in like a lightning bolt, smashing an armored fist right into his face. "Today I'm gonna see who can tank more of my punches, you or that old rat." The punch connects squarely with Lu Fong's face with terrifying force. Taking the hit, Lu Fong is sent flying, smashing hard into the steel wall behind him, leaving a massive dent. He drops to the ground, groaning in pain. Ergarg Nim Hao instantly rushes in to catch Tum Yu, catching her in a princess carry as she falls, making Kim Owen watch from afar with a mix of relief and jealousy. "Ah, a princess carry, no way. That's not fair. I want a safe landing too." Sliding a long distance to kill the momentum, he looks down at the girl in his arms and asks gently, "You okay?" Nim Hao. Tong Nui calls his name in shock. Nim Hao gently sets Tong Nui down, keeping his guard up high. Tong Nui looks at him worriedly, blood still staining her face. "Are you okay?" Nim Hao smiles back with full confidence. "You're the one we should be asking that." Kim O-an runs over, cutting through the romantic vibe, pointing at the enemy. "How long are you two gonna hug it out, hey? We've still got a huge problem over there." From the dust and smoke, Lu Fong scrambles up, clutching his throbbing face and roaring in rage. What the hell is going on? He glares at Nim Hao, unable to believe his eyes. "Why are you here?" Nim Hao replies calmly, "Your old friend brought me here." Obviously, Behind the door, Ga Twin walks out, holding Trung Tui at gunpoint. Move it, he screams in fury. Trung Tui, you dare betray us? Trung Tui stammers. I was forced to do it. Seeing the traitor, Lu Fong goes berserk and launches a blast of energy at him. Trash like you only deserves death. Trung Tui screams in terror. Help, save me instantly. Nim Hao rushes in and blocks the attack with his bare hands. Save me instantly. Nim Hao rushes in and blocks it with his bare hands. Nim Hao spoke with a voice cold as ice. He can't die just yet. Tong Ni stood in the back observing, catching his drift immediately. Truong Thu's got way too many secrets on him. Got it. Lu Fong screamed like a total maniac, his aura exploding violently. You think a sewer rat like you can stop me? Sewer rat's trying to stop me. Nim Hao didn't waste words. He triggered his combo skill, Sonic Fist, unleashing a barrage of punches at his opponent. Then he threw a disrespectful kick. Too slow, the kick launched a massive beam of energy, blasting him right in the face. From inside the wreckage, Lu Fong's whole body lit up with golden light. His power spiking to the max, he announced the death sentence. You've really pissed me off now. You're dying here today. Lu Fong shot into the air, unleashing his signature move, Sonic Wind Blade. Nim Hao stood his ground, sharp eyes tracking the incoming wind blades. Wind Blade Kim Owen and Lam Dong Tri gasped. An ability, but he's like me, a wind-type user. Tong Ni turned and grilled the trembling Trong Tui. Who the hell is this guy? He stammered. I don't really know. I just know he works for Mr. Hong. Countless wind blades swirled around Nim Hao, ready to shred the target. But he dodged every single attack with ease. Then he looked at his opponent with contempt. Is that all? Nim Hao dashed forward like a phantom. His cold voice echoed. A B rank like you. That's your limit. Lu Fong was shook by Nim Hao's speed and power. What is this? Did he let me win earlier? A direct hit from Nim Hao completely shattered Lu Fong's defense. Lu Fong got knocked into a steel wall, collapsing in disbelief and agony. Impossible. No. No way. He still couldn't believe his defeat. Impossible. The impact cracked a tank, and deadly red mist started leaking out, causing the scientists to panic. The red mist is leaking. Run, I don't want to die. Tong Ni immediately ordered. Vice Captain Lam, get them back. What about the captain? Tong Ni insisted on staying. I have to stay and watch Nim Hao. Just follow my orders. Lam Dong Tri objected. I don't think that's a good idea. In the middle of the tension, Kim Oan grabbed Tong Ni's hand. Wait a sec. I've got a plan. Lu Fong struggled up, pulling out a mysterious syringe. You think you can beat me like this? He crunched the vial, letting the liquid flood his body. It might drain my life force, but this treasure is enough to keep me sane for a bit and absorb the red mist's power. Dark energy wrapped around Lu Fong. He roared arrogantly. Come at me, you little ants. A beam of blazing red energy shot from his hand straight at Nim Hao. The explosion caused a terrifying shockwave, destroying everything in its path. Nim Hao gritted his teeth, body tense against the enemy's new power. His speed increased. Lu Fong kept attacking with insane speed. He sneered. Feel that? With speed that rivals an A rank. And this power too. He appeared right in front of Nim Hao, throwing a devastating punch. Nim Hao barely raised a hand to block, but the power was too massive, pushing him back. Lu Fong stood tall, red eyes glaring at his struggling enemy. How long can you hold out? Time to wrap this up. Suddenly, he sensed a strange aura. A massive wall of wind materialized behind Nim Hao, blocking off every escape route for Lu Fong. Wind God's wall, wind control. Kim Oan stood at a distance, hands weaving seals to cast Storm Blessing. A green breeze wrapped around Nim Hao, making him feel relieved. Body feels way lighter now. Kim Oan beamed with pride. That's this lady's ultimate skill right there. Backed into a corner, Lu Fong gathered every last bit of energy, roaring in despair. All of you go to hell. Gim Hao calmly faced the blazing red energy, asking coldly, Red Bone Cannon, is this what you call absolute power? Lu Feng was stunned, watching his destructive attack get completely nullified. Huh, is this an illusion? Did he just absorb my attack? Before he could process it, Niam Hao appeared right in his face and landed a massive uppercut to his chin. Since when Jim Hao's barrage of attacks rained down on Lu Feng like a storm, leaving him no chance to react, he coldly declared while looking at the struggling enemy, to deal with the likes of you, I don't even need to use the red bone. Lu Feng gasped. What? Niam Hao delivered the finisher. A layer of solid rock encased Lu Feng, making him scream in agony. What kind of monster is this guy? Niam Hao stood tall before the defeated loser, eyes glowing red with power. Speak, where is Mr. Hong? Meanwhile, in another control room, two men in black suits watched the monitor in terror. How is this possible? The red-haired man sat in his chair looking calm, but inside, he was surprised. Lu Feng actually lost. This Niam Hao guy is more interesting than I thought. Note, Mr. Hong, the person in charge of the Redstone City sector. For the Green Vine Group. He stood up, eyes flashing with a scheme. Looks like I need to pay closer attention to him. A subordinate asked nervously. Lord Hong. What do we do now, Mr. Hong walked toward the elevator, ordering firmly. Destroy all remaining data. Follow me? We're withdrawing. The subordinate obeyed. Understood. He pressed a button to activate a secret device. A sinister smile appeared on his lips. Let the little guy down there clean this place up. A giant machine powered up, red lights flashing wildly. From the darkness, a colossal snake monster slowly slithered out. It's been hungry for a while too. Niam Hao stood amidst the rubble, questioning the loser lying on the ground. Where is Mr. Hong? Lu Feng was foaming at the mouth, completely unconscious after that last hit. Kim Owen ran over to check. She scolded. How can he answer you like this? You hit him way too hard. Niam Hao scratched his head, explaining. I didn't even hit him that hard at the end. Did I? Niam Hao turned to the trembling Truong Tui. You brought all the patrol team members here, didn't you? He stammered. Yes. Yes. Boss Hao, I'll take you down there. Truong Tui led the group to a dark staircase. It's just right down here. He added fearfully. Opening the door requires a passcode? I really don't know it, but Niam Hao just replied coldly. Not necessary. He unleashed a powerful kick, shattering the thick steel door. Niam Hao asked as he walked into the empty hallway. Is everyone here? Truong Thu panicked. I don't know. I was only in charge of bringing them here. I don't know anything else. Niam Hao suddenly stopped, eyes locked on the distance. Tong Nui asks, surprised. What is it? He answers with zero doubt. Over there. The squad pulls up to a heavy-duty security door. Niam Hao warns. I sense breathing inside. We can't just smash this open. If we do, whoever's inside might get hurt. Kim Oan steps up with a smirk. Flashes a peace sign. I got this. Niam Hao looks skeptical. Can you actually open it? Kim Owan replies, full of pride. I'm a pro. Remember. She sits down, hooks her laptop to the security system and starts typing at godlike speed. In a blink, she hits enter. Done. The heavy door slowly slides open, revealing a total nightmare inside. Rows of test tubes holding half-mutated humans appear right before their eyes. Kim Oan and Lam Dung Tri are absolutely horrified by the gruesome sight. Those scumbags? How did they capture so many people? Tong Nui grabs Truong Tui by the collar, her eyes burning with rage. What the hell are you people doing? He stammers, shaking. I don't know. I just dropped people off here. I really don't know anything else. The fake captain points a trembling finger at a pod. Niam Hao Athak is in there. He immediately channels his red bone power, ready to wreck the equipment. Good. I'm getting him out. Now, Kim Owen rushes to stop him. Wait a sec. What are you doing? That's life support gear. You break that. You kill them. We need special tech to save them. We gotta report to the tech bureau first. In the middle of the tension, Tong Nu gets a call. Hello, Captain Tong. Instructor Lam is in Shich, Thok City. Get them to the Redbone storage facility immediately. Copy. Lam Dung Tri spots a strange blinking device. Captain Tong. Check that flashing device. The squad gathers around. Tong Nu frowns. What is this? Truong Thui collapses. Terrified. Wah. That thing is Kim Owen squints. Analyzing. The energy waves are weird. It looks like it's releasing energy outward. Inside is highly concentrated redbone. Suddenly, the whole place starts shaking violently. Tong Hai stays on guard. Earthquake. Niam Hao shouts. Something's coming. Move. Kim Oan can't react in time. She stares in horror as a red energy beam rushes at her. Niam Hao dives in, pushing her away just in the nick of time. Lam Dung Tri and Tong Nuai stare in shock. Lu Fong has turned into a red monster. Lu Fong's gone beast mode. Is this from forcing the red bone absorption? Mutating into this monstrosity, Tong Nu is shocked. She recognizes that shape. That appearance, it looks exactly like my uncle. Niam Hao grabs the red bone container. Roaring. This device is bait. It's meant to attract mutant beasts. Something way more dangerous is coming. He clutches the device and bolts, shouting, I have to lure it away, otherwise. This place is toast. You guys hold the line. Captain Tong. I'm going with him. It's closing in. We need to make some distance. From the shadows, Mr. Hong raises a glass of wine. Smirking, let's see how many more surprises you've got for me. If you survive this level, you're definitely worth researching further. Niam Hao hurls the red bone device at the charging monster. Go, immediately. Beast. Lu Fong roars, charging madly at the red bone device. But from underground, a gigantic monster rise up, ready to swallow both Lu Fong and the equipment. The giant monster opened a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth. It gulped down its prey in a blink. It lifted its head, white smoke steaming off its massive frame. Tong Nu and Niam Hao stared in horror at the scene. What the hell is that? Outside, the military convoy rolled into the base in perfect order. On the truck? An officer asked. Captain Tong Nu, why did you order us to the Red Bone storage facility? What actually went down there? Instructor Lam replied. I have no clue. She just said there's a research lab underneath the base. Right there. A massive monster burst out of the ground, forcing the whole convoy to slam on the brakes. What is that thing? Instructor Lam gritted his teeth in rage. Damn it. That's not something Tong Yui and the others can handle on their own. The monster slammed its tail, yeeting an armored vehicle away. Instructor Lam jumped out of the truck, activating his weapon. Right now, I'm the only one equipped with Beast Core armament who can stand a chance. Gauntlets crafted from Beast Cores, a soldier shouted. Instructor Lam. He barked out a decisive order. You take the reinforcements to the lab. I'm going ahead. Rogue. The convoy pushed forward while Instructor Lam charged straight at the monster. He dashed like a blazing fire, full of resolve. What the hell happened here anyway? Back at the battle, Tong Nuai and Niam Hao were facing down that giant beast. The system panel popped up. Dragon Worm. Colossus rank. Wait. This size? Is it really Colossus rank? They actually lured this thing here. The Dragon Worm let out an earth-shattering roar. In its eyes, Niam Hao was radiating way more powerful energy than Tong Nu. Instantly, the monster gaped its huge mouth, trying to swallow both of them in one go. Niam Hao popped a skill, his arm morphing into a razor-sharp demon claw. Beast claw mode. He lunged straight at the monster, swinging claws that ripped through the air. The dragon worm whipped its body around, creating a massive hurricane, sending everything flying. Amidst the rubble, realizing his attack did 0 damage, Niam Hao muttered, "This isn't good. My attacks can't even scratch its hide." Tong Nui stood nearby, warning him anxiously. We can't handle this thing. Let's fall back for now. However, Nim Hao immediately shut that down. This bastard is fixated on me. That's why it's attacking. If we bail now, its next target is the Red Bone storage facility. I'll try to stall it. You hurry up and get the people in the lab out first. Tong Nui fiercely objected to that reckless plan. Eyes full of worry and dissent. You planning to solo this thing? I can't let you do that. Ignoring her protests, Nim Hao charged straight at the monster, roaring with resolve. It took so much to get these leads. I won't let this beast ruin everything. Tong Nui could only stand there, shouting helplessly. Nim Hao. Meanwhile, in the underground lab, Kim Owen was glued to her laptop, reporting, except for basic vitals. All other data has been wiped. Her eyes narrowed, realizing how slick the enemy was. Looks like we're dealing with a pro. Just then, Lam Dung Tri arrived with the backup squad. Sir, I've brought reinforcements. Captain Jia. You good? Captain Jia was overjoyed to see the backup. Rambling on. I'm fine. Nim Hao saved me. That kid Nim Hao Lam Dung Tri cut him off. Where is he? A man in uniform stepped forward, introducing himself sternly. I'm Duong Da. Orders straight from HQ. Under Instructor Lam Dung Tin's command, I'm the Vice Captain. Here to back up Captain Tong Nui and crush this rebellion. We need a sit rep. ASAP. Where is Captain Tong Nui at? Lam Dung Tri reporting in. Captain Tong Nui ordered us to hold the line and protect the base. Current status is wait. Where's my big bro? Commander Lam Dung Tin meanwhile. Out on the battlefield, Nim Hao is staring down a massive beast. Status window pops up. Energy 1. 70 out of 200. He instantly procs the skill, Shadow Stealth. Moving like a literal ghost, spamming attacks on its body. The thing can't even lock onto him. The dragon worm roars in pain. It's thrashing around, desperate to find the hidden enemy. Seizing the opening, Nim Hao launches into the air. Diving like an arrow, he lands dead center on the monster's head. Boom. Critical hit to the eye. Immediately pops another skill, Poison Gland, injecting lethal poison straight into the wound. But then plot twist, the beast whips its tongue around, caught him off guard, wrapped him up tight. It opens that massive maw rows of razor-sharp teeth, trying to swallow him whole. But from the backline, Tong Nui fires off a support skill. Mini railgun, don't yam on me now. Please don't jam. Zap blue lightning snipes the tongue. It flinched. The grip is loosening. She collapses instantly. Running on fumes. Without a beast core suit or weapon, using an ability raw is just too draining. Honestly, Nim Hao might be the only guy in the world who can spam abilities bare-handed. He's built different. The beast smells blood. It roars and switches aggro straight to Tong Nui. Nim Hao screams. Tong Nui. But right at the buzzer, a massive fireball nukes it from the sky. Blocked the attack cold. Instructor Lam steps in, shielding them both. He asks calmly, "You too good," they gasp. Instructor Lam. The monster looms over them. Instructor Lam scans the threat. This thing is a T-tangent class beast. We need to. He flares his fire aura. Leave this to me. System note, Lam Dung Tin. Rank A. Elemental class. Fire ability. Absolute chaos ensues. Clash of the Titans. Massive pillars of fire trap the beast. Nim Hao and Tong Nui are shook. Instructor Lam's power is unreal. Is this real rank A power? He's broken. The monster is drowning in a sea of flames, screeching in agony as it burns. But even engulfed in that inferno, the dragon worm roars back. It's barely phased. Instructor Lam clenches his flaming fist. His eyes narrow. Guess this won't be a walk in the park. The monster rises from the flames. It morphed, entered a terrifying combat form. But Instructor Lam, he doesn't even blink. He powers up even harder. All right, then bring it. It opens its mouth, boom, spews out a massive sandstream. A sandstorm swallows everything. All three of them are struggling. This is the raw power of a true monster. Instructor Lam is fighting to keep the others safe. I can't see a thing, watch out. You too. Inside that blinding sandstorm. Niam Hao senses it. Killer intent. The ground cracks beneath them and he screams. It burrowed underground. Instructor Lam shoves Tong Nui and Niam Hao out of the way. Move, the dragon worm bursts out of the ground, right where they were standing. A massive explosion of rock and debris. Instructor Lam calls out through the dust. Everyone in one piece, Niam Hao replies. I'm good. Gotta clear this sandstorm. Or else, suddenly, a massive tornado spawns out of nowhere. Sucked up all the sand. Wind pressure blast. Kim Owain pulls up. Standing tall, right in the eye of the storm. You guys okay? Tung Ni is shocked to see the squad arrived just in time. Why are you here? What about the underground base? Lam Jungqi reports. Base is secured. Brother Dung Ten's reinforcements took over. The test subjects are being moved. Kim Oan stars down the giant monster, declaring, good. This thing is tough. Let's stall it together. Look for an opening. Seeing the fighters group up, the dragon worm burrows underground. Trying to run, Instructor Lam instantly pops a skill. Summoning a cracked fire dragon. Kim Oan casts support. Storm blessing. Fire and wind combine into a massive explosion. Boom. Aiming right where the monster vanished. The outer rock shell gets absolutely wrecked, exposing the real skin underneath. The dragon worm roars in pain. As the armor peels off, Niam Hao and Kim On are shook. Still not dead. No way. Instructor Lam explains. It's regeneration. That ability is super rare, but everything comes from the beast core. Destroy that. And it's cooked. No more regen. Kim Oan looks at the giant monster in despair. You want us to find a core on a body that huge? What? The dragon worm spits out another destruction beam. Tung Ni tries to block. Here, it comes again. I can't hold it for long. She dumps all her remaining electric energy. Her eyes glow in pain. She activates her special skill. Electrosense. An image, X-ray of the monster pops up in Tung Ni's mind, exposing the core's location. She points at the target. Voice weak. Found it. Left side of the belly. Cough, cough. The energy reaction there is insane. Seeing Tung Ni, badly hurt, Lum Dung Tree rushes to catch her. Screaming. Captain. Lum Dung Tin sees the situation. Orders coldly. Get her out of here. Now, reckless kid. At the same time, Lum Dung Tin powers up to max, creates a giant fire dragon, hitting the monster's weak point. Gotcha. You beast. Yes, the dragon worm screams as the fire burns through its flesh. Massive explosion. Roar. The hard shell shatters, revealing the fatal weak spot inside. Lum Dung Tin shouts. That's the core. Niam Hao takes the 1 in a million chance. He dashes into the air, charging his fist. Break, but the core's shield is too hard. Niam Hao's punch bounces off. No good. The defense is too OP. Normal attacks can't break the core. It's a stalemate. Niam Hao grits his teeth, thinking, need an ultra-powerful attack. Red bone bullet. But the fight with Lu Fong drained me. Can't condense enough red bone for a bullet right now. His eyes lock onto a familiar object rolling on the ground. Is that? Did Instructor Lam's attack knock that loose? Niam Hao grabs the glowing red vial. Remembering the squad's words, Kim Wan said, concentrated red bone inside. Gotta gamble on this. No hesitation. He stabs the crystal straight into his chest, roaring in pain as violent energy floods his body. This ain't normal red bone. Energy 288 over 200. Meanwhile, his squad is getting wrecked in the distance. Kim Oan screams in panic. The dragon worm opened its giant mouth, ready to swallow the enemy who dared to provoke it whole. The monster rushed in with terrifying speed. Its mouth full of razor-sharp teeth like the gates of hell, flung wide open. The hero stared straight at impending death. But there was zero fear in his eyes. It's over. Instantly. Niam Hao charged in. He let out a gut-wrenching roar, unleashing all the energy built up in his body. Red Rasengan, a massive, blazing red energy orb exploded, Crimson Supergiant Blast Neum Hao put his entire life force into this final strike. I'm sending it all back to you. His hand reached out into the epicenter, controlling the destructive energy to tear the monster apart from the inside. The dragon worm's massive body was lifted into the air. Blazing red light covered the entire night sky. The monster's core shattered, triggering the collapse of its entire body in a deafening explosion. The earth-shattering blast wiped out everything nearby, ending the life-or-death battle. In the dark void of his subconscious, Neum Hao stood there, dazed, surrounded by endless night. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, the silhouette of his little sister running over. Big Bro Tu Ye. Neum Hao hugged his sister tight. Tears streamed down his face from regret. Big Bro Tu Ye. Where have you been? I'm sorry. I was a bad brother. But suddenly, he pushed Tu Yet away. His eyes filled with suspicion. Wait, why are you here? Tutuet was stunned by the question. Here, what do you mean? The space around them started to twist. He looked around in panic. Is this, Where is this suddenly? Fierce flames erupted all over Neum Hao's body. Tu Yet looked on in panic as her brother was consumed by the fire. Big Bro. His body began to disintegrate. He screamed in despair. His figure faded away into the sea of fire, leaving only an echo of a cry for help. Big Bro. Tu Yet. Don't come here suddenly. Neum Hao woke up in shock, drenched in sweat, eyes wide with terror. Pant. He bolted up in the hospital bed, screaming in despair. Tu Yet. No, you can't. Save me. He gasped for air, trying to calm down after that terrifying nightmare. Was that a dream or did it really happen? Where am I? A calm voice echoed from the corner of the room. This is the Medical Research Institute, headquarters of the Special Variant Blood Response Team. Instructor Lam. Why are you? Lam Dungtin sat there, still holding a book. Because your condition is unique, just in case something went wrong. Someone needed to be here to handle it immediately. He closed the book, looking at his student with a complex gaze. Kid, you actually slept for 3 whole days. Seeing you in that state earlier, I thought I'd have to. Lam Dungtin smiled slightly. But looking at you now, it seems that won't be necessary. Neum Hao gave a bitter smile, understanding the meaning behind this care. I totally agree with what the instructor said. Instructor Lam, you were preparing to send me to the afterlife if I lost control and turned into a beast. Right. Is that it? He bowed his head in thought. After all, the military can't completely trust a humanoid variant that just popped up out of nowhere. I have to find Tia Tuye fast. He looked up to ask about the others. Where are the others? What happened to that massive red bone base? Instructor Lam replied. The beast was destroyed by you. The base's underground dungeon has been entirely transferred to this research institute. Neum Hao walked out of the sick room and spotted a familiar face sitting in the hallway. Athak, how are you doing? You're the guy from the rank 6 underground base. He's just then. The door burst open. Kim Oh-an barged in holding a knife and food, looking panicked but also overjoyed. Neum Hao, you're awake. No signs of infection. His body showed 0 signs of mutation, while Kim Oh-an and her squad were literally tearing his shirt off to check him out. Rude much, he snapped. Yo. What the hell are you doing? Hey, you just face-tanked that high-concentration red mist and you're fine. Kim Oh-an's jaw practically hit the floor, looking completely shook as she shouted. What kind of creature are you? Seriously, your biology is straight up beyond human levels. You're built different. Neum Hao helplessly shoved her hands away, grimacing as he shut down her nosy behavior. Quit messing around. He instantly switched back to serious mode, turning to ask the one thing weighing heaviest on his mind. How is Athak? The scene cut to the sterile isolation room, where Athak lay motionless, hooked up to a mess of medical wires. The doctor explained. Athak's body contains a massive amount of dense red mist, although there's no mutation or infection yet. But looking at his bro through the thick glass, Neum Hao stood in silence, worried sick. His consciousness won't recover that fast. I never thought it would end up like this. He gripped the doorframe tight, grinding his teeth in rage as he thought about that scumbag. Zheng Tui, that piece of trash. What the hell is his boss actually researching? Right then, a soldier walked up from behind with the latest update. Zheng Tui talked. Niem Hao spun around, asking urgently. What did he say? Is it linked to Lukdong? But the answer left everyone stunned. He claimed he did it all alone. The soldier replied with certainty. Niem Hao couldn't believe his ears, angrily pointing out the plot holes. How is that even possible? What about Lu Feng? What about that Mr. Red he mentioned? The underground breeding base. The research lab down there, the Red Mist base. Tung Nui stepped forward, looking helpless and defeated as she confirmed the harsh truth. I know, but we found nothing. All the evidence points solely to Trung Tui. Plus, he confessed to everything. Clearly, there was an invisible hand manipulating the whole situation from the shadows. The man with Tung Nui spoke up, cutting through the heavy atmosphere. Niem Hao, let's move. My father, the chief of staff, wants to see you guys. Tung Nui turned and walked down the fancy hallway leading to the conference room. Niem Hao asked, how did you know I was there? Tung Nui glanced at him and replied simply, Kim Wang told me. Hearing that name, Niem Hao broke into a cold sweat, thinking back to Kim Owain's smug grin. That girl never changes. Is she gonna watch me eat and shower from now on? 2. Will she spy on me while I sleep? He stood before the large wooden door, and the guide knocked gently. Knock knock. Come in. Chief of Staff. I've brought them. Old man Tung. What are you hiding now? Everyone's here? Come on out. Dad, are you seriously sneaking snacks by yourself again? The Chief of Staff turned to everyone and said, Everyone, have a seat. Then, he got straight to business. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. No more small talk. Niem Hao, the news of you defeating the giant beast and the aberrant beast has already spread. But it's not just the military. Factions from all over have their eyes on you now. You're in the eye of the storm. It looks calm, but the winds are already screaming around you. One slip up, and you'll be swept away. He looked straight into Niem Hao's eyes, gauging his intentions. So, regarding this, do you have a plan? Niem Hao calmly met his sharp gaze, without a hint of fear. Honestly, I plan to move in silence. I didn't expect things to blow up this big. Calling me here so formally, I'm sure it's not just to check up on me. Right. I want to hear the Chief of Staff's take on this. Chief of Staff Tung Lim pushed up his glasses, speaking about the case with a serious vibe. You already know about the Trung Tui situation, correct? But I reckon he's lying. He explained the details, breaking down the army's current tight spot. Luke Dang Corp put out a statement denying everything about the underground base and the breeding facility, claiming they had zero clue, and that there's no exec named Hung internally. Luke Dang Corp has a ton of collabs with the military anyway. Before we get solid, zero ironclad evidence, we can't just publicly investigate them. The mole incident from last time isn't even cleared up yet. The military has too many factions checking each other. But in this situation, even if we wanted to investigate Luke Dang, there's no way. The higher-ups won't allow it. Niem Hao frowned, wondering about that power-heavy phrase just mentioned. The higher-ups refer to Tung Liem's voice deepened. The peak of this world. The top level of the S-district government. Tung Liem looked at Niem Hao with hidden meaning, dropping a surprise offer. So, I'm hoping to borrow your strength. Niem Hao sat silently in his chair, secretly sizing the guy up. Asterisk, this old fox, acting like he actually cares about me. Turns out his hands are tied. Asterisk, so he wants me to be his fall guy. Asterisk. Suddenly, Tung Yi slammed the table and stood up, objecting fiercely out of worry for his teammates' safety. Chief, Niem Hao's current situation, like you said, is right in the eye of the storm. Why would you still want Niem Hao Lam Dung Tin cut him off? Instead of being hunted like prey, it's better to turn into the hunter and clap back. If you want to survive, you gotta change. After the loaded conversation, Chief of Staff Tung Lim stood up, signaling the end of the meeting. No need to answer immediately. Go home. Think it through. Then tell me your decision. Then he turned to Instructor Lam Dung Tin. Take good care of them during this time. You're the instructor. After all, Lam Dung Tin bowed respectfully. Understood. That night, Niem Hao stood alone on the windy rooftop, looking down at the city with a thoughtful gaze. The chief's offer echoed in his head. Instead of becoming prey, better to become the hunter. To make that goal a reality, at the Chi Huet Combined Training Ground, a new announcement was dropped. The Chief of Staff used the excuse of boosting combat power for rookies to organize a combined training session lasting 3 months. However, Niem Hao knew it wasn't just simple training. Soldiers started throwing themselves into intense combat drills. But the training was just a cover. The real goal was to stall internal conflicts from blowing up, purge spies, and consolidate power within the military. During a break, Niem Hao recalled Tung Lim's words with high alert. I want to borrow your power. Asterisk. I don't know anything about the army's real state right now. The most important thing now, asterisk, is to quickly find info on Tu Tu Yet. Chief Tung's offer needs to be handled carefully. Asterisk, but before answering him, I can use this training as a stepping stone. Right after that, everyone's attention shifted to the digital scoreboard. A rookie frantically called his teammate. Yo. Check that out. The screen displayed rookie scores. Niem Hao, 210. Kim Oan, 95. Chung Thun, 45. This is the Chi Huyet point system. Unlocked 1 month after enlistment. Points can be earned via training quests and free sparring to trade for internal military items. Niem Hao stared at the number 210 on the board, looking all chill on the outside, but running the numbers on the inside. 210 points. That equals 210,000 alliance credits. Guess the system stacked the rewards from the last 2 raids too. But that sky high score, yeah. It made all the other guys super salty with jealousy. The soldiers started whispering. Man, I grind my butt off for a whole month just to get a few dozen points. Where does he get off? Another guy doubted. I heard he soloed a giant class beast. The guy next to him scoffed. Cap. Total cap. If he was actually that cracked, he would have ranked up ages ago. Treung Tun stood in the crowd, arms crossed, looking arrogant and mocking. Pa. Asterisk that time's fight. Use your brain. Instructor Lam definitely hard carried him. No doubt. Some people just leech XP and act like they are the main character, unable to take the disrespect. Tung Nui and Kim Oan stepped up to confront Trung Tun instantly. Tung Nui shouted coldly. Trung Tun? Swallow those trash theories right now. Niem Hao's power could absolutely wreck you. Kim Oan snapped back too. Facts. You are all talk. The atmosphere was getting tense when a tall figure stepped in, parting the crowd. Someone cheered. Captain Durn. That is the guy known as the #1 top-tier ace. With a confident but dangerous smile. Captain of Squad 7. Commander Duong Da spoke up to clear things up. Niem Hao's points were calculated by the system rules. I already confirmed it with Instructor Lam. However, everyone being curious about the top ranker is understandable. Duong Da suddenly spun around, staring straight at Niem Hao, dropping a dramatic challenge. How about I test your moves myself? For the crowd, what do you say I will bet 40,000 alliance credits? Kim Owan's eyes lit up at the cash. She hyped him up excitedly. 40,000 bro. That is enough to upgrade our dorm room and get a private bathroom for a whole year. Niem Hao. Fight him. Win this and I will show you how to spend that bag. Niem Hao smirked, realizing this was a perfect chance to shut down the rumors. Trung Tun's scheming would not stop, so he might as well use this to establish dominance, at least before answering the Chief of Staff. It would save him some unnecessary drama. Since Captain Durng is interested, I accept. The match was set up instantly. The soldiers circled around, buzzing with gossip. Captain Duong is the recognized strongest B rank, with insane combat experience. Niem Hao might be good, but he is still just a rookie. Doom Da started powering up. His armored gauntlets radiate a chilling aura. Niem Hao. My beast core ability is water type. So let me witness that one-of-a-kind beast core weapon of yours. He threw a punch. Boom. Sharp ice spikes erupted from the ground, rushing straight at his opponent. A massive icy explosion swallowed Niem Hao's position. Ice dust blinded the arena. But Niem Hao nimbly leaped into the air to dodge. He landed solid and analyzed. No joke. He really is the strongest B rank. This power is way higher than Lu Feng. Duong Da did not give him time to breathe. He immediately triggered the next attack. Not done yet. Niem Hao. Watch out. Countless ice darts launched from every direction, tearing through the air, raining down on Niem Hao. He spun incredibly fast, dodging through every gap in the attack and analyzing. Destructive power is high, though, but speed-wise he's still nowhere near Lu Feng. Right then, Duong Da triggers his skill Glacial Star Slash. A massive shockwave explodes, crashing down violently from the sky. Down below, right inside the dust cloud, Niem Hao unleashes his beast form power. His arm morphs, turning a menacing bright red. He closes in on Duong Da with terrifying speed, throwing out razor-sharp claw strikes that terrify his opponent. He's too fast. Beast Claw. Just as the fight hits its peak, Instructor Lam suddenly appears between them. A pillar of fire shoots up, blocking both of them. That's enough. Lam Dung Tin withdraws his firepower, declaring the result with a stern voice. Niem Hao. You take the win this time. Duong Da. You got any objections? Duong Da wipes a scratch off his face, graciously putting away his weapon and laughing loud. Not at all. I lost fair and square. Just admit it. Captain Duong. Hearing that, Niem Hao also retracts his beast form, nodding to his opponent. The guards whisper in fear seeing Duong Da defeated. Captain Duong actually lost to a rookie. He's broken. How did he even do that? The captain turns back and asks coldly. I assume you guys don't have any doubts left. Right. Contrasting the tense atmosphere, Kim Oan cheers excitedly. Awesome. 40,000 in the bag, Song Nui sighs and replies. You talk like you're the one who won that 40,000. Sis? I took care of him though. He's gotta give me the money. Right. Standing from afar, Truong Tan watches Niem Hao's back, fists clenched tight with jealousy. Is the gap between me and him seriously that big rage boils inside him, making his eyes turn cruel? I have to get stronger, no matter what method I use. I will kill him. 1 month later, at the command office, an assistant walks in and asks, Old Song. What's the rush? Chief of General Staff Song Liam holds up a photo of a mutated entity, saying sternly, a violent beastman incident just occurred in the northwest sector. Local patrol tracked him, and the last place he vanished was Tuk Am Town. The doctor takes the file in shock, gasping. This beastman could it be? That's right. Analysis results show he is my missing younger brother. Songguan. Song Liam asks thoughtfully. Old Kim. With current research, what are the odds of a beastman recovering their sanity? Less than 1%? Beast transformation doesn't just wreck the body, it invades the mind too. The doctor points anxiously at the photo. Someone like Niem Hao, who can keep his sanity, is a miracle among miracles. But nobody knows how long he can keep it up. What do you plan to do if we can't capture him alive? Are you going to eliminate him? Old Song, listen to me. If that kid Song Nui finds out about this, she will never forgive you. Years ago, you chose duty over family. She suffered enough. Song Liam replies. To protect more innocent people, there are prices. He pushes up his glasses, his voice cold and ruthless. That must be paid. The scene shifts to the shower room. Song Hui is drying her hair when she's startled by her phone ringing nonstop. Huh. The voice on the other end is urgent. Song Hui, can you talk right now? I found some major intel. She frowns, replying, speak, without even putting her uniform back on properly. Song Hui rushes down the HQ hallway to find her father. She kicks the door open, storming into the office and demanding furiously, Dad, you have news about Uncle. Why didn't you tell me? Song Lim shouts back coldly. Did Kim Owen leak this to you? She freezes, unable to believe her ears. Why did everyone hide something this important from me? Foolishness, stay out of this. I'm sending the special ops team to handle it, Tong Nui shouted, eyes burning with determination. Please let me go with them. She couldn't just sit there and watch her family get hunted down again. Tong Lim stood up, glaring at his daughter sternly. If I order you to kill Tong Quan, do you have the guts to pull the trigger? The question froze Tong Nui in painful silence. But he's Tong. Liam cut her off firmly. As of now, you're relieved of your duty guarding Niam Hao. Without my orders, you are not leaving HQ. Tong Yu trudged through the underground parking lot, heart heavy with sadness. Suddenly, Kim Owen was already there waiting. She stood with her arms crossed, looking full of attitude. Knew you'd show up here. Kim Owen tossed a gear bag to her friend. Emergency supplies inside. I'll stall your dad for you. Thanks. This lady's favors aren't cheap. You know, better remember to pay me back. For a split second, Tong Nui flashed back to that nightmare. The image of a giant spider screaming, Little Nui, I gotta run. Meanwhile, Nim Hao was driving through the streets. His mind was racing. So that's why Tong Nu was trying so hard to pull me into the chief of staff's faction. Maybe things could have been different if I had more courage. He slammed on the gas, eyes locked in focus. I'm not backing down this time. Uncle, wait for me. I swear I'll find a way to make you human again. Scene shifts to the base cafeteria. Buzzing with energy after training, Kim Owan stuffed her face, grinning smugly. Not bad. Niam Hao, finally willing to spend some cash. Huh, you better thank this lady properly. Lam Dung Tri was eating and crying tears of joy. Brother Niam, this is too fancy. Haven't had a feast like this in 6 months. The world isn't ending tomorrow after this meal. Is it? You're exaggerating. Niam Hao smiled calmly. You guys helped me out a lot before. I've got some extra cash lately, so don't hold back. By the way, where are Captain Tong and Vice Officer Lam? Kim Oan shrugged. Tong Nui said she had stuff to do and took a few days off. Vice Officer Lam seems to be on another mission too. Is that so? Nim Hao fell into thought about the hidden secrets. I thought Tong Yui was dragging me into her dad's faction. But her attitude before, clearly that wasn't it. What does Tong Nui actually want me to do? Suddenly, Kim Oan's phone notifications blew up, making her jump and drop her chopsticks. She stared at the screen, face turning super tense. Kim Owen showed the phone to Niam Hao. He gasped in shock. Niam Hao, look at this. Niam Hao shot up. What's happening? Athak woke up. Can't wait any longer. Let's go. He ordered the group. Bring Athak along. Why? Because Brother Neem promised to help Athak find his brother. He wasn't awake back then, so I couldn't say anything. The whole team rushed to the Chi Huat Medical Research Institute. Inside the ward, Athak sat there, looking dazed. He called out weakly, "Brother!" Seeing Neem Hao enter, the boy burst into tears. "Brother, where have you been? I'm sorry, I wasn't good enough." Neem Hao watched the scene, feeling moved. Sob, it's okay now. Thak. Sorry to interrupt you, but I need your help with something. The boy looked at Neem Hao with teary eyes full of gratitude. Are you the one who saved all of us, Brother Ngim Hao? You're our greatest savior. Neem Hao holds up the old photo. Voice, low and serious. Hey, does this girl ring a bell? The blonde kid stares at the pic, hesitating. This girl. Neum Hao gives him a look of trust. Don't stress. Just think back carefully. Kim Owan adds softly from the side. Key date: March 11th, 2088. You were on a search and rescue mission. She was there. Right? Memories start flooding back. The kid looks dazed. I remember that day the red mist broke out. Army formed a rescue team instantly. I was sent downtown to find survivors. He shuts his eyes, reliving the pain. It was a total nightmare. Mutated monsters everywhere, and bodies, just piles of them. The past gets clearer. We found her near a crashed chopper. His eyes go distant. Picturing her back then, she wasn't hurt bad, but her memory was wiped clean. I had to protect her. He continues. Back then, we just took her to the military safe zone. He explains the shady twist. She stayed 2 days. Then 2 guys came. Had orders from the top. All the paperwork. Said she needed trauma therapy. Neum Hao snaps. Panicked. Then what? Where did they take her? The kid sighs. She had no memory. No family. So I volunteered to escort her. The destination was He Looks Dead at Neum Hao, dropping the name. Tukum Town. But then I got a new mission. Accident happened right after I left. My memory's blank after that. Neum Hao mutters the name. Intense. Tukam Town. Kim Owen thinks hard. Where Tong Nu's uncle showed up, Neum Tuyet was taken there too. No way, that's a coincidence. What is Tukam Town hiding? Scene shifts to the mountains. Target locked. Tukam Town outskirts. Tong Yui is solo. Watching from a cliff. Anxious. I've wrecked this whole town looking for him. Still zero news on uncle. Is he in these mountains? What are they guarding? She spots movement in the bushes. 2 guards whispering. Why did the boss suddenly crank up security like this? The other replies. Some rat's been sniffing around. Boss is scared of leaks. Tong Yui squints at trucks with weird cargo in the valley. What the hell are they doing? She ducks behind a rock, trying to shadow their moves without getting caught. That cargo is definitely shady. Suddenly, a hidden sensor trips, detects her presence. Crap, they have surveillance here. Soldiers get the ping, pointing and screaming. Over there, unknown woman. 1 guard opens fire immediately, barking orders. Don't let her escape, tell the boss. Now, Tong Nui dashes as bullets tear up the ground. Alert the perimeter, catch her at all costs. She moved fast, weaving through the jagged rocks, trying to shake off the circle closing in on her. Trash mobs poured out of every crack in the mountain to block her path. Gotta move. Fast. Over here, damn it. Tung Ni froze as they surrounded her. Her eyes glowed with menacing purple lightning. No way she's getting pinned down here. A massive surge of electricity burst from her body, wrecking the guys trying to rush her, sending them crashing down in pain. She caught her breath, staring at her gear. Since this was a covert op, she only brought the Beast Core gauntlets. Can't go full power with just these, but for these trash mobs, should be enough. The guards scrambled back in fear, seeing the lightning crackling around her. She's an ability user run. Suddenly, a massive dude in a red cloak slammed down from above. He roared to assert dominance. Get the hell out of my way, you damn rats. Daring to sneak into my turf. You got a death wish. Tung Ni stood her ground in the middle of the circle, glaring coldly at this new threat. Calmly, she hurled a lightning bolt straight at him, but the hit barely made him flinch. He smirked, mocking her. Tickles. In a flash, he brutally grabbed Tung Ni's wrist, shutting down any chance to counter. With broken strength, the man flung her away like a rag doll. She crashed hard onto the ground, standing tall amidst the rubble. The B-rank underground boss demanded coldly. Spit it out. Who sent you? Tung Ni suppressed the pain, covering her mouth, mind racing. Her lightning strike didn't even scratch him. Is he an Awakener too? Before she could recover, the boss waved his hand, ordering the surrounding mob. Capture her. Tong Ni unleashed purple sparks around her, blasting away the goons trying to rush her. Then she charged straight at the boss. She gritted her teeth, Realizing this guy has insane lightning resistance, she mustered every last bit of strength to lunge forward. I can't use my ultimate move, but paralyzing him for a sec. That I can do. A massive electromagnetic field exploded, engulfing the enemy. Electromagnetic annihilation. The brilliant purple beam tore through the night, aiming straight for the boss. But when the smoke cleared, the man was still standing there, exhaling softly. If I didn't have this, I might have actually lost to you. He revealed the sleek black armor under his cloak. Military combat suit. Gear that boosts abilities and jacks up defense resistance for the user. Tong Ni's eyes went wide in shock, her voice trembling. A military combat suit? How the hell do you have high-tier gear like that? The boss laughed maliciously. He ordered the mob to swarm her again. Get her. Once we find out who's backing her, you lot can have your way with her. A minion lunged to attack while Tong Ni was completely drained. Ha ha ha, I get first dibs. She gritted her teeth. Damn it, without my suit's support, using my ability leaves me totally burnt out. Suddenly, a powerful punch came out of nowhere, smashing right into the minion's face and sending him flying. The newcomer landed solidly on the ground, shielding Tong Ni. Ngim Hao stood firm, glancing back to ask, "You okay?" Tong Ni gasped in surprise. Ngim Hao. The minions froze in panic, seeing reinforcements arrive. She's still got backup. The big guy, Lu Feng, roared like a maniac, promising a fat reward. Get them. I'll give you a cut of the mine profits. A horde of enemies frantically charged at Ngim Hao. It was a critical situation. Right then, Kim Owain suddenly appeared, controlling a powerful gale in her palm. She shouted. Violent wind, creating a tornado that blasted all the goons away. The leader in red gritted his teeth, furious at the constant interruptions. Another ability user. Who the hell are you guys? Kim Oanh confidently pointed at him and shouted. Who are you to attack times my times Nui Nui, making Tong Nui annoyed? Whose times your times Nui Nui? He erupted with dark purple energy, roaring. You dare sneak into times my times turf. You trash are all gonna die. Ngim Hao narrowed his eyes, warning his team. Watch out, this guy's an ability user too, and his combat power is at least B rank. Ngim Hao raised one finger with pure arrogance. The enemy asked in shock. Is this? You mean you can finish this in one hit? He calmly replied. 1 second. The underworld leader charged forward. Surrounded by purple energy, he roared furiously. A nobody like you dares to act tough in front of me. But facing the storm of attacks, Ngim Hao kept a cold, indifferent expression. Instantly, he threw a powerful punch infused with a new skill. Beast Fist Steel Strike. You're so noisy. Might as well test the results of Instructor Lamb's special training. The punch exploded with terrifying power, creating a white pillar of light that shook the entire forest. When the dust finally settled, the leader lay motionless in the rubble, his body smoking from the direct hit. Ngim Hao turned and walked away casually, signaling his team. Let's get out of here first. The group quickly left on heavy motorcycles, with Kim Oanh driving skillfully, while Tong Nui sat behind her, and Ngim Hao sat in the sidecar, like a true boss. When they reached a rest stop by a mountain slope, Tong Nu turned to look at Ngim Hao and asked, I heard from Kim Oan that you took a break from training to come to Tuk Am town to investigate someone? Ngim Hao looked into the distance thoughtfully, then asked her back with suspicion. Don't tell me the people you're investigating are those guys from earlier. Tong Nui sighed, lowering her head to confess. Actually, I sneaked out. Hearing that, Ngim Hao looked at her in disbelief. Hey, you can lie without even blinking. Kim Oan, who was eating, suddenly spoke up. Why did those guys attack you earlier? Based on my recent investigation, they're probably a local underworld gang. Tong Nui pointed at the scattered bodies of the guards. I discovered their base in the mountains. I don't know what they're plotting. However, they aren't the ones I want to investigate. She began to reveal the real reason, showing an image of a terrifying monster. I have an uncle. During an incident, he was infected by the red mist and then went missing. Intel says there are traces of him here. So I came to investigate. Neum Hao quietly pieced the events together and deduced. Uncle infected by red mist. Why investigate secretly? Did the chief of staff forbid you? So Tong Nui continued with a tense expression. You remember Lu Fong? Right. His beast transformation is even worse than Lu Fong's. And much more dangerous. She looked down at the military dog tag in her hand. Her voice choking up. It's all my fault he ended up like this. So I have to protect him. Tong Nui clenched her hands, looking straight at Neum Hao with hope. Asking you to join the hemostasis squad was really just hoping to borrow your strength, to find a way to turn his uncle back into a human. Neum Hao thought back to those vague offers from before. Then it hit him. So that's what it was. Tong Ni didn't care that the chief of staff objected. She wanted to save her uncle no matter what. So that was the deal back then. He smiled softly and agreed. I can definitely handle a Thak situation. But for a beast transformation style like Lu Fong's, I'm not sure if I can pull it off. But I'll do my best to help you. That's our promise. Hearing that vow, Tong Ni flashed a rare, radiant, and gentle smile. Thank you. Kim Owen suddenly put her hands on her hips, enthusiastically wrecking the romantic vibe. All right. All right. If everything's clear, let's roll. Tong Ni suddenly remembered something important and asked, Right. But why are you guys even here? Neum Hao looked at her, briefly explaining his goal. Tak woke up. He told me that my little sister, Tutu Yet, was taken here 6 months ago. The group marched together into the gloomy forest mountains. Neum Hao thought to himself. These past few days, I've tried every way to dig up news. But most people are super hostile towards me. I have this feeling. There's definitely some connection between these events. He clenched his fist tight, eyes burning with determination. No matter what, I have to find my sister. Before them, the scenery of Tukom town appeared desolate and full of mystery. Under the setting sun, a clash suddenly exploded in the town. Kim Oan unleashed a tornado skill, sending the opponents flying. Not good. Chasing them is like poking a hornet's nest. Tong Ni immediately took a fighting stance, glancing around coldly. I didn't want to waste time tangling with this trash. It's just wasting time. Let's just break through directly. Kim Owen-hae fired a massive, glowing wind vortex. Still one fish slipped through the net. An enemy soldier got blasted away by the huge wind pressure, flying off in absolute terror. Neum Hao stood amidst the rubble, watching a stranger approaching, and asked, Who is it? From the shadows, Duong Da appeared, raising a hand to signal peace. Don't attack. I'm friendly. Captain Duong Da looked around and urged the team to move. Why are you here? This isn't the place to talk. Follow me, he explained quickly while leading the way. I'm under orders from the chief of staff to find your uncle, Tong Quan, and to ensure your safety. I heard fighting earlier, so I guessed it was you guys and came looking. Tong Ni was a bit suspicious. She asked quietly, Are you alone? Duong Da pointed toward the distant mountain ranges to report the situation. The other members are at a temporary camp in the mountains. We've detected beastmen activity, but there's an overlord rank exotic beast active in the mountains. We're trying to find a way around it to operate. He looked at Tong Ni with a deadly serious face. The chief of staff says if you guys turn back now, all punishments can be lightened. Everyone, just leave the search mission to professionals like us. Tong Ni flatly rejected the offer, eyes burning with resolve. That is my uncle. We have leads. I have to go. If they use force on him, I can stop them in time. We're good friends. We stick together. Plus we can help you take out that exotic beast while we're at it. Duong Da finally had to give in to the determination of Neum Hao's team. Fine then. Since you guys are dead set on this, I won't stop you. We found a low-key path. Totally deserted. We can slip in there, but once we're done, you gotta promise to come back with me. Let me give my squad a heads up. Niam Hao walked in silence, deep in thought, then suddenly turned to check something with Duong Da. Yo. When you guys were searching the mountains, did you spot anything looking like a lab? Duong Da froze for a sec. He looked a bit shook. Then answered, a lab. Actually, yeah. We saw some abandoned building that looked kinda like one. How'd you know? Niam Hao narrowed his eyes, confirming his hunch. Henry didn't see the lab Athak mentioned back in town, so they hid it in the mountains. Now, we definitely have to go in. The squad stopped in front of a pitch-black cave, hidden deep between the cliffs. During Da confirmed, this is the spot. Just as expected. Nobody was guarding it. No surveillance tech either. Suddenly, Kim Oan yelled out, "Wait up!" Captain Tungni pulled a long cloth bundle from the back of the car and handed it to Niam Hao with a serious look. I made a quick trip back to Kim Oan's car. Didn't grab it earlier. Here. Niam Hao was stunned. Is this? Kim Oan grinned playfully, hyping up the surprise. Huge gift for you. Niam Hao, we used the Thunder Beast core and 150,000 alliance points to upgrade your gear. Niam Hao nodded, thanks. Dung Da was standing there, looking super jealous of the new drip. What about mine? When do I get one? I risked my life bringing you guys here. Tung Ni cut him off cold. Do your job first. Everyone, stay sharp once we're inside. They headed into the dark tunnel. Durung Da led the way. Just keep going straight. That's where our temp camp is. Suddenly, Kim Oan checked her sensor. She looked stressed. Huh. The energy readings here are going crazy. High up on the cliffs, a pair of glowing red eyes was watching every move they made. Without warning, the beast opened its mouth and spat a stream of green venom. Direct hit incoming. Kim Oan jumped back in shock. Her eyes went wide. Death was staring her in the face. Tong Ni dashed in front to tank it. He shouted, "Watch out. Can't believe it was camping here." Dung Da gritted his teeth as the toxic gas hit him. Damn it. I'm hit. A massive snake monster revealed itself. The system pop-up appeared. Overlord rank rattlesnake. Thong Yi looked at Dung Ya, getting suspicious. Dung Da reacted like he knew the beast was gonna target Kim Oan. Seeing the stare, Dung Da struggled to stand. It's good at hiding. Wrecked my squad before. I'm poisoned. Can't help much. Niam Hao stepped up, face cold as ice. I got this. He launched himself like a missile, tearing through the poison mist. With his buffed gauntlets, Niam Hao unleashed thunderous strikes. The giant monster writhed in pain. Dung Za watched in shock at the kid's insane power. Niam Hao was soloing an overlord rank beast, and I thought I could take him on. Kim Oan replied proudly, duh. Niam Hao went full beast mode. His hands morphed into glowing red demon claws. He's our trump card. Suddenly, Niam Hao felt a massive pressure crushing down from above. Boom. A massive collision sends rubble and dust flying all over the battlefield. Out of the flames, a flaming bull-headed monster towers over them. Overlord rank. Red flame bull beast. But wait. There's more. A spiked steel lizard burst out of the ground. 2 overlord rank. Iron background lizard. The squad is shook. What is happening? They're surrounded by 3 high-tier monsters. Duong Da panics and tries to explain. I have no clue what's going on. Before this, there was always only 1 overlord rank active here. Then, from above, that red shirt leader shows up looking all arrogant, staring down at Niam Hao. You guys really came here to throw your lives away? He sneers, eyes full of cruel vengeance. Last time I was careless. Let's see how cocky you act this time. Niam Hao silently analyzes the enemy, his mind racing with questions. He has the ability to control beasts too. But compared to the guys in Redstone City, these beasts are way more obedient. How the hell is he doing this? Duong Da looks at Niam Hao with worry and says, Guys, I'm sorry for dragging everyone into this mess. I'll hold off that snake for now. I'm counting on you guys for the rest. Kim Won asks, You sure you can handle it? Don't push yourself too hard. But he's determined. I promise to get everyone home safe. I have to do my job. Niam Hao turns to Tong Nui with a determined look. Captain Tong? Looks like if we want a peaceful search, we gotta clear out this trash first. Let's split up. Leave that ape to me. Perfect chance to test out this new move. Tong Nui agrees immediately. The squad shouts, "Let's move," and they rush in, leaving nothing but decisive silhouettes as they charge at the coiling monster. Nim Hao immediately unleashes his wide-range freeze ability. Glacial Epoch, trapping the beast inside sharp blocks of ice. Seeing that, the red shirt leader laughs down at them. "Moof, kid. This time, with it here. Let's see how you break through this defense. That wind girl next to you is useless too. It's 4 against 1 now. Get ready to cry." Nim Hao lowers his head, eyes cold as ice. 4 against 1. Huh. He triggers his red bone power, growling a threat that makes the flaming monster behind him roar in response. "I suggest you take that back." Tong Nui stands tall with a massive machine gun. Her whole body is covered in purple lightning. Captain Tong's rage mode? Even I wouldn't dare mess with her. She swings her weapon with crazy power. Eyes sharp. This weapon is seriously sick. The giant red flame bull beast throws a flaming punch, rushing at Tong Nui with insane speed. A massive explosion rocks the ground as Tong Nui agilely dodges the attack. In a split second, she flies up into the air, shouting, "Eat this." Then she fires a brilliant purple energy beam. Direct hit. A massive shockwave ripples out, making the monster groan in pain amidst the smoke. At the same time, Nim Hao closes in on the monster with his razor-sharp claws. Nim Hao channels his red bone power, throwing a massive punch that knocks the giant monster back. Kim Oan flies down from above, controlling sharp green wind currents to support her team. The leader smirks sinisterly. While hiding and watching the fierce battle, he suddenly makes his move, firing a blast of black energy. Kim Ona is shocked to realize his special ability. Huh, that guy can nullify elemental attacks. Ugh. This is gonna be a pain. The spike steel monster opens its mouth, spitting out a beam of blazing red firepower. Aiming straight at Kim On, Nim Hao rushes in just in time, pulling her out of the heat zone. They stand firm amidst the ruined battlefield. Nim Hao turns to Kim Won with full trust. "Kim Won, we're in sync. Leave it to me." She instantly preps to coordinate. Nim Hao unleashes his maximum power. A dense red mist condenses in his palm. Kim Owen screams, unleashing her ultimate skill. Watch this Earth Dragon Fist. A tornado forms. The combo attack triggers an earth-shattering explosion, swallowing the monster in a blinding halo. The beast's massive body gets ripped apart, exposing deep, bleeding cracks as it crashes down. Blazing red energy rays erupt violently from the dying monster's body. Amidst the rubble, a red shirt leader stands in shock, blood dripping down his forehead. Cough, cough. Nim Hao suddenly appears behind him with insane speed, eyes glowing with killing intent. He coldly delivers the finishing blow. He grips the guy's face, drags him, and throws him straight at the monster, spewing red energy. He quickly flies right on his tail, then swings his beast-transformed arm, slashing a clean line into the monster. At the same time, the red flame demon beast roars furiously, getting pinned down by Tong Nui's electronic railgun. Standing in the smoke, Tong Nui shoulders her giant rifle, proud of her kill. "I actually soloed an overlord rank beast and away." Kim Owan runs over cheering. Nui's side is wrapped up too. Meanwhile, the rattlesnake is still growling and resisting, trying to break free from the thick ice. Durangda pours in all his power, creating a massive ice wall to imprison the monster. He grits his teeth, sweat dripping down his forehead, struggling to maintain power. "I won't let you mess with the others." Nim Hao and Tong Nui dash through the air, coordinating an attack on the restrained rattlesnake. Two beams of energy, red and purple intertwining, land a critical hit on the monster's head. The massive impact drops the beast. Nim Hao lands nimbly and holds his defensive stance. The team regroups. Tong Nui looks at Nim Hao with gratitude. "The weapon you gifted fits me perfectly." He smiles back. "Glad you like it." Kim Oan cuts in. "Here we go again, you two. Go check the injured." Duong Da forced a smile, trying to look calm. I'm fine. You guys are built different. Beautiful fight. Captain Durng. Thanks for holding it down. When we get back, I'll report your performance in detail. Suddenly, the red shirt leader jumps up, fleeing with insane speed. Durng Da's squad instantly aims to chase. Freeze. Durng Da looks at the group with a meaningful gaze. You guys arrived just in time. That guy needs a thorough interrogation. Nim Hao rushes in, bare-handing the leader who was trying to escape. Nim Hao grabs his collar, voice cold and threatening. Don't kill me. We're short on time. Spit it out, and maybe you'll keep your life. He leans close to his ear, questioning the secrets being hidden. What are you guys doing in the mountains? Why the lockdown? The leader panics and reveals the terrifying truth. It's a mine. A mineral mine. There's a red energy crystal in the mountain. But the military doesn't know. We've been secretly mining it to sell on the black market. He points towards a distant cave. Please spare me. The mine is that way. The crystals are all yours. Captain, please. Spare my life. A soldier from Duong Da's squad confirms the intel. So you used them just to mine resources, Captain. When we were setting up camp, we did see some crystal-like fragments scattered on the ground. Nim Hao narrowed his eyes and growled. Forget the mine for a second. There's something way more important. I want to know how the hell you're controlling these mutant beasts. And where did you get that military combat gear? The leader stuttered, too scared to spill the truth. Nim Hao lost patience and choked him harder. Spit it out. He panicked. It's someone's been backing us. They supplied us with everything. Suddenly, the ground started shaking violently, and the beast let out a savage roar. Its glowing red eyes locked onto the tiny figures standing at its feet. Nim Hao gasped. It's actually still alive. The leader used the chance to break free, gripping a sharp dagger, ready for another round. The scene shifts to the Chon Tuk Am mine, where glowing red crystals radiate an eerie light. A figure covered in a cloak, quietly walking through the jagged cliffs. The stranger stopped before a cave bursting with energy, and whispered, "This is the spot." Gloved hands reached out to touch the crystal block. The red mist energy inside began to pulse violently. A crimson light exploded outward as the figure began, absorbing the energy into their body, fighting back the pain. The cloaked figure muttered about a secret plan. With this, I can finally suppress the corruption. For a moment, the red glow from the stones illuminated the entire deep corridor, leading to the exit. She threw off her cloak, revealing a girl with blazing red hair and demon horns. She tilted her head. She narrowed her eyes toward the strange energy fluctuation and growled. Who dares to control the beasts? The scene cuts back to the sunset sky covering the entire Chan Tukem Valley. Right then, the leader lunged forward. First, I'll kill this little brat. Then use the chaos to escape. Kim Oan froze in terror, pupils shrinking, unable to react to the sneak attack. Splat times fresh blood sprayed everywhere. But Duong Da was already there. He caught the blade with his bare hand, with eyes burning with cold killing intent. Duong Da growled. You scum. Do you have a death wish? I'll grant it to you then. The leader was dripping with sweat, shaking as he watched Duong Da unleash his power. Just as the killing blow landed, at that exact moment, Nim Hao and Tong Ni finished off the demon ape. Tong Ni was shocked by her teammate's ruthless execution. She shouted at Duong Da. Why did you just kill him? Duong Da gave a nonchalant smile, casually wiping the blood off his glove. Just instinct. I didn't think too much about it. Kim Oan was still trembling, but he still had so much to tell us. Standing over the enemy's corpse, Duong Da gave a logical explanation to calm the team. He was about to kill Kim Oan. The situation was too critical. I couldn't hold back. Is there a problem? Tong Ni silently observed Duong Da's attitude, full of suspicion. Knowing Kim Oan's skills, she could have totally dodged an attack like that. Captain Duong seems a little too protective. Duong Da smirked with a hidden meaning. You're not wrong. I know you're all elite members of the Chi Huet squad. but I'm not willing to gamble on even the slightest risk, he stated firmly. I'd rather be wrong than let a teammate get hurt, Tong Ni sighed. Accepting it. Fine. Is your hand okay? We gotta head back to camp and patch ourselves up. As Yan Hao watched them leave in silence, high up on the cliff, a mysterious figure, rocking a red cloak, was silently stalking the military squad. The girl with demon horns suddenly looked, completely shook when she spotted a familiar face down below. Wait. Is that Yan Hao standing in the middle of the wasteland? His eyes cold and full of worry. He seemed to be looking for something. Suddenly, it froze. He spun around, staring at the cliff top like he could sense a familiar presence. Song turned back, checking on him. Yo. What's wrong? Yan Hao shook his head, hiding his suspicion. Nah. Nothing. Probably just seeing things. The red-haired girl quickly ducked behind a rock, clutching her head in pain, mumbling. Is that him? A fragment of memory Yan Hao in clean white clothes flashed through her mind in the dark night. Happy memories from the past came flooding back. It was a picture of Yan Hao and his little sister, Xiao Shui, smiling brightly together. She screamed in agony, her glowing red eyes filled with panic and longing. Ah, big brother back at the ruins. Tang Ye watched Yan Hao's reaction. Confused. We already checked that building. No one's there. It's definitely abandoned. Something wrong. Yan Hao stared at the building, connecting the dots with a suspicious look. Abandoned. Wait. Could this place actually be? Unable to hold back his anxiety, Yan Hao dashed off instantly. No. I gotta confirm this myself. Kim Ying chased after him. I'm coming with you. You guys keep searching and stay in touch. Two figures sprinted across the broken concrete. Kim Ying panted, yelling from behind. Yan Hao. Wait up. Yan Hao kicked the lab door open and shouted into the dark, dusty room. Is anyone here? Standing before the wreckage of the old lab? He wondered, full of hope. Is this the place Ashuo was talking about? Kim Ying walked in right behind him. She scanned the rusty machinery and said, judging by the look of this place has been abandoned for a long time. Meanwhile, outside, Tang Ye calmly turned to Song. Let's leave this spot to them. We'll check the other side. Song nodded. Yeah. That's our only move. After splitting up, Tang Yi and Song trekked through a desolate rocky valley. Song turned to him, asking suspiciously, Captain Tang, did the chief of staff really just order you to search? Tang Ye didn't look back, replying calmly, that's right. But besides the search order, the chief gave another command. If things go sideways, eliminate the target. Song frowned. Eliminate. Tang Ye stopped walking and turned to explain. Of course, going sideways is up to my judgment. If we can manage to restrain Song Rui, then there's no need to kill him. Either way, we gotta find him first. Song nodded. The scene shifted to their temporary campsite, set up in the quiet valley. Inside the tent, Yan Hao reported. We couldn't find any trace of Song Rui on our side. Did you guys find anything? He pulled out a hard drive and a tablet-like device. We found a hard drive and this thing. In the corner, Kim Ying was focused, typing away on her laptop, working on repairing the drive. Yan Hao added, I already gave the hard drive to Kim Ying to fix. Fixed it. Song grabbed the tablet, her eyes full of curiosity. Is this a diary? The screen displayed the first line, April 30th, 2088. Today, a landslide caused the red mist containment tank to rupture. Many townspeople have been infected by the red mist. She scrolled through diary entries from months ago, slowly revealing a horrifying truth. May 3rd, 2088. The so-called cleansing operation by the Iron Blood faction in the military was actually a massacre. We received secret orders to capture the infected survivors, to study the beastification phenomenon. And May 18th, 2088, new residents discovered a type of red ore in the landslide area that can absorb red mist. We made a deal with them to secretly mine this ore. The last line shook everyone to the core. June 4th, 2088. The reason for frequent seismic activity is because there is a giant beast-rank mutant inside, trying to break out. Higher-ups ordered us to retreat immediately, specifically emphasizing test subject A. That girl must be protected at all costs. Yan Hao concluded. That's it. Song wondered. What is test subject A? Yan Hao shook his head. I don't know either. Just then, a beeping sound rang out. Jin Ying cheered happily. Whoa, repair successful. But her joy quickly turned to shock. Her eyes went wide, staring at the screen. This is on the screen. Was an image of a girl in a white lab suit. Jin Ying realized something and shouted. Test subject A. Yan Hao. Come, look at this. Quick, Yan Hao and Song immediately ran over. Both of them looked incredibly tense. Jin Ying pointed at the screen and spoke fast. I just recovered a partition of the hard drive. The content inside must be super important to you too. When he saw the name on test subject A's file was Yan Shui. Yan Hao froze. This is Xiao Shui's file. Tang Ye walked into the tent right at that moment. Found something big. You guys sound urgent. Yan Hao quickly pressed a key, and the screen instantly changed. Now, the screen showed images of creatures undergoing gruesome beastification. Tang Ye looked at the photos, pondering. These photos, Yan Hao thought to himself, eyes full of determination. That diary involves military internal affairs, and specifically mentions Xiao Shui. I can't let Tang Ye see it yet. To the side, Song and Jin Ying whispered. The condition of these beastified people might help my father's research, Jin Ying replied, full of hope. Their symptoms look just like Uncle's did at the start. If we recover more data, could we find a way to help him regain his sanity? Tang Ye pointed to a folder on the screen. What's in here? Jin Ying replied. Don't know. Haven't opened it yet. When the folder opened, a terrifying image appeared. A tiny figure standing in front of the giant head of a monster, emerging from the cliff. Both Tang Ye and Yan Hao were horrified. Tang Ye gasped. Is this giant beast rank? Yan Hao couldn't believe his eyes. Xiao Shui. Why is she with a mutant beast? Tang Yi immediately pressed. Is it here? If this thing is alive, it's a catastrophe for the whole region. What's the date on the photo? Jin Ying checked the file info, showing it was 3 months ago. Tang Yi narrowed his eyes, analyzing the photo's sun direction. Shadows? Got it. The location must be the West Valley, he immediately ordered. I'll lead a squad to scout the situation right now. Kim Wan, if you find any new leads, hit me up immediately. As Dongza walked away, Niam Hao turned back with a desperate look on his face. Quick, pull up Little Snow's full profile. On the screen, Little Snow's stats popped up, making Kim Owan and Tung Nui whisper in shock. These body stats, a lot of them are way past human limits. She is absolutely cracked. But wait, something's off. This report is totally different from the usual records on beastified humans we've seen before. A laptop screen flashed the name Hong Chin Nam. Niam Hao suddenly froze. A memory flashed in his mind. The Hong family. Is it that old man Hong I heard about? In Jesh, Thok City. Tong Nui jumped in, dropping some key intel. My dad actually tried to investigate the link between Mr. Hong and the Luke Dang group back in the day, but he hit a dead end. If that guy is involved in your sister's experiment, then she's probably in the hands of the Luke Dang crew. Niam Hao stood silent, eyes locked in. The puzzle pieces started clicking together in his head. The clues are finally connecting. I have to find that mutant beast. Little Snow showing up there was definitely not random. That place might have new clues. Seeing Niam Hao's resolve, Tung Nui spoke up instantly. I'm rolling with you. The situation is messy right now. You might need on-site analysis. Kim Owan packed her gear fast, sounding firm. The more the merrier. Extra support creates better odds. I'm coming too. And just like that, the whole squad moved out. Footsteps echoed steadily in the desolate valley under the sunset light. As night fell, One of Doing Das team members suddenly pointed forward and yelled, "Captain, check the outline of that cliff over there." Under the moonlight, the massive form of a giant rank beast appeared, curled up in deep sleep. Its back looked just like part of the mountain range. Dung-ya frowned, and realizing his mistake. So it was camouflaging its body. No wonder when we searched, Tung Nudi didn't spot it before. Kim Oh-ain checked her scanner and updated the team. Vital signs are super weak. Matches hibernation patterns. Look safe for now. Hearing that, the group cautiously crept closer. They stopped right in front of the monster's giant head. The sheer size was overwhelming. A young soldier couldn't hide his shock. Stuttering, "No way. This is my first time seeing a giant rank beast in real life." Suddenly, the device on Kim Oh-ain's wrist went crazy. She screamed in panic. Bad news. Vital signs are skyrocketing. As the beast's glowing red eyes slowly opened, the monster let out an earth-shattering roar and lunged. Dung-da shouted, "Orders. Fall back." It was baiting us the whole time. Dung-da quickly conjured a massive ice wall to block the attack, while yelling, "Scatter, hold defensive formation." Instantly, the giant beast opened its maw and unleashed a devastating breath of fire. The ice wall shattered from the heat, and the whole team got blown back. Sparks flew everywhere, hitting some members, standing firm after the blast. Dung-da shouted into the radio to call HQ, then noticed something weird. It could have one-shot us directly, but it used an area of effect attack instead. Kim Oh-ain dodged a fireball and screamed back, "It's terraforming the environment. It wants to trap us here and cook us Nim Hao." His right arm, glowing red, spoke firmly, "We can't just wait for HQ. We gotta interrupt its attack right now. Don't panic. It's stuck in the mountain. Basically a sitting duck. Plus, its vitals haven't fully recovered yet. We've got a shot." Tong Nu agreed instantly, eyes sharp. "Bet. Let's stall it together. Time to see if all that training actually paid off." Kim Oh-ain wasted no time, launching razor-sharp energy blades straight at the behemoth. At the same time, Tong Nui fired a massive energy beam from above, and Jiam Hao dashed through the air, charged with red energy for a critical hit, aiming right for the monster's head. Taking those hits back to back, the beast roared in pain, smoke pouring from its wounds. The smoke cleared, revealing Duong Da standing there all chill, holding some weird gadget. He signaled the squad. "Nice work. Let's use this chance to pull back." But the beast wasn't letting them go that easy. Its eyes flashed with pure rage. It powered up, and the whole mountain started shaking like crazy. Duong Da shouted, "Bad news. It's breaking out." Rocks started crumbling. The beast finally broke free, standing tall on its own 2 feet, facing the fully unleashed monster. Nim Hao and Tong Nu stood side by side, looking stressed. Tong Nui muttered, "This is gonna be a real pain." The beast threw its head back and roared, shaking the heavens and the earth. It stood there like a literal mountain, staring down at the squad with pure destruction in its eyes. Nim Hao stared at the monster, then turned to Duong Da. "If we don't stop it, this town gets wiped off the map. HQ reinforcements won't make it in time." "Captain Duong, we need you on this," a soldier called out nervously. "Captain." Duong Da gave a firm order to his squad. "Captain Tong Nu, they've taken down a beast before, but for you guys, no shot. You guys retreat. Now, right then." The beast started charging up energy. Someone screamed, "Breath attack incoming." The soldiers ran, looking back and yelling, "Captain, you guys gotta survive." While the main squad braced for impact, Duong Da stepped up, massive ice energy exploding around him. He said confidently, "I got this." He unleashed a massive blast of cold air, clashing head-on with the monster's fire, causing an earth-shattering explosion. A massive ice wall called Glacial Nova rose up, blocking the monster's destructive attack. Kim Oh-ain gave Duong Da a thumbs up, all hyped, grinning. "That was sick." Duong Da stood in front of everyone, his back solid against the smoke. He ordered, Leave the defense to me. You guys focus on attacking Game Hao? Narrowed his eyes at Duong Da, feeling suspicious. Does Captain Duong really have the power to block a beast's breath? Then what was up with that earlier? Seeing his teammate deep in thought, Tong Nui asked anxiously. Niem Hao. You good? Niem Hao quickly hid his suspicion, replying coldly to not distract the squad. I'm fine. Suddenly, the monster roared and charged its massive body right at them. Someone shouted, "It's charging." Without hesitation, Tong Nu opened fire. A beam of azure energy from her gun blasted straight at the target. Kim Oan-che leaped into the air, firing off a barrage of razor-sharp wind blades. Cyclone blade frenzy attacks come raining down. Niem Hao shouts with pure grit, Dai aiming straight for the monster's gaping mouth. But the beast whips its massive tail, sending out a booming shockwave, knocking back all the ranged attacks. Like it was nothing, Niem Hao dashes in, closing the gap. And he reads the situation. This beast's body is insanely tanky, since ranged attacks aren't doing jack. He pours everything into a flaming fist, delivering a god-tier punch right to the monster's face with a scream. But the attack did 0 damage. Niem Hao starts sweating bullets, feeling the insane hardness of those scales. The monster counters with a tail swipe, creating a massive rumble, yeeting Niem Hao way back. He stumbles up, gasping for air, thinking fast melee is a nightmare too. This bastard is even more aggressive than the one in Shishtach City, but its attack power way higher. Suddenly, the giant beast wobbles and collapses with a heavy thud, breathing hard. Tong Ni and Niem Hao pause to watch. She's surprised. Why'd it suddenly stop? Looks like it's gassed out. Kim Oan-hei checks the scanner on her wrist, panicking. No way, it's vitality stats. She quickly analyzes and explains to the squad. Its vitality has always been weak, but when its forehead lights up, it suddenly spikes like crazy. It's forcing a power charge. Vitality suppressed for months, I get it now. It's got internal injuries, so every time it bursts, it can't sustain it. Tong Ni instantly takes command. Looks like that eye is the key. Target the eye first. Instantly, a barrage of energy beams focuses fire right at that red eye, glowing on the monster's forehead. Sensing the threat, the monster shudders. The spikes on its back vibrate violently, rattle, shooting out countless red crystals. The floating crystals form a defensive grid, firing off lasers pew-pew, intercepting every single one of the team's attacks. Massive explosions boom across the sky as the two energies collide, creating a thick smokescreen. Tong Ni frowns, face serious as she tells Niem Hao. It used exploding crystals to cancel out our attacks. This is bad. It feels like this animal knows our attack patterns like the back of its hand. Duong Da turns to ask, Captain Tong, got a plan? Tong Ni replies, I've got a rough strat. Need everyone to coordinate. Kim Oan cheers. Oh, while Niem Hao nods. I'm down. Tong Ni starts rolling out the plan. First, Niem Hao, you rush it fast. Draw aggro. Force it to attack you. Niem Hao immediately dashes off, grabbing the beast's attention. Hey, ugly. Look over here. Tong Ni continues directing over the comms. When the monster starts charging energy in its mouth, it's gonna fire a ranged breath attack. The moment the monster spews out the fire, Tong Ni yells, Captain Duong, tank that breath. And Duong Da raises an ice shield once again, stopping the attack dead. Niem Hao leaps onto the monster's back, shouting the order. Attack while it's stuck in animation. From exhaling, he focuses all his power into a flaming fist, unleashing his ultimate beast form fist. The punch slams into the monster's neck, making a terrifying impact sound. Boom. Seeing the attack connect, Tong Ni praises from afar. Nice one. Then, she fires a straight beam of purple energy, adding a combo hit. Niem Hao dodges and confirms. It can't react in time. It's definitely gonna take a massive hit right now. Kim Oan sends a razor-sharp wind blast to back him up. She just blew its crystal away. Tong Nui seizes the moment, lands a precise energy shot right in the monster's eye. Direct hit. The beast roars in pain. Tong Nui quickly analyzes the situation. My attack wasn't a critical hit, but I've temporarily sealed its abilities. Duong Da steps up, gathering massive ice energy around him. Captain Duong, leave this to me. He manifests a gigantic ice spear, razor sharp, radiating a bone-chilling cold. Duong Da puts everything into hurling that ice spear at the beast with wind-shredding speed, but suddenly, a creepy, calculated smile creeps onto his face. The plan is perfect. The spear flies through the air, but Duong Da mutters something cryptic. Then plot twist. He redirects the attack right at Nim Hao with a cold apology. So sorry. Nim Hao's eyes go wide. He can't react in time to this sudden switch-up. A sharp stream of ice shoots from Duong Da's hand, straight into Nim Hao. Point-blank range, blood sprays everywhere. Nim Hao gets pierced by the sneak attack and collapses in agony. Tong Nui and Kim Oan are absolutely horrified. Tong Nui screams in rage. Duong Da, have you lost your mind? Duong Da just gives a mocking smirk. In his hand, he's holding a test tube filled with a mysterious red liquid. He calmly walks toward the giant monster growling behind him. Duong Da looks at the beast, turns back, and says in a mocking tone, I really didn't expect this. Even this thing couldn't finish you guys off. But hey, thanks for weakening it for me. Now I have an opening. Tong Hui aims her gun at him, gritting her teeth as she demands answers. Who exactly are you? What is your goal? Are you the military mole my father has been investigating all this time? A cruel smile spreads across Duong Da's face as his identity is exposed. Military mole. He turns his back on them. He spreads his arms like he's enjoying a show. But before you risk your life to block that attack for us, was it all just an act? Well, yeah. If I didn't gain your trust, how could I lead you onto this stage? He continues, revealing his twisted plot. Since I took the quest, every single step was calculated. That overlord was just a pawn I manipulated. I used the scent of your blood to awaken this giant beast. The giant monster looms behind him like a massive pillar of support, he says. I thought it would be enough to finish you off. I just needed to take Nim Hao with me. Didn't expect you all to be so annoying to deal with. Nim Hao clutches his wound, glaring coldly at the traitor. All this effort just for me. What does the person pulling your strings actually want? Duong Da turns away coldly, dropping a cryptic line. You'll find out once you reach the other side. Just then, the giant beast suddenly radiates a glowing red energy. Kim Owan shouts in panic. Massive energy spike detected. It's burning its own life force for a massive attack. Nim Hao dashes forward, shouting to his team. Help me stall this bastard, I'm going after Duong Da. You girls have to be careful, Tong Nui yells back. You too. Make sure you come back alive. Duong Da smirks, summoning sharp ice shards around him. Did you really think I was just a B rank? Let me show you my true power? Nim Hao thinks to himself. If we try to retreat now, we'll just get hunted down and killed. The only way to survive is to take out the controller. A barrage of ice spikes launches toward him. Nim Hao moves with insane speed, dodging the deadly rain of ice shards. The two clash violently. Duong Da blocks the attacks, grimacing while calculating his next move. Controlling the giant beast, the burden is heavier than he expected. He grits his teeth, pouring power into his frost arm to shove Nim Hao back, but he has times to finish the quest. Nim Hao flips mid-air and lands a massive uppercut on that traitor POW. They grapple and plummet straight down the cliff. A huge explosion rocks the sky. Smoke and dust billow up from where Nim Hao just crashed. Two silhouettes stand facing each other in the lingering dust. The tension is peak. Duong Da dusts off his hands, sounding totally dismissive. Trying to solo me? You're pretty confident. Ha! Nim Hao steps out, eyes sharp, seeing right through his opponent. The system shows Duong Da's energy is dropping, 180 out of 260. Even at full power. You couldn't beat me. So, looking like trash now, do you have a death wish? Hit right where it hurts. Duong Da rages and swipes his hand, launching razor-sharp ice blades at Neem Hao. He stomps the ground, activating an AoE skill, freezing the earth instantly. Frozen domain. Neem Hao curses under his breath. Damn it. Using the terrain to his advantage, Duong Da rushes in with a massive ice sword. Swinging down hard, Neem Hao struggles to use his weapon to block the strike. That was close. Slashes come in non-stop, tearing through the air with streaks of light. They break apart. Neem Hao jumps back behind a cliff to reset. He instantly blends into the shadows, using stealth to flank him. Duong Da sees Neem Hao vanish and scoffs. Is that all you got? Cheap tricks. He summons sharp ice spikes bursting from the ground, closing in to corner Neem Hao. Suddenly, he freezes, sweating bullets as he feels that killing intent. He gasps. "Huh," from the shadow right under his feet. Neem Hao bursts out with insane speed. Now, meanwhile, the giant beast in the back roars fiercely, shooting out crazy purple lightning. Tong Nui's team is struggling hard beneath the monster. She screams in desperation. "Neem Hao, finish it. Quick, we're seriously out of options here." Duong Da turns to face him. "Gotta admit, you're strong, but the winner will still be me." Neem Hao says nothing. He focuses all his power into his palm, creating a blazing red blood orb. He hurls the swirling energy orb at Duong Da. "Eat this." Duong Da instantly throws up 2 thick ice shields to defend. Neem Hao's attack smashes into the ice shields, causing a massive shockwave. Boom! The energy shatters the outer defense. Ice shards fly everywhere. Duong Da quickly deflects the orb upwards, letting it wreck a huge rock face above his head. "You kidding me? This tiny thing can't break my defense." But he didn't see it coming. Neem Hao's real target was the cliff above. A giant boulder got sliced loose and is crashing down. Rumble. Hearing the strange noise, Duong Da looks up. His face goes pale with horror as a massive shadow looms over him. No time to dodge. Crunch. He gets crushed by the boulder. He only manages one last pathetic scream.